Hey everyone, just about to start in a few. I always forget to unmute myself. Hello everybody. Good morning, good evening. How are you all doing today? Got a cough drop in my mouth. Aye. It's been like rough in the mornings lately. I just cannot stop coughing. Thankfully it like goes away around this time. So those of you who watched my last stream, bit of a crash out there. Today I'm going to try and not do that, but I do have one segment where I probably will. But we're gonna watch some ContraPoints at the end today, so that'll be fun. What's up, Lennon? Selam aleyküm. Aleyküm selam daha doğrusu. Crim Reaper. And what's up, Sock now? Look, I just want to jump right into this because this just happened and I'm curious. I haven't seen anything crash into the Hudson River until, I mean, not until, since the plane back when I was a kid that not only like crashed, but it actually landed. You can't quite do that with a helicopter though. So let's have a look. What's up, Ilirda?
And good afternoon. We are coming on the air with breaking news right now out of New York City, where the NYPD has confirmed that a helicopter has crashed into the Hudson River near Manhattan's west side. At this hour, we still don't know if or how many people were injured or...
From what I've heard, 6 people were killed and 3 of them are children.
Whether there were any fatalities. The NYPD also urging drivers in the area to expect emergency vehicles and traffic delays. These live pictures are coming in. We are...
Yeah, 6 dead, including 3 children, as of 12 minutes ago from NBC News. So, rough. This is what happens when you defund the FAA and fire a bunch of them, and also defund the TSA and fire a bunch of them. What's up, Astolf?
Seen them as you are seeing them. You can see the massive response right now there on the West Side Highway. If you know New York City, this is happening just off the coast of Manhattan in the Hudson River there.
Yeah,
this is above lower Manhattan.
Okay, cool. Pier 40, Hudson River.
Pier 40 is the area you were looking at right there. So the Hudson, of course, separates New Jersey there on the left hand of your screen and New York City on the right. The response we're expecting, we know the NYPD, the FDNY, also the Coast Guard as well.
How close is this to where I grew up? Let's have a look. Oh, wow. That's like right by Jersey City. So, it crashed right around here, right around Hoboken. I grew up a bit, like, further up this way, so it's not super close to where I grew up, but I used to go to Hoboken, Jersey City all the time. Tourists from Spain, apparently. Why are tourists still coming to this shithole country? I mean, less and less and less, but, you know, helicopters are fucking dangerous. I would never get in one, anyway. The last time I went on holiday in Australia, I went to Queensland, and, I mean, the day I got there, there was so much traffic from the airport to the hotel because 2 helicopters at SeaWorld collided together. So, probably planned the trip more than 1 to 2 months ago. Yeah, it's really sad. And you can blame this directly on Donald Trump. This is what happens when you defund the FAA and the TSA. It's not rocket science.
as well, trying to help in this rescue. Tom Winter has been following the developments. Tom, we're going to be very transparent with our viewers. This just happened. There's a lot we don't know.
Detailed as far as where this is. You're looking there at
What actually
we don't have a
caused
lot
this?
of details on this helicopter.
Well, okay, you don't have details, so let me go to a more recent one from 11 minutes
The
ago.
helicopter
What actually made this happen?
Crash in the Hudson River. WNBC is now reporting that 6 people were pulled from the water and that there are 5 confirmed fatalities. Joining me now from the scene in Lower Manhattan is NBC News correspondent
is
Sam
there?
Brock. Sam, what a devastating...
Can you link that? The world is bad. I kind of want to see it. I'm not going to show it on stream, but I want to. I'm trying to figure out what actually happened. The first victims of the Trump regime. You do realize like hundreds, if not thousands, of people have died already. Let alone like just from like aviation stuff. There's like at least 60. Oh wow! It just straight up fell out of the sky. Well, okay, yeah. Well, that's why the fucking propellers were not spinning. What can a helicopter be saved? Was it insured? Someone think of the property damage. Yeah, I know, right?
scene there. What can you tell us? What are you hearing?
Okay, well, we kind of know what happened now.
Yeah, it's devastating, and I can tell you officially from New Jersey State Police, Kristen, that there were at least 5 people confirmed on board that helicopter, which we still don't know what type of helicopter it was or why it was out on the water, but that would be the pilot, 2 adults, and 2 children. Apparently, there's been updated editorial really within the last couple of minutes as far as potentially
Good afternoon, Errata Cookie. Happy Friday to me, at the very least.
6 people being pulled out of the water, up to 5 fatalities.
Yeah.
I want to draw your attention right now across the Hudson River. We are standing on Pier 40 here. This is in Lower Manhattan, right around Soho. Across the Hudson River, you will see just a clustering of Marine units and
Oh, I
ferries
guess
out
they
there.
were going to show it on the news, so I can show it on stream. Yeah, this is absolutely mechanical failure.
Point that appears to show a helicopter effectively free falling, Kristen, that it sort of dipped up and down. You can see the tail going, according to witnesses, pieces of the helicopter falling into the Hudson River before it just plops into the water in what is no doubt frigid conditions right now.
Wow. Like,
Dipped up and down. You can see the tail going, according to witnesses,
There's a
pieces
survivor?
of the helicopter falling into
Yeah.
the Hudson River
hopefully
before it
they
just
do survive, but like, that's insane. Do we ban rivers or helicopters? Well, we should do both. Just to be safe. Anyway, that's enough on that. But speaking of, actually, water. You guys know that Ohio is flooded, like, entirely? Because I haven't heard anything about this until I just saw it today. Obviously, like, this is Trump's America. They defunded FEMA, they defunded the National Weather Service, and they don't want to show what the fuck is happening because of their own policies.
Day after historic flooding inundated the city earlier this week. Typically, this area of the city looks more like this.
Yeah,
You can tell
I mean, that's a pretty big difference, isn't it?
how swollen the river became this week.
They are doing a
compared
great
to
job
how it
hiding weather
typically
disasters. Hell, like, just like a month ago, I was talking about the fires in North Carolina, and a chatter's like, hey, wait, I live in North Carolina, and I didn't know about these fires.
looks. Parts of roads were underwater Tuesday near the Great American Ballpark and the Bengals Paycor Stadium.
It's a shame that
The
none of these
Ohio
people are
River
going to get
swelled to
any help.
60.3 feet, about 8 feet
60
above flood stage by
Feet
Tuesday
of
night.
water. That's wild. Looks like shit. Well, I mean, yeah. AI CGI is getting real good. Yeah, of course, you know, everything's AI if it's negative to the government. Where in Ohio is this? Like, that looks like the Ohio Capitol. Where's the what was the Dodgers? Was the yeah, Cincinnati. I was like,
The
that sounds
Ohio
like-
River crested at more than 8 feet above flood stage on Monday, the highest level in 28
This was 2 days ago.
years. And that pushed floodwaters into parts of downtown Cincinnati, shutting down roads across the city. This person used a kayak to get
What's up,
around,
Barbara Lynn?
gliding into a flooded parking garage.
These are the end times? I mean, kinda, but only because we keep making it that. Like, if we stopped pressing the fucking gas on the end time machine, maybe we wouldn't have that.
The floods pushed into some homes and apartment buildings.
I've seen cars
Sucks to be
underwater.
you.
And although the rain is over, Flood warnings remain in effect until Friday.
This shit's gonna get worse and worse and worse. Half the country's gonna get droughts, the other half's gonna get flooding, the other, like, third of it at the same time as the droughts are gonna be on fire. And meanwhile, this is what the fucking White House is focused on. Maintaining acceptable water pressure in shower heads. Executive order. I'm not gonna open the executive order and read it, because I don't care. But, like, this is what they're doing. This is what they're focused on. Well, this and stealing from you, of course. So God flooded the same area where the neo-Nazis threw a parade a month ago. Curious. I mean, it does feel like America just keeps getting whacked with natural disasters as a form of punishment. Speaking of getting whacked as a form of punishment, and I don't mean whacked in the mafia way, I mean like slapped across the face. Look at this MAGA manatee. Are you against showerhead water pressure? No, I'm not. I have great showerhead water pressure. I just don't care enough to have the federal government do that. Like, yes, you have standards, and the standards are there for a reason. They just want to make it more they want you to be able to power wash yourself in the shower. Which sounds nice until your water heater explodes. So check out this MAGA manatee. This was at one of the hands-off protests. So she comes up and she tries to grab the microphone off one of the speakers. Wait, that's fucking sound over it. It's okay. She just screeches and I had no idea what she said anyway. That's not the point. The point is, this fucking American hero, his shirt literally says, "I am the weapon." Slaps the fuck out of her. That's what you get. No, that's a manatee. That's a MAGA manatee. What's up, the Calby? I remember some woke of the day chatters were going crazy on us on laughing at this. I tried to have the original video up, but it got taken down off Twitter for copyright. The water pressure will not only be so powerful that a single molecule of water will burst the hole right through my body at the speed of light. That's exactly what they want. He is indeed the weapon. And I'm glad that weapon is on our side. If anyone can find me, like, the unedited video, that would be amazing. But, I mean, just... And by the way, as a woman, I would like to say, you're allowed to slap the fuck out of, like, women like this. I'm sorry, you are. I don't care if you're a man, I don't care if you're this big. I mean, they're about the same size. He looks pretty fine. Like, he's good, normal dude. She's a manatee, because we only body shame the fascists here. The make whales great again believer. It is what it is. Speaking of water still, though. You wanna know how dumb we are? I've seen a power slap he held back. Of course he did. Of course he held back. And, like, good on him for doing so. Like, I wouldn't have wanted him to, like, slap her across the like, as funny as that would be, that wouldn't have been useful. I have water news from today. Fuck is this? Priest uses pest spray gun to bless mass. Technologia. Work smarter, not harder, I guess. Technologia. Although, this is definitely not smarter.
As a nation, we protect the pristine waters. Yep.
And, you know, all of a sudden, I assume the lakes are all interconnected, right? Yeah. So at some point, they're going to be in the other lakes. And so we're going to work hard on that. I spoke with the Army Corps of Engineers.
This is about the Great Lakes. I assume they're all interconnected.
The pristine waters. Yep.
And, you know, all of a sudden, I assume the lakes are all interconnected, right? Yeah. So at some point, they're going to be in the other lakes. And so we're going to work hard on that. I spoke with the Army Corps of Engineers, and they have...
Now, he's not exactly entirely wrong. He's not right. But, like, you look at the Great Lakes. They do somewhat overlap. I mean, some of them do. Lake Superior has, like, this little river that goes into the other lakes. Which one's that? Lake Huron, which also somewhat connects to Lake Michigan. But Lake Erie? No, not really. And Lake Ontario? Definitely not. Are we going to work hard on making the lakes be in the other lakes? That's kind of what he said, yeah. Huron, not Huron. Okay, sorry. He wants to make this one big lake, I guess? I don't know, like, the whole thing over us being mad at Canada and wanting to take their land is over water anyway. Well, at least partially over water. As well as, like, other resources. But also, I do think that this has a big part of that. This might be one of, the key reasons why we want to invade Canada. I've never seen Melania smile. Aside from when she's kissing Justin Trudeau and cucking her husband. You get cucked, yeah. No, this is genuinely, like, if someone in the future discovers, like, logs of conversations that said, we invaded Canada because Donald Trump felt cucked, I would 100% believe that. But at the same time, yeah, we do want their water and we want their resources. The Castro bloodline is strong.
A method. It's a pretty gruesome method, but it's a method. And
oh yeah, and the method of interconnecting these lakes apparently is very gruesome.
And so we're going to work hard on that. I spoke with the Army Corps of Engineers, and they have a method. It's a pretty gruesome method, but it's a method. And I think they know what to do, so we're going to work on that very hard. And thank you, Governor, very much.
Oh, MAGA is entirely cuckold rage. Like, the entire MAGA movement is just cuckold rage. It all comes from sexual insecurity. The world is bad. I think she smiled like that when she was dancing with that Jack Moraine at the inauguration. Okay, so basically like any man that is more respectable than him, so any man.
Sort of a bipartisan thing when you get right down to it. Yep. It's a very expensive thing, actually. It costs a lot. I looked at the numbers. I said,
as a nation,
I'm trying to be ready to move to Europe if I have to. I live in Canada. Yeah, good call. I mean, to be fair, Australia is also a good option, the Calby, because we're going to be kind of out of the way. The Southern Hemisphere is kind of the safest place you can be, especially if a nuclear war were to break out, for example, which I don't think it will, but I mean, realistically, it is a possibility, especially when the White House is fucking cartoon villains. This was about the tariffs. Do not retaliate, and you will be rewarded. This sounds very Hitlerite, but I mean, this is just some cartoon villain shit, right? Hearing that from the fucking White House is, it's insane.
And we saw...
It's just threats as well to our allies, nonetheless.
The successful negotiating strategy that President Trump implemented a week ago today, it has brought...
Oh my god, hold on, sorry. My volume control's not working on my fucking, whatchamacallit? On my, Stream Deck. Let me just fix that really quickly. Yeah, adjust the fucking volume. So why are you not working? There we go. President Snow, basically. Oh yeah, Mexico might get hit by a drone in a hot minute as well. We've talked about that. I'm considering moving to Australia as well, but Europe is much easier since I'm Polish. Well, I mean, if you go to Poland, you're kind of... Russia's not really able to mount up an assault on Europe right now. They're kind of getting the shit kicked out of them in Ukraine, so you're fine. Let me rob you and I won't kill you, basically. Yeah. And in all caps. Well, I mean, to be fair, he writes in all caps. That's how you know Trump wrote that.
More than 75 countries forward to negotiate. It took great courage for him to stay the course until this moment.
Mm-hmm. You know the market's crashing again because all of the people who pumped and dumped the other day when the market went up to its record high, all sold their shit again. Do you think we will invade Mexico too? Look, Comrade Lennon, I have no idea because there's several different factions at play here. The capital class does not want tariff war with the entire world. In fact, that's how that's one of the reasons why the tariffs stopped. That's why they were put on hold. And fascists do tend to do this, open up a war with like everyone they possibly can for shits and giggles, I guess. So maybe, but at the same time, can we even economically afford a war after we're going to go to war with Iran? And then China's going to invade Taiwan in the next 2 months, which then is going to make us have to go and try and, you know, fight China. It's a whole thing. We're going to get into the geopolitics aspects of it a bit later. But who knows? Not successfully. If so, not successfully. But literally, this is the tweet. Do not retaliate and you will be rewarded. It's a fucking Batman villain. They are such an unserious country. I hope we don't, and we do it anyways. I mean, I hope we get the shit kicked out of us, but, I mean, Iran might just take care of that one. Every message from the executive these days is one of these. It's either Pyongyang or a fucking cartoon villain. One or the other. No in-betweens. Now, as I said, the market's crashing again. And this is, like, on purpose. We are crashing the market on purpose. If you look at the dollar, which USD has steadily rising for a while, just dropped, has been dropping the last couple of days. The whole goal was to reduce the value of the dollar. I'm fucking pissed that they couldn't wait 2 more days, because now I'm gonna get paid less from Twitch. They want a lower value of the dollar because that actually does make sense. When there's a high dollar, that means buying things from overseas is cheap, means we get all our cheap treats, but it means when we sell stuff overseas, it's expensive. And so exports suffer. But at the same time, we have no manufacturing base, even though, you know, Donald Trump and Lutnick and all of these people are like, oh, we're bringing manufacturing jobs back. Sure, maybe they are, but you're not going to get them. I mean, of course, we've also seen Navarro saying there'll be plenty of jobs for robots and plenty of jobs for humans, obviously putting the robots first. Iran would win a war against us. They're 5 times Afghanistan with nukes. Actually, they're 3 times Afghanistan, and it's entirely mountains. Like, the entire country is mountains. So, like, you can't even really get armor in there. You can't really put ground troops in. We can only bomb them from the sky. They have a nuke, but they're not going to use it against us unless we're, like, I don't know, closing in on the capital or something. But we'll get into Iran in a minute, because Trump said some interesting stuff on that. Nothing like selling assets to avoid losing money into a currency that's worthless. Guys, if I didn't think that trading in stocks was immoral, I could have made so much fucking money this week. Because, like, what I've been saying for months, every single time. Week 1, new tariffs. Week 2, stock market crash. Week 3, well, maybe we'll back off the tariffs. Stock market goes back up. Week 4, maybe new tariffs. Every time. This is the 3rd month in a row.
The market turmoil is continuing to hit US stocks.
You're getting worker rights. Your jobs are being replaced by robots. The only jobs you're going to have is building and maintaining the robots.
They're down again amid the worsening trade war between the US and China. To explain why this is all going on, let's bring in our North America correspondent, Carrington Clark, who's at Wall Street for us again.
145% tariffs on China. China's also hit us back, not to, you know...
Morning. Carrington, good morning. Can you break all this down for us?
I shall try my best. I think if we look at yesterday, it's probably best now described as a kind of euphoric pause rally, and we saw stock prices jump substantially after Donald Trump decided to delay some of those higher country-specific tariffs. But today, I think reality set in that America is currently facing the highest tariff regime that we have seen for about a century, and that is going to lead to lower trade, which probably means lower growth, and that means lower company earnings.
We're doing degrowth on purpose. Everyone's 401k is gone. The rich got insanely richer in the last couple of days, as we'll see. And I mean, it's going to get worse.
So we've seen major indices fall today. The S&P 500, as I look at it now, is down at about 3.5%. It jumped almost 10% yesterday, but it's still well down on where it was before Donald Trump's Liberation Day announcement. The White House also clarified today that Donald Trump's maths was off slightly yesterday.
It doesn't matter. Ilirda, if you're still here, you made an excellent point yesterday when we were talking about this in the Discord. The tariffs will assist in devaluing the dollar, forcing the Fed to cut interest rates, which if they don't do, they'll just get rid of the Fed, which is what they want to do anyway. They've talked about this openly several times. This makes loans easy. Loans can then be used to invest in speculative assets like crypto. People who already have a ton of property and assets can leverage them against a failing dollar to establish themselves as the main holder of crypto in the new financial system, all while doing this with the money they stole from you. So that's the plan. Now, if you look at China, China is, I mean, they're going to continue on this route. They're not stopping. China state media hints that they're going to slash interest rates and slash bank reserve requirements in an effort to prepare for a trade war with the US, both injecting more liquidity into the market. And the question now is, will our Federal Reserve do the same? Your point there, what you said, was 100% correct. That's the plan. That's always been the plan. And I do have to say, as a negotiator, we're kind of, we got an idiot. Like, we're reading The Art of the Deal while Xi Jinping is reading The Art of War. Just in the past week, this is incredibly true. China learned exactly what Trump's pain points are, how much to squeeze before he flinches, and how little American partners and allies want to help the president. They don't give a shit. Japan is talking about joining NATO to help Ukraine. I'm not shit. Like, Japan and China both also dumped their treasury bonds, which is part of the reason why the dollar went down. And part of the reason, like, I don't really understand treasury bonds, but I do know that them dumping their treasury bonds is a big deal, because both of those are the two largest holders of treasury bonds. Those jobs maintaining the robots will be done by H-1B visa holders graduated in countries with free higher education. Oh yeah, no, Americans are too stupid to do these jobs. Like, genuinely too stupid to do these jobs. Vivek Ramaswamy was correct on that. And in fact, Long Live Homo Sapien, who's one of the chatters in the chat somewhere, probably not here right now, has said that there's like, this is their industry. There's like 6 people in America qualified to do this job. Thank you for the follow, Glaiperion. Sorry, I thought of an Eevee evolution right there. Deng kind of was right there. Yeah. Japan, South Korea, join NATO, agree. Well, I mean, I've only heard it from Japan. I haven't heard about South Korea. Beans again? At this point, I'm not sure you can, like, just whatever the fuck you can find at this point, Grease Arpeggio. If you haven't stocked up already, like, prices are being gouged regardless of whether the tariffs go in place. It doesn't matter if they put them in place. The prices are still going up because the companies need to assume that these tariffs will be implemented. Because if they don't assume that, and then they just keep their prices the same, thinking, oh, well, they'll drop the tariffs, then if the tariffs do get implemented, the company suffers massively. So, of course, they're going to still increase the prices. Everything is still going to go up. And when it comes to negotiating with China, which Donald Trump keeps pretending is happening, Secretary Lutnick's message is important for setting expectations. The Chinese president, Jiang Zemin, sent a telegram of condolence to George W. Bush on September 11th, but beyond that, it is exceedingly rare for the PRC leader to initiate outreach to a U.S. president. They're not going to reach out for negotiations, but I've been told repeatedly that there is no advisor to Xi that would recommend that Xi initiate a call to Trump now. For PRC leaders, leader-level talks, rather, are defined by the definition of successful. Extensive preparations are made to guard against surprise or failure. That option is not available to Beijing right now. In the absence of a preparatory excuse to tee up a leader-level call, PRC officials are unsure what Trump might say. They don't want to own responsibility for setting Xi up to be humiliated by Trump on the world stage. PRC leaders do not typically wade into detailed negotiations. Chinese counterparts have emphasized that Trump is prone to change his mind frequently. They lament that a deal today may become a problem tomorrow. They also have regularly invoked Zelensky's experience in the Oval Office as a cautionary tale. I feel like maybe everybody with the brain said, oh yeah, that exact issue is going to happen. If we keep changing our minds, then nobody trusts us, we're not stable, and, oh, lanky sapien, are you long like Homo sapien? Ah, that would make sense. That would make sense, because the lanky and the, yeah, now I'm picking up what you're putting down. Also, like, why the fuck would anyone trust us? When we were allied with Ukraine, we helped them for years and then did that shit. Like, of course not. The echoes of Zelensky's Oval Office ring loud in Beijing today. If the precondition that Xi must reach out to Trump, there are low odds of any near-term off-ramp to the escalating US-PRC trade war. Other creative options may be needed to break the impasse. Did you guys also hear that China has banned the exports of critical, like, rare earth minerals, specifically curated to the US, like, specifically what we need? They're banned. There's other ones that we don't need. They're not banned. But, you know, stuff like minerals that would make the stealth coating on the F-35 fighter, for example, let alone, like, high-quality microchips. If China no blame Japanese and South Koreans for Taiwanese island, I agree with you. Well, Gleperon, I'm fairly certain that China's going to invade Taiwan in the next 2 months, because America has pulled our, like, everything that we have in the Pacific, the main carrier strike group, out, and we put it in the Middle East because we're going to invade Iran, or at least attack them. It would be a good opportunity, to say the least, to invade Taiwan from their perspective. I don't want them to invade Taiwan, but yeah, no, I don't really blame them. It's kind of the perfect opportunity to do so. The US is in turmoil. All the countries in the world are trying to create trade deals with them. In fact, I think China might drift away from being a Russian ally. China, Japan, South Korea support Ukraine, BRICS or NATO, doesn't matter. Like even America, India, BRICS or NATO. Well, so India does not really. India's on the axis of evil. They're on the American and Russian side. And I thought China might be, but it looks like China might actually drop Russia as an ally. Because if they want to invade Taiwan now, before we're ready with our own TSMC manufacturing in the United States, we're going to have to try and defend. Because then we'll be locked out of what we need for everything. Like these advanced microchips are created in Taiwan or in South Korea. That's it. That's it. And we need them. So we'll have to defend. And if we're going to have to go to war with China, then China's not going to want to really be allied with the ally of their enemy. This is the prelude to World War III. I mean, I've been saying it for a while. And, I mean, I called the Iran stuff a week before the media started talking about it. What will Australia and Japan do if Taiwan invasion goes through? They will be the next on the hit list. Well, I don't think Japan is going to have an issue. Japan is forming closer trade relations with China. We'll take a look at what Australia is doing, because I'm not quite sure. I do have a video on it that I haven't watched. Hopefully, we are also taking the same steps to get closer economically to China, and maybe try and kick America out of Pine Gap, because that is a big fucking target for us right now. I don't want NATO to get stronger. That means more imperialism. Mate, we're in the World War III era where everyone is going to be either neoliberal imperialism or just straight up fascist colonialism. Those are the two choices you have right now. After the war, we can talk about, like, you know, or rather, maybe if there's a good opportunity in the war to, you know, revolution, something like that. But right now, there's not much in the way. China versus America versus Taliban, China versus Taiwan, cost. Well, I mean, not Taliban, Iran. We're actually working with the Taliban. The Taliban asked America to take over a airbase in Afghanistan. So, you know. But also, again, can we even afford this? Class war over everything else. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would support BRICS if Russia and India weren't involved. BRICS is copium capitalism. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Mr. President, the EU also announced increases in tariffs today. Why not treat...
Bad timing for them. That's bad timing.
He didn't know that the EU also announced tariffs. This was after he took away the tariffs. Taliban war on Iran, Pakistan for American interests. Well, actually, we're going to war with Iran for Israeli interests.
Why not treat...
Bad timing for them. That's bad timing.
Why not?
They didn't put them in. No, they threatened them, but they picked a later date, which our expectation is
90 days from now, the EU tariffs will go in. I mean, look, really quickly, just so you don't sit with the copium MIGs on... I was going to talk about this later, but I don't want you to feel too hopeful on that, because U.S. House passes H.R. 1526, restricting district court judges from issuing nationwide injunctions against presidential policies, which is going to continue. They're going to continue on this path until the courts have no power at all. They're not great on that. Fascists won't prevail. Their continent-spanning empire will crumble. Well, of course, the fascists are never, ever good at ruling. They're good at war, and they're good at taking power. But they are terrible at holding on to it. Look at the Nazis. They didn't even last a decade. Now, really quickly, this is how insane we are.
104% tariffs on China are not enough. I'm advocating 400%. I do business in China. They don't play by the rules. They've been in the WTO for decades. They have never abided by any of the rules they agreed to when they came in for decades. They cheat, they steal IP. I can't litigate in their courts. They take product, technology.
Based, by the way. I want them to steal more IP. This was the bad guy on Shark Tank. He's fucking insane.
They steal it, they manufacture it, sell it back here. Never has an administration...
400% tariffs?
He wants 400% tariffs. 400. I mean... Let's just keep going. Let's make it 10,000% tariffs. Even Putin knows that this is stupid. Now, I hate giving this man credit for anything for being right, but he's right. You know, I want to say something. Do you guys want me to actually read this out, or are you all like actually watching enough to read it yourself? Because I'm sure most of us don't speak Russian.
Что сказать? Соединенные Штаты опоздали лет на 15.
The US is 15 years too late.
Они не смогут остановить развитие Китая.
They won't be able to stop China's development.
Это невозможно сделать, так же, как
вот
невозможно сказать солнцу: не вставай.
It's like telling the sun, don't rise. Does it even matter at that point who is even going to conduct business? A lot of people conduct business. It's just like not with China. That's the point of like protectionist trade war, isolationism, and all of that. But like no one wants to conduct business with America at all. 10K or 100% tariffs is the equivalent of an embargo. Nobody will import. The last I saw, Apple flew in iPhones on planes to avoid the tariffs, and Trump says they're building a factory in the US, which I do believe, but it'll be staffed by robots.
Оно все равно поднимется.
But yeah, tell the sun not to rise, it'll rise anyway. But there are basic, there are objective processes in economic development.
Объективные процессы экономического развития. Они связаны с миллионом
факторов. And this attempt to restrain China's development negatively affects the U.S. economy. It won't work.
Эта попытка сдержать развитие Китая, она негативно отражается и
They're making production of a number of goods less competitive, and if they continue down this
экономики
path,
самих Соединенных Штатов. Они делают производство ряда своих товаров низкоконкурентоспособными. А если дальше пойдут по этому
пути, continue down this path, they'll make the entire economic sector completely uncompetitive. He is correct.
Делают вообще неконкурентоспособными в отдельной отрасли экономики. Так сложилась кооперация на протяжении предыдущих.
This is how the cooperation between China's economy and the United States had developed over the past decade. I mean, we got Russia and India so far, Lanky Sapien.
Десятилетий между
and Israel.
экономикой Китая и Соединенными Штатами.
This is how cooperation
Она
works.
взаимосвязана.
They're interconnected.
Все это понимают.
Everyone understands
Но
this.
вот
But the actions we're seeing from the United
те действия,
States
которые мы наблюдаем сегодня со стороны Штатов, мне кажется, что они
seems to
имеют
me to be
контрпродуктивный
counterproductive.
характер.
I hate to say that Putin's right about literally anything, but he's right about that. Look at the Russian newspapers saying that Donald Trump is conducting affairs chaotically, throwing pieces of complex jigsaw puzzles into the air and hoping that they will come down. They'll form a more sensible picture. And also another, on Iran, Trump risks another failure. I mean, again, I hate to give them credit for being right, but they're right.
It's America first, but...
Oh, yes. And now let's get to the fact that these people stole a lot of money. Well, Hitler ruled less chaotically because Hitler was... The Nazis, again, I've said this before, their number one desire, everything that fueled their movement was nationalism and hatred of others. Now, we have that as well. But those are number 2 and 3 for us. Number 1 is still capital. This is not the same kind of fascism. This is based on capital. Jesus, sorry about that. That was loud. U.S. trade dominance versus China. Yeah, and this is going to get worse and worse and worse. It's just literally going to be the U.S. We don't want to trade with other people because our country doesn't understand how economics works, and our leaders are really only trying to enrich themselves and care very little about anything else.
It's America first, but we also want to make sure there's a world that can live and live happily and all of that. And so, this is the way I look. No, but there are people that say, look, where we are now, I've been in worse positions in my life than making $2 billion a day plus, right? It's really plus.
He made $2 billion yesterday. Plus, whatever the fuck that means. $2 billion the president made yesterday. Literally insider trading. You do realize that, when you're the guy who makes the decisions that affect trade, you're not supposed to be able to do that. But, yeah, he can now. At this rate, China will bring the end to the West. Hey, you should be careful with that, Comrade Lennon. Dan Bongino said that singing un-American songs in your grandmother's basement can get you arrested now. You want to see how much his buddies made as well? Again, this whole rise in the stock market, the largest increase ever, was all just a pump and dump, as usual.
This is Charles Schwab. It's not just a company, it's actually an individual. And he made $2.5 billion today, and he made $900 million. That's not bad, because he's in financials. I've always been following.
Liporion, we'll get to foreign policy. Could you hold off on that? Because, there's stuff that I want to answer you, but then I will get entirely sidetracked. We're going to do foreign policy in a little bit. Let's just stick to the topic at hand. China can't hurt the U.S. any more than the U.S. already, hurts itself. Well, I mean, they can. Let me show you the Dan Bongino tweet. Because this guy is, remember, the assistant director of the FBI. In the interest of openness and transparency, I'll be posting regular information updates on this account. The director and I are engaged in thorough top-to-bottom review of policies and procedures. We're ensuring that we're delivering results and reforms, blah, blah. If you're an abuser of children, a terrorist, a gangbanger, or someone who is singing anti-American songs in your grandmother's basement, then we're about to make your life really difficult. It's coming. Don't doubt us. From the FBI. This is quite funny because this is an SNL writer who literally wrote a song about Dan Bongino. I don't know if it's copyright. It's a good song. You should check it out. They will defund the FBI, won't they? I mean, they did. They purged the FBI and then added new people into it. We just added $1 trillion as our new military budget. So, like, officially, we now have $1 trillion military budget. That's where these cuts go. They go into these guys' pockets or to the military, which is also some of these guys' pockets.
This is Charles Schwab. It's not just a company, it's actually an individual. And he made $2.5 billion today, and he made $900 million. That's not bad, because, you know, he's in financials. I've always been following.
All in good fun, you know, all in good fun. No, bonds have a set maturity rate. The worst they can do is stop buying bonds and U.S. and sell their bonds to other parties. Well, Solitaire, that's what I was saying. Japan and China offloaded quite a lot of their bonds, which is, like, part of why that happened. They could pay their bond off to the U.S. and crash the dollar. Yeah, they just sold their bonds instead. As well as, like, the dollar's crashing because of what we're doing. We're crashing the dollar on purpose. A budget worthy of waging war. It's a catchy song. Other streams have played it. Fair enough. I don't know, because I'm also on YouTube, and YouTube is a bit, like, and by a bit, I mean extremely more annoying about, copyright. Remember when everyone bitched about Pelosi insider trading? Yep. Let's well, remember, just like 2 days before this happened, before the rise and the refall, Marjorie Taylor Greene bought the dip. She spent about $250,000 buying the dip and has made quite a lot of money since. AOC is pretty mad about this. She's spoken out, as well as, like, several other, like, Congress people. But yeah, again, if I believed in trading in stocks and if I had the money to do it, I could have made so much money this week. The moment that she bought the dip, I probably would have bought the dip. Someone asked me saying, should I buy the dip? And I was like, don't take financial advice from me, but I would have. Bonds are loans that you own, and you own the profit of someone else's debt. Like, if China dumps it, they will crash the dollar. Simply economics. Well, suck now. They did. And so did Japan. They did dump their bonds. If I didn't have a job and could day trade, same. Like, literally, I could do it while on stream. It would be, like, I could make $10,000 on stream just looking at these people and saying what they're, like, looking at what they're saying. We could do, like, an experiment, but I'm not going to do that because I feel like that's questionably legal. I don't know how that is. But Warren Buffett, if you remember, sold a whole bunch of stocks well before all of this happened. Oh, okay, cool. So I could theoretically do it. I would never want to, though. That looks horrible. And again, I think that stock should be illegal. He made $12.7 billion, while Elon Musk has lost $130 billion. You can use it to fund the stream, give money for the sake of the revolution. I mean, I would. That's not a bad idea, guys. Like, because, you know, I don't take sponsorships. I don't work with any, like, companies. I engage, like, solely on your donations. I don't run any ads. Not even if I did, they wouldn't pay me anyway because they defunded political ads. I don't know. I don't even really know how to get started in that. I could look it up and learn, but realistically, yeah, you probably could make some money off of this to fund the stream. Would Marx be okay with that? I feel like he would. Using the means of capitalism to further your own self in the furtherance of socialism is not immoral, I wouldn't think. I also think stock markets shouldn't exist, but realistically, how we go about assuming we were able to, by just getting rid of capital entirely. Like, you could still have money, but capital, no. Private property would have to be illegal. Step 1, have billions. Step 2, do the opposite of Elon Musk. Step 3, profit. Honestly, no, just if you have any money, you can still just follow what Nancy Pelosi trades. I'm not even kidding. You can still just, and buy all defense stocks, buy private prison stocks, your money will go up, yeah. But, like, fucking around with just, like, watch the news and expect what's coming. I feel like they're gonna do this again. This is the 3rd time in a row. Am I muted? Hello? Can you guys still not hear me? Okay, sorry. Might have been just like a small L there. Now, what I was saying was, like, you could just look at the last 3 months and see what they've done. Where it's week 1, big tariffs. Week 2, economy crashes. Week 3, maybe back off the tariffs. Economy goes up. Week 4, economy's like stable. New tariffs get announced at the end. There was no sound for a second. I thought my headphones were fritzing. You were, before, watch the news and expect what's coming. Yeah, like, you could just make money by looking at what they're doing and guess. Not everything, but quite a few. Capitalism is all about the green line going up no matter the circumstance, so anything you buy will go... Well, I mean, especially during a recession, anything you buy will go up. That's why you buy the dip, especially index funds. Too bad that I have $80 in my bank account. That's all I got, so I can't invest shit with that. The uncertainty is going to make sure it keeps going down for as long as possible. We'll also have occasional ups like this because they're using it to siphon money from you. CNBC just basically comes right to the line here of asking whether this was currency manipulation.
It was not the policy before then.
He also seems to be a great stock pundit, Mr. Secretary. Earlier this morning, before the pause, he put out a message saying it's a great time to buy, and here we are. Here we are, well, much higher.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, literally puts out a tweet saying it's a great time to buy DJT, which is his company, 90 minutes before announcing that the tariffs will, 60 minutes before announcing the tariffs will be on a 9-day pause. And then 30 minutes before that gets announced, a lot of investors just bought in before the announcement as well. We'll see that in a second. Had a homeroom teacher when I was 16 whose stock market advice was buy telecom stock and wait. Yeah. There's a website that follows people in Congress trades and they have really high return rates. Yeah, exactly. You can just look at what Congress is doing. But you don't even really need to. You can just listen to them. Manually create a bear market, buy cheap, then kick off a bull market again, and then rinse and repeat. That's what they're doing.
I'd always bet on Donald Trump. Every time I'd always bet on Donald Trump.
He also wrote DJT.
And it does help that they will actually tell you when to buy. Like, if Trump is like, buy DJT now, and, like, I wouldn't immediately buy it because that's probably, like, a trap. But if I see a bunch of people buying it, and then the announcement comes, immediately when that announcement hits, I'm buying because the stock price went up significantly after that. Wait a bit, then short it. Exactly. I don't even know how, like, I've never done this, and I know how to do it. Greetings and salutations from the other side of the planet. A much delayed thank you, Pete the Feet, for the gifted sub. Love insightful POVs in this trying times. Welcome, 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 Charmed Chaos. You all the way on the American side, are you? It's a casino where only the rich win? Well, it's only a casino where the rich win because they made it that way, but now it's a casino where no one wins. It's the ultra rich who win. That's it. There's like 8 people who profit from this.
Ticker for his media company.
No. Every text
that was just
he
his.
does.
That was just his,
every
okay.
text he sends to me. That's his name.
But that was a great time
yes,
to buy
of course.
the market, right?
Have you, like, he signs off every text with DJT? Yeah.
I mean, uncanny.
Well, Donald Trump understands that America is the greatest country. All right, we are the greatest country, and we have
greatest
the capacity
country at what?
For incredible
exactly.
greatness. But someone needs to take the shackles off.
Ourselves?
Someone needs to
on
let
purpose?
our corn.
You want to see what the market closed on today? The market closed with the Dow down 2.5%, the S&P down 3.5%, and the Nasdaq down 4.3%. Go look at after-hours trading. They have some copium going in there, do they? Interesting. That was down earlier as well. I'd be curious to see. Must be trying running defense all the time. I can't imagine the workout of mental gymnastics these people have to do to remember their lines. The classic thing for this administration is you can't trust what Trump says because he's senile and also a liar, but you can trust what he does. You can't trust what he tweets, but if you can track his, like, trading strat, copy it without shame. Guys, again, if I had more than $80, I would just do this now. I need money to fund the stream. That's not a bad idea. I feel like next paycheck I'm going to save and do exactly that. Any one of you know how to do this well that can help me learn real quick? Because I don't want to learn from AI. China enjoys Brazil new nuclear power. American is angry those influence in South America, and that's saying for invasion of Panama. Oh yeah, South America fucking hates us, and Brazil also like got quite mad at us for tariffing them. This is yet another U.S. president sunsetting in the office. I mean, again, he's not making the decisions. Charmed Chaos. He's making some of the like decisions, but there's several different warring factions here. The reason that the 90-day tariff pause was put into effect is twofold. One, it was always going to be this way because this is what they're doing. They're preparing you for a crypto market. They're preparing you for a monthly cycle of instability. They don't want stocks to exist. They want it to be crypto. We had Marco Rubio on television a month ago talking about how the US dollar will not be the world reserve currency in 5 years. We have a crypto what is it? Reserve now. Devaluing the USD and even eliminating the Fed is part of Project 2025, isn't it? It is exactly part of Project 2025, in fact. Let's see what page it's on. Really quickly, we can just open Project 2025 and search Federal Reserve. Let's see. Wait, this is the bad one. Mandate for leadership. There's like 2 different PDFs and I hate one of them. There we go. Let's see. Federal Reserve. Bam! Right there. Chapter 24. Hey, look. It sounds like we've kind of been going in order, doesn't it? How about, dollar? Okay, Taylor Swift is mentioned. You know what? Let's just go with devalue. Or maybe degrowth. No, neither of those. I mean, this is written like a child wrote it. How about crypto? Really? Only one? 3. Here we go. Cryptography. That's one thing. No, crypto is actually not in Project 2025, which actually tracks because Project 2025 is made by the Heritage Foundation, which is its own its own faction. We have the Christian nationalist, religious extremist faction. We have the libertarian ANCAP faction. We have Donald Trump and the MAGA faction, and then we have the capital class who wants to continue neoliberalism. And all of these are trying to see who's going to come out on top. They're making crypto look like a safe investment. That's the whole point. I come from IT security and realize these patterns. It is literally Project 2025 and Article 47 playbook. Article 47 is just Project 2025. Reverse currency? That's not a bad idea. I mean, like, it's in there. It's like, I'm not questioning whether it's in here or not. It's just I don't know how these idiots speak. No? How about just reverse? You know what? Before that, I just wanted to say real quickly, because I showed this last time. How many times does the word tariff appear in this document? 188. Tariffs appears 121 more times. So, yeah. And Donald Trump appears in this document how many times? Would have been funny if one crypto mention had been attached to the suffix fascist. Yeah. Oh, sorry, hold on. It is way more than 21. That's just Donald Trump is 21. If you just search Trump, it's 312. Digital reserve, perhaps. Electronic reserve. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You know what it is. We have the crypto reserve. We've already announced it. You lost your 401k, and Trump made $2 billion plus doing it. Here's Chris Murphy from Connecticut, representative. How many times does Social Security or SSA show up? I mean, here, you guys can have the document, and we can all do this together, but... Social Security. 10 times. Allow child welfare funding to be used for marriage and relationship education? Jesus Christ. Children are far more likely to experience abuse when they're raised outside of their married parent family. Oh, geez, fuck these people. How about just SSA? Oh, look. 305 times SSA. Yeah, he had no idea about it. Of course not. Of course not. Of course not. Digital reserve. Nah. The tabs. Oh goddess, the tabs. Look at it. Sorry, this is like this is not all of the tabs. There's more tabs to come. But jumping back to Representative Chris Murphy, today is the 80th day that the U.S. president is running a backdoor bribery scheme in which CEOs or fallen oligarchs can send him money secretly through his crypto coin scam in exchange for favors. This is the biggest scandal in the history of the presidency. This is true, but at the same time, we don't live in America anymore. America died, guys. I mean, to be fair, I don't live in America, but America died. This is a different country. Here's Chris Murphy talking about it. What's up, Shardspork?
So I have questions about the tariff announcements today. Who benefited and who made money? And this should matter to you too, because this could be an enormous...
The money that they made was your money.
...scam. What we know is that about 9:30 today, Trump posts on social media that people should buy. It's a good time to buy. And then 3 hours later, guess what? He announces that there's going to be a 90-day suspension of many of the tariffs. Predictably, the market, which had been crashing, shoots up, and anyone...
And remember, there was a lot of people, like average people, because obviously most of this money was made by the uber wealthy, but a lot of middle working class Americans that are on the right were just inhaling copious amounts of copium, because remember, a lot of them didn't think the tariffs were going to go through. A lot of them thought it was a negotiating tactic. A lot of them didn't think that he would crash the market, and they're waiting for it to go back up. So they were just looking for any excuse to buy the dip, which then resulted in all of their money getting stolen. No man scares me. That thing, it scares... No man scares me, but that thing, it scares me. Why? Why are you so afraid of my tabs?
Who made investments early today likely made a lot of money. And so the question is, who close to Trump knew that he was going to suspend the tariffs? Which of his Mar-a-Lago friends or his billionaire advisors...
You know you can pay $5 million to have a private one-on-one meeting with Trump at Mar-a-Lago, or you can pay $1 million and have a group meeting with Trump at Mar-a-Lago. I'm not kidding. These are advertised.
We're able to capitalize on that inside information. Why did Trump send out that post to his supporters earlier in the day? The bottom line is that the chaotic nature of this tariff policy, with Trump's position changing every single hour, gives ample opportunity for any individual who has early...
Trump chaos. I don't use the VPN. I live in Australia. I'm not afraid of these fucking people. I'm not afraid of these fucking people. Half the stuff I say, technically I wouldn't be able to say in America, but yeah, no. I know that they'll likely try and come for me, but none of that stuff will stop them anyway. If they really wanted me, they'd get through it.
Early access to information about the White House's change in position to make boatloads of money, either by investing at the right time or pulling their money out of the market.
Biden did the opposite of this.
At the right time. This entire White House is one giant grift.
It was always going to be.
And his friends are in power in order to use their access to government to make money.
This never got reported much, but during his first presidency, Donald Trump embezzled $2 billion from the government, because every time they went anywhere, the Secret Service had to come with him, and everything that was needed was contracted to Trump or Trump-friendly locations, like hotels, let's say, Secret Service would sleep in. These rooms were also overcharged. Everything the government did ran through either a Trump or a Trump-adjacent company, which then overcharged the U.S. government and embezzled that money. I like securities fraud manipulation pro, but realistically, if Elon was never prosecuted for this shit under a normal admin, there's no way any of these goons are ever getting tickled by the law. I mean, Donald Trump is immune anyway, at least in American law. We need the Hague for these people. But I'm not even surprised he embezzled. I mean, yeah, of course he did. Of course he did. The man has 34 felonies at the very least, convictions rather. You just don't see the art of the deal. You see the tariffs are permanently to bring manufacturing back, but also will be lifted once a deal is reached. And also the manufacturing will be automated. And also we're going to buy all American because the tariffs are permanent. And also we need you to all keep buying foreign products because the tariffs are a revenue stream. Clear as mud. Like it is supposed to be this chaos and confusion. They don't want you to understand what's going on because they're robbing you. Rondo. They are actually genuinely stealing from you, and they don't want you to know that. So they're going to try and confuse you.
It stinks, and we should get to the bottom of it.
Oh yeah, speaking of, guys, please go and drop a like and a follow on YouTube. It definitely helps quite a lot. And join the Discord if you're not already in it. We're trying to build a community of people who actually, you know, will work together. I don't like leftists in fighting. I like to yell no fucking fighting and all that. So we're trying to create a community here. And the MAGA take it hook, line, and sinker? Oh, absolutely. Because that's what they're trained to do. They've been programmed and trained to do this. Now, this is from Unusual Whale. I'm not gonna understand a lot of this. I tried to do some research before stream, but I got some of it. We'll see. You guys can probably help me out when I get stuck. Yajajex, I saw a meme of that. Whereas like what was the guy's name? The suicide cult with the Kool-Aid? What was his name? Kool-Aid suicide cult. Jonestown, like what was the guy's name? Jim Jones. And someone was carrying a sign at a protest and it said, Jim Jones gave you the Kool-Aid. Trump will charge you for it. It's so true. It is. It's Jim Jones. It is Jim Jones. I found it on Wikipedia. He gave you the Kool-Aid. Trump wants you to pay for it as well. So, you can see that when Trump posted buy on Truth Social, traders opened QQQ, TQQ, and SPY calls. I don't know what these are, but, you know, like, they're something. Right before the news, someone opened SPY 509 calls expiring today. I think that's bonds? Trump did charge people for pieces of his suit or something, endless grift. Oh, yeah. Those calls are up 2100% in 1 hour. You can see all volume was literally open today. That little green arrow, you can see all the volume is new, emitting volume. Here, let's look at the chart. So, right around here is when Trump posted buy. But it was going up before he posted buy. This right here. This is where he said buy. So all of this came from people who had prior knowledge of what was happening. And then the public came into it. And if you look at it today, it's down because they sold. I'm having a fucking ball here. Our customers are panic buying, and so I'm panic buying and bringing in 3 containers before the latest deadline. That doesn't really matter. It happens, you know. Bring the cat. Sure, I'll go grab the cat. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. We all should see a better president for a hot minute. Franklin! My cat. Oh my god, you're here. Frank. You're not supposed to act there. Come on, buddy. I can't grab him because he's behind the computer desk. Is that Game of Thrones on my shelf? Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm a big Song of Ice and Fire nerd. That's the World of Ice and Fire, like the big textbook with the maps and the lineages and all of that. Meow Zedong. Pump and dump lifestyle. True. True. See, again, the issue is the right wing is reading The Art of the Deal when you and I should be reading The Art of War. Because you can still apply the art of war economically. Like, this is so blatant, it's insane. It's actually the art of the steal, yeah. It's wild. I need to learn all of this shit. If I'm gonna start trying to do some stock trading to fund the stream, I need to actually learn how it works. I just know, like, I can buy that, it will go up, I can sell, it will go down, but I don't know how to do any of the stuff in between. You absolutely need to get the Stormlight Archive. Branson is awesome. Mate, you think I have time to read anymore? Well, if we want to absolutely prep ourselves, include the Prince. It's true. I mean, they are all Machiavelli. It is a combination of different neuroses, rather. These people are psychopaths, they're Machiavellian, they are narcissists. It's like the new dark triad. What is it? Psychopathy, narcissism, Machiavellianism, and sadism. That's their main, like, perspective. Yeah, no empathy. Of course, they're not people, Jajex. These people aren't people. They're human beings, but they ain't people. So, breaking down what happened here. At 9:37 a.m., Trump told his followers to buy stocks. The market opened in chaos. He doubled down on tariffs. The country's trade rep was set to testify before the Ways and Means Committee today. Trump tariffs have been a disaster, and I was ready to stand up for Nevadans and hardworking people across the country. Like, before he announced the 90-day pause, they had confirmed that they were going to go through, even. They said, no, yeah, these are going through. We're not pausing them. A few minutes before I was set to speak, this is Representative Stephen Horsford, a staffer introduced the trade representative that Trump had changed his mind, seemingly without telling anybody, not even the highest ranking trade official, and then almost immediately after, the market soared. And before that, people were still making money. People knew beforehand. The main problem is, as a single trader, your orders are low priority, so you put in an order and it goes through whenever the market gets around to it. Really? It doesn't just, like, do it? Like, if I buy at, I don't know, $6, when it goes up to $7, am I paying $7 for it, or am I still paying the $6? If I buy for $6 and then it goes down, I don't know. I'm gonna learn some shit this weekend, because that does sound like a pretty good idea. You can easily kind of guess what these people are gonna do and what the economy is gonna look like after. Why am I working a good, honest manufacturing American job when I could be grifting? That's a good question. Honestly, Lanky Sapien, if you grift off of these people, do it. Grift off of these people. Steal their money. Steal the wealthy's money. Robin Hood that shit. I haven't read the new stuff. I haven't had time, maybe in the summer. Man, I cannot wait for The Winds of Winter to come out, which will still probably be in like 5 years. It's been 13 years. When Winds of Winter comes out, there will be no stream for like a week, because I'm going to be sitting there reading it. Depends if people are selling for $6. I've run into someone with 2 of what was the Dark Triad. He might be the most despicable human being I've ever met. Yeah, they tend to be.
Mr. Horsford.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, and to the ranking member. Mr. Trade Representative, are you aware that the tariffs have been paused?
I am, yes.
When were you?
Can I read The Winds of Winter to you guys? I would, but when I tried to read Marx, everyone got bored.
Made aware of that?
Well, I understood the decision was made a few minutes ago. It's
sitting here
under discussion.
Sitting here under discussion. So did you know that this was under discussion, and why did you not include that as part of your opening remarks?
So typically, what I don't do is divulge the contents of my discussions.
What are the details of the pause?
He's written.
My understanding.
We'll finish before I start.
Is that because so many countries have decided not to retaliate, we're going to have about 90 days.
No, excuse me. China increased their tariffs on the United States. Trump blinked.
That's not necessarily what happened either, but that's the perception. It does look like Trump blinked. To be honest, if you ever want to trade, any kind of trading that you do within a 24-hour cycle is ultra dangerous, but longer term trading is learnable and less stressful. Well, I mean, like, it would be longer term because it's a weekly basis, so at least a week long. So far, the cycle has been every week something changes.
Blink, sir.
What's Bridge 4?
What do you know about this pause? What are the details of it?
Well, the details, as I understand it, is that China continues to retaliate. Other countries didn't retaliate. The president 2 or 3 days ago said we wanted to negotiate with those countries that asked for meetings. That's what we're doing.
What are the
We've had
details?
discussions.
How long is the pause? How many days? How many weeks?
I understand it's 90 days. I haven't spoken to the president since I
So
saw
the
this
trade
hearing.
representative hasn't spoken to the president of the United States about a global reordering of trade.
Yes, I have. I've
And
just
yet
been in the
he's-
hearing with you, sir.
But yet he announced it on a tweet. WTF? Who's in?
Mate, come on, just say what the fuck. It's so cringe when they do that. You're allowed to curse. Fuck decorum. Alright? I want to see, like, Eastern European style Congress.
Charge.
The president of the United States is in charge.
And what do you know about those details?
Well, as I mentioned,
It looks like your boss just pulled the rug out from under you and paused the tariffs, the taxes on the American people. There's no strategy. You just found out 3 seconds ago, sitting here, we saw you.
And again, remember, even if the tariffs don't go through, your prices still go up. A company doesn't make decisions daily. When a company is buying stock to sell, they're doing it for a month, 2 months in advance. If they're not sure whether the tariffs will go through or not, we keep flip-flopping, they're obviously going to raise the price of their goods in case they do go through. That, like, it would be dumb not to, because if they did go through and you didn't, then you're fucked. You've lost a fuckload of money.
we've been discussing a
If
variety
you
of these
came here knowing that you were going to be turned off, that these tariffs were going to be turned off, why didn't you include that in your opening statement? Why didn't you reference that as part of...
Sometimes material contracts are yearly. Let's say glass bottles for, like, wine. Wine's gonna go up 50%. Apple juice, by the way, you know we get 67% of our apple juice from China?
your testimony?
Well, I don't disclose my conversations with the president, sir.
These were specific questions we asked you all along. What's the strategy? These are real consequences for the American people and small businesses. I had a group of small businesses in my office earlier today talking about the impacts of these tariffs on aluminum and steel. This is amateur hour, and it needs to stop.
Yeah, invest in a good water filter. Genuinely. Like, you'll need it. Like a really good one. Top of the line shit.
What does this even mean?
Greer both sounds and looks like a rickety cricket from It's Always Sunny. That's so true. I wonder if, like, 5 seconds of the It's Always Sunny intro would be copyright, like the music.
For your negotiating strategy, how are you in charge of negotiation if the president is tweeting about this from wherever the hell he is?
The president was elected, and he runs the trade policy, and I advise him and execute his
Who
trade
executes
policy.
the trade policy?
I execute the trade
Did you?
policy.
You should... why are we executing? Oh, that's why. That's why we're executing.
Know that this was happening.
We have been discussing all kinds of...
And there's another member of the cabinet, Bessent, who just canceled coming to the Hill to avoid
Pussy.
talking about the market because it's in turmoil. This in just days because there was no strategy. There was...
It's so true. I love this meme. I wonder if all the shots I got while I was a sewage worker are still current. I would hope so.
Was no plan. The president chose
Kyle
to
is on
take
fucking fire.
actions
I need to get in contact with that man. I love his energy.
that he didn't even have the authority to take. He's put our economy in disarray and near collapse. We have small businesses and Americans who are concerned about their well-being, people's retirement,
All
people's
gone.
529
They're stealing it.
accounts went down because of this administration.
On
We have
purpose.
people that are planning to send their kids to college this fall. People who are retiring whose benefits have declined. Is this market manipulation?
Yes.
No.
Why not? If it was a plan, if it was always the plan, how is this not market manipulation?
It's not market.
Oh, speaking of, you know, like they know what you're gonna do as well. This is the list of personal data that Doge has stolen. Yes, I did hear about Booker still funding Israel after that speech. It's not particularly surprising. Academic rank, marriage certificate, marital status, marginal tax rate, alimony paid, adoption, mortgage interest paid, mother's maiden name, amount of Medicare conditional payment, your bank info, all of it. Number of employees if you have a business, parent killed in the line of duty, business rents paid, business entity type. They have all of your business information, what your debt is, your personal email addresses, your personal bank accounts, routing numbers, and, you know, bank account numbers, your personal taxpayer ID numbers, your college degrees. Oh, okay, so they can just hack. No, they already have. This is being fed to AI now. They have all of this, and this is now being fed to AI that's going to be used to predict your, like, whatever the fuck you're going to do next. Your criminal history, your degree, your date of original divorce, your date of hiring, dependents, device ID, digital assets received as ordinary income, salary history, royalties, rents, railroad, I can't, like, what the fuck is half of this shit? Source of income, spouse, alien resident, or whatever, yeah. Employer names, education, driver's license, dividend income, disability status, your farm, your family size, your student loans, all of your employment data, obviously, all of foreign bank and financial accounts, foreign business partners, foreign coverage credit. This bit sounds like this could be an act of war, honestly. Like if I'm the leader of a country and my citizens in a foreign country have their, like, business accounts, their bank accounts, all of their, like, activity in my country stolen by a billionaire who is both the government and not the government, and sometimes is in, sometimes is not, that would be an act of war. It's gonna be wild when chat Grok starts referencing PLL and Twitter's reply. The right is already, like, starting to hate Grok because people keep adding Grok and saying, hey, what's the answer to this? And it keeps proving them wrong. So now they're finding, like, different ways to cognitively dissonance themselves of, like, oh, Grok is awesome, except it's woke and the deep state controls it. Even though, like, the entire country is been taken. They killed the deep state. They celebrated it. Liberation Day and all that. So basically, literally all the information down to someone's dick size is being collected. Yeah, absolutely. Has been collected. Has been. Login questions and security answers. Like, all of this, Elon Musk has. Doge has taken. This is now getting fed to AI. Why the fuck wouldn't it? The man makes AI companies. Grok is woke and gay. That's what happens when he gives birth. True. At least from what I've seen so far.
Market manipulation, sir.
Well, then what is it? Because it sure is not a strategy.
How could they not be doing market manipulation if they have all of this data, you know? All right. We're gonna take a little palate cleanser. Look at this adorable penguin which hopped on this boat to avoid a seal who was cleanser. It's adorable. Also funny. This is the Chinese right now. The penguins are cute, but I feel bad for the seals. Well, I mean, like, yeah, but the seals didn't get hurt. The seals just didn't get fed that day. Like, they had to go find another penguin to eat instead. It's not like that bad. Also, I would like to remind you all of the lovely, lovely fact that just yesterday was the day that Massachusetts beat the South. Why doesn't China invade Russia? It'll be fun. It would be fun. I feel like if we had a good enough leader, we could convince China to flip. Like, if during the Biden era, we had a good leader, and I mean good by my standards, we could have probably convinced China to flip. Not hurt, just hungry. Yeah, exactly. Now, let's make fun of Kristi Noem. Have any of you seen this video?
Here we are with Marco and Brian today. They're letting me roll with them. We're going to go out and pick up somebody who I think is got charges of human trafficking. We earlier had an op that swept up somebody who was wanted for murder.
So her weapon is unusable. But first of all, mag in the chamber. There's likely a round in the chamber because the mag is in. She's pointing it directly at his head. So that's incredibly dangerous. You would literally be in so much trouble if you did this as any of these guys. But, you know, on top of that, her scopes are useless. This scope right here is supposed to be kind of like nearsighted, and this scope is to make it look even further. But this scope needs to look through this scope, so they need to be on the same level. And this is not. This is higher up, and this is lower down. It doesn't work. This does nothing. Thirdly, whatever the fuck this is making the weapon unusable. This is Kristi Noem. She is the Homeland Security Director. She's one of the people who's in charge of deciding whether we get martial law or not. So this fucking bullshit here doesn't do any. This gun has a sensor grip at the top that lets you toggle laser sight, either visual laser sight or infrared laser sight. But because of this, she can't hold the weapon properly to use it. So this gun would never be used. No one would, like, they just threw a bunch of shit on this. And we're like, let's look cool. And it would have been incredibly funny if she accidentally, you know. Her grip hand is ridiculously placed. This weapon is unusable for several reasons. Not, let alone the fact that she could accidentally shoot and kill this guy. And that's fucking number one for gun safety. She'd probably kill some dogs with it. I mean, true, she has killed puppies because, didn't like them. He was pointing it at the guy, Jesus, like literally at his head with, like, the mag in, almost certainly around in the chamber. I bet the safety is not even on. But understand, okay, aftermarket barrel, flashlight, foregrip. This is a different laser added on top of a laser that would already be installed on this, but like the placement of the laser and the size of it makes it unusable. The magnifier and the optic are on two different levels, so that's unusable. Aftermarket lower receiver, an extended mag, and an aftermarket stock. This is like, no one's getting deployed with this shit. SEAL Team 6 is not getting deployed with this shit. Well, yeah, it's an extended mag. And it is ridiculously big. I'm off to a union meeting. I plan to tune back in a bit if I don't return. Have a good rest of your stream. Have a lovely union meeting. Based as fuck. I bet they gave her an empty weapon. They know she isn't trustworthy. She's Homeland Security Director. She gets to make that decision. She's like, I want this gun. Put everything on it. This, by the way, is what like a Ukrainian special forces gun looks like. Not anywhere near that fucking ridiculous. The fucking idiots who are still supporting the guy, put them in institutions and have them checked out until we figure out why stupid people at the face of good. I know why. Camel, I know why. It's just like, we need to lock them up and put them in institutions and fix them. They're made this way. It's manufactured. What's up, Long Leg Homo Sapien? Welcome back. We all know the people in our lives intelligent as fuck and go the other way. Like, these people should not be allowed in public. They're a danger to themselves and to others. Look at this. An American Airlines flight was forced to return back to JFK in New York 4 hours into its flight into Milan, Italy, after an entitled man tried to barge into the cockpit because he got the wrong meal and was told he couldn't sit in an exit row seat with a baby. What do you want to bet that he's MAGA? Honestly, it doesn't matter. Americans are just this entitled. Imagine trying to First of all, if this guy was brown, they would be calling him a terrorist and shooting him. So, this is a white MAGA guy, 100%. Barging into the cockpit of the plane because you're unhappy with the meal they gave you on American Airlines, famous for their, you know, amazing meals, and because you didn't get an exit row. Only Americans act like this. We are a sick country. We think that we deserve everything. Grim Reaper. Americans think that they are the most mistreated group of people in the world, deserve everything from others, and everyone should thank them while giving it to them. If he was brown, he would be like, I guess the new term is Venezuelan gang member. Yeah, for now, we'll move it to Islamists in a minute once the war with Iran starts. We're a sick country, guys. This is more than mental illness. This is more than brainwashing. This is I deserve this, and you should, like, the idea of the customer is always right, honestly, should have never been a thing. That fucked up so many things. Look at schools. The customer is always right has fucked this country. You also have to wear a suit while thanking them. Yeah, well, you know, the Penguins didn't help them. Well, of course, but if you give them a new toy, a Little Mermaid movie, they will become happy and distracted. No, they'll have to scream about it because they hate women as well. We're going to get into that. The misogyny section is where I might have a little bit of a crash out today, but then I have Contra lined up afterward. Oh, real quick, breaking. Criticism of Israel. A foreign nation now makes you ineligible for U.S. citizenship. Anyone who's criticized Israel over the past year and a half will never be allowed to move to the United States. The First Amendment lasted 249 years. Until Israel decided otherwise? No, it died before this. First Amendment was dead for a couple weeks already. Airline food, you know? What's up with that? I should just be a stand-up comedian. Effective immediately. Individuals who engage in anti-Semitic behavior, whether online or through physical harassment, will be ineligible for U.S. visas or permanent residency. The United States will no longer be offering immigration benefits to those who promote or participate in anti-Semitism. How much you want to bet this doesn't just affect visas? Who are you? Mike Dubowitz? Look. I did look this up, but I really didn't remember because he's just so... he's not even in the government. Like, this guy's just like, What is he? No, he is in the government. Mike Dubowitz. Oh, look, he's South African. Love that. South African venture capitalist CEO. That tracks. Oh, look, opposition to the Iran nuclear deal. Like, yeah. This guy. I mean, to be fair, he's reposting the government. Washington. Today, U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services will begin considering aliens' anti-Semitic activity on social media and physical harassment of the Jewish individuals as grounds for denying immigration benefits or requests. This will immediately affect aliens applying for lawful permanent residency. Apartheid parasite, as they tend to be. It's worse because the anti-Semitism is made by Israel, but you can literally post death to America, but if you say that Israel is massacring children and that is wrong and they're evil, you cross the line and you'll be punished. Can I say death to America? Not to the Americans, but to America, because, you know, death to America. They're gonna call me an Iranian agent now. Oh, by the way, Trump signed an EO ordering the DOJ to investigate Chris Krebs, who oversaw 2020 election security, and Miles Taylor for treason. Miles Taylor also was one of the people who investigated Donald Trump. Only if you say it in the Maoist standard English. I could do a really racist accent.
The next presidential memorandum we have for you relates to Miles Taylor. You may recall that Miles Taylor served in the Department of Homeland Security during your previous administration. In his capacity with the Department of Homeland Security, he leaked classified information.
He wrote a book about how shitty the first Trump admin was and said January 6th was an insurrection.
And he wrote a book under the pseudonym Anonymous, making outrageous
That's
claims
good,
both about
Camel.
your administration
Anti-woke.
and others in it.
Sorry, dark
what
woke,
this
rather.
presidential memorandum is going to do, one, it's going to
We're
strip
too coddled. We're too coddled. You need to learn to get triggered. You need to feel comfortable in discomfort. It's almost like the MAGAs don't care about weaponizing the government and just didn't want to face consequences of their actions. Oh yeah, of course. This is just like, this is lawfare. Every accusation is a confession. This is lawfare.
any active clearance that he has in light of his past activities involving classified information. It's also going to order the Department of Justice to investigate his activities to see
what he should have been charged with.
What else might come up in that context?
Probably all these
given
people
his
too.
Egregious behavior during your previous administration.
And I had no idea who this guy was. I had no idea. I saw him on CNN, or one of them, I guess CNN, a lot. He'd be on all the time saying that the president is the president. I had no idea.
Oh, thank you for the
It's like,
subscription,
you have a lot of
Wellness
young
Blank.
people,
I very much appreciate
and
it.
Here, I'll see him for 2 minutes, and I assume he was in the office. But
Yeah, no, we're in the weave now. They don't really have any internal sense of consistency. They just emote and feel they're effectively toddlers with power. And their supporters are just input-output robots. I mean, look at a week ago. We have Benny Johnson saying, losing money costs you nothing. Today, rather yesterday when the market went up, oh, look, the market's going up. Everyone thought tariffs were wrong. I thought money meant nothing. It's just, there's a switch in the brain. They just follow exactly what he says. Did you guys know that it's illegal to get shot by the police now? I'm not kidding. Like, you getting shot by the police can get you arrested and charged. Jillian Schreiner, the wife of Weezer bassist Scott Schreiner, has been arrested for attempted murder after police shot her in the shoulder in front of her home when they were searching for a different suspect who fled the scene of an accident. So, cops shoot you by accident, and you get charged with attempted murder. This is worse than North Korea. This is like, we've gone above Al-Qaeda government. Not dying by a bullet, you're a murderer. And they were there for someone else. She's on her property in front of her house. They're looking for someone entirely different, and they shoot her and charge her with attempted murder? What the fuck? She was treated for non-life-threatening wounds after the incident, where officers searched for a hit-and-run suspect. So this was a hit-and-run suspect that they were looking for. Honestly, we were at a point where even North Korea would abandon us. Yeah. How dare you get in front of my bullets? So, Jillian Lauren, 51, was treated for a non-life-threatening gunshot wound at a local hospital after the incident, but later charged with attempted murder, according to Los Angeles police. The episode started Monday afternoon at around 2:30 p.m. when California Highway Patrol requested backup for investigating a 3-car hit-and-run. The traffic backed up on the 134 freeway. At least one suspect fled the scene on foot. Uniformed officers responded to a request for backup, established a perimeter in the nearby Eagle Rock neighborhood. While there, a woman exited her home holding a handgun, according to police. Bullshit. Hell, actually, I can prove that that's bullshit. Does it look like she has a gun? Does it look like there's a gun anywhere laying around? No. Officers ordered her to drop the handgun numerous times. However, she refused, according to LAPD. Authorities allege the woman, later identified as Lauren, pointed the gun at the officers, which is when they fired. Why the fuck would she do this? She did not do. There's literally no proof, no evidence, and no reason for that to happen. The gun was in their mind, so therefore it was real. But they say if you shoot yourself in the balls, that takes you off the hook for being charged. I mean, that sucks because she doesn't have balls. What a good time to be a trans woman, I suppose, at that point, you know? Takes me back to Chris Dorner. I'm gonna have to look this up. I'm really bad at remembering names. Oh, yes, yes, yes. You're right, actually. Lauren was able to run back into her house before returning shortly with a second woman later identified as her babysitter. Police took both women into custody. Like, come on. The cops shoot you, and you get charged with attempted murder. They make up a fake gun. And, of course, like, the courts are being weakened as we speak. They started with the lower courts. House Bill H.R. 1526 restricts district court judges from issuing nationwide injunctions against presidential policies. Never trust the babysitter. Yeah. This is really bad, by the way. Like, this is really bad. If you, didn't know. Oh, you know what's funny is that Mao is trending on Twitter right now. Mao is trending on Twitter right now. Why the fuck is Mao trending? Alright. This guy's correct, as usual.
Quote, these are heinous, violent criminals who have repeatedly broken our nation's laws. They are violent, repeat offenders in American streets, says KK Caroline Levitt in reference to Trump's desire to deport American citizens to El Salvador. I'm going to refrain with difficulty from my usual prolific use of profanity in order to illustrate how important and blatantly unconstitutional what that miserable wretch just said is.
No, because it passed unanimously, basically. There was only 2 nay votes from the Republicans, and all of the Democrats voted against this. But there's enough that I don't think... I'm not sure. It might be subject to a filibuster, but I don't think that it is.
They want to remove due process from anyone they please. Do you guys remember like 3 weeks ago when they said, well, it's only going to be the ultra-violent illegal immigrants we deport. And then they took a father who they still haven't returned. That was a lie, and this is a lie. I'm calling it now. It won't be long before they're using every excuse in the book to take any American citizen that doesn't comply. It just won't be. I'm going to put this as simply as I can for the brain-rotted, oxygen-thieving maggots who are talking about how they're patriots, they stand for the Constitution. I don't ever want to hear a single one of you say that ever again. Clearly, the wheel is turning, but the hamster is dead. You've walked headfirst into a wannabe dictator who wants to take due process away from any American he wants, all in the name of owning the libs. Well done, you bunch of traitors.
Traitors and terrorists, all of them. Genuine. We have gulags, guys. Liberals probably found out about Mao's books. No, I think it says Mao Ning's post sparks debate about Mao Zedong's legacy, which, like, Jack Posobiec jumped on it. It's like a Mao speech. Who's gonna pick the fruit and vegetable if all the illegals are deported? Robots. Bulletproof Baldy. The plan is to replace all of your jobs with robots. They've actually said this out loud as well. Oh, also, they want to put Adam Schiff in prison. Now we're going after... I mean, this is now the 5th elected official that they have talked about imprisoning. The sweaty ghoul Tom Holman wants AOC sent to the gulag. They want a lot of people sent to the gulags. But why Adam Schiff? Why? Well, because Adam Schiff is to investigate whether anyone in DC was insider trading based on tariff policy. So, you guys give me the TikTok thing? The guy that we just watched? Sure. Wait. Fuck. I have to find that link now because I've lost it in my history. Where is it? Oh, fuck, it's not in my recently deleted. Except we just watched it. It was angry about good. That guy makes a lot of good posts. Oh, I think I found it. Here we go. Nope, that's the tears of the people who are sad about. Okay, I'll find it later and I'll throw it into the Discord, all right? Hold on, let me write that down. Do not fall. Alright, I wrote it down. I'll throw it in the Discord after stream. I will forget otherwise. Someone tell the Twitter anarchist Mao read Kropotkin, too many dogmatic leftists. There is way too many dogmatic leftists. Shifty Schiff was the nickname Trump gave him. Yeah, shifty for, you know, investigating crimes committed by the government. They're shifty. And while all of this is happening, why is he investigating? It's legal for Congress. Because it was more than just insider. Like, it's legal for Congress, but they want to make it illegal and they want to prove it. There's a bill that's been put forward to ban congressional stock trading. And they're going to need evidence for that. AOC was on it. Like, there's a lot.
Independent investigation into whether there was any insider trading and if this was market manipulation, because you know
market manipulation is not legal though, so like it is important. Oh, and at the same time, here's the delusions that we're on, or rather MAGA's on
in the history of our country. And don't let some of these politicians go around saying, you know, because I'm telling you, these
Bulletproof
countries
Baldy,
are
I have a
calling
point
us
on
out,
that.
kissing my ass. They are dying to make a deal. Please, please, sir, make a deal. I'll do anything. I'll do anything, sir.
Yes, that's exactly.
And then
what's
I'll see
happening.
some rebel Republican, you know, some guy that wants to grandstand, say, I think that Congress should take over negotiations. Let me tell you, you don't negotiate like I negotiate.
That's about like Congress tried to take the power of imposing tariffs unilaterally away from the president. Bulletproof Baldy. Schiff couldn't prove that Trump was a Russian asset with all the might of the CAA. Not saying he isn't, but it was not proved. The reason that happened was because an FBI agent testified saying that there was no direct link between Donald Trump and Russia, when there absolutely was, and that FBI agent last year was arrested for being a Russian agent. And of course, Pelosi insider trades. Like we were just talking about how you could just follow congressional trading and make money. Did he actually say this? Do you think that was AI? Exhale? He's so pissed off about getting 0.001% of the money gone. I mean, he made $2 billion yesterday, so I'm thinking he's not all that upset. Nobody makes deals like I make deals. I make the best deals. Everyone loves my deals. What the fuck was his position? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, the Russian guy or whatever. Like, it was like 2016. We found a direct link that Russia did influence the election. And we all forget about that because the link between Donald Trump and Russia was not proven. But the guy who was the guy to testify and say, we found no link in our investigation, was then later arrested for being a Russian agent. Let me look for the guy. There we go. Let me just make sure this is the same guy, because that kind of happens a decent amount. Here's from the U.S. government. Former special agent in charge of New York FBI Counterintelligence Division sentenced to 50 months for conspiring to violate U.S. sanctions on Russia. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was the same guy. I'm gonna laugh if they didn't actually purge this yet. FBI official McGonigal helped investigate Deripaska and other Russian oligarchs as the SAC. He supervised investigations into sanctions violations, yet at the same time he began building a relationship with an agent of Deripaska in the hopes of doing business. Now, is this the same guy? Charles McGonigal. Russia investigation, 2016. Oh, look. In 2016 and 2017, a supervisor in the New York office led the investigations into Russian interference in 2016. United States elections and Russian efforts to aid Donald Trump's 2016 presidential campaign, including by Russian oligarch Oleg Deripaska. Same guy. Got sentenced to 50 months in prison for being a Russian asset. Same guy who's responsible for testifying that there was no direct link between Donald Trump and the Russians. I wonder if that maybe tells you something, tells me something. And yet, like, this is real, so. Oh, by the way, here is a our National Counterintelligence Center has an operative who has the tattoo saying Panzer on his arm. Now, I wonder, between, like, Hegseth and all of the other ones, what Panzer might mean. I believe it's a red herring. Israel owns the USA. They wouldn't let the Russian asset run the US. They're running the US. Israel does not own the USA. Israel, like, politically does, but not like that. Like, Israel does not get the last say. Capital gets the last say. Panzer means tank. I know what it means, tank. I know it does. He's a Nazi. That's the point I'm trying to make. Instagram feed of family members showing the word Panzer tattooed on his arm. Why I asked him, the National Counterterrorism Center and the ODNI, and so far no reply. The National Counterterrorist Center spokesperson replied saying, I see you've already published. I wanted to flag that at Mr. Kent's hearing in front of the SSCI this afternoon at 2:30 p.m., and I would encourage you to watch that. More like pansy? True. 50 years in prison. Boy, they'll teach him a lot. Crime University hookups. Imagine him testifying, thinking, I'm glad they're not asking about me. Okay, Russia is running... No. Capital is running the U.S. Capital. Don't tell me to move on. This is my stream. Capital runs the U.S. It's the wealthy. It is the billionaire class. It's the same in Russia. It's the same in China. Same in Israel. Same in Europe. It is the billionaire class that decides what happens. Now, there are factions that fight against each other. The Russian influence is one. The MAGA people are another. The crypto bros are another one in that, like, connects to the capital class, but not quite because the capital class is stealing from them. Then we have the Nazis, the Christian nationalists. All of these factions are warring for control right now. But in the end, money motivates this country. Like, again, I've said this before. The Nazis did what they did because their main drive was nationalism and hatred. America's main drives are capital and then nationalism and hatred. We, like, if left unchecked, we could be worse than, like, the Nazis. If I ever catch a Vosh stream again, I'm using that one. You know you'll get, like, insta-banned, Captain Buggy. That pissed me off. I can imagine it would piss him off a lot more. He gets way madder at chat than I do. Also, I think this guy is correct. Now, there's definitely more to it, and I do not want to get into an argument about this election. I actually don't care. The previous election, what happened, what caused it, I don't care. But he is correct, at least partially. It's not the only reason. We'll leave it there.
Have to grapple with it. Because it's the snake, it's the beast coiled up in the heart, the bosom of the country, as Frederick Douglass said.
I figure.
And the fact that they are doubling down on this shows you what kind of human beings they actually are.
Say more.
We chose a felon who is more interested in loyalty, who's more interested in retribution, who's more interested in grift than in democracy. And we chose a felon because we didn't want to elect a black woman.
True.
So to read that, to actually explicate that, is to say we would rather destroy the republic than for that to have happened. And until we grapple with it, there's no amount of protesting I could...
How do you think that Trump has a point? Please elaborate on that. He is correct, by the way. At least partially. Shardspark, I'm too nice to chat. You're an unruly lot. This is so true. You guys should thank me for being nice to you. Look, it doesn't matter. I don't care what you think about it. That was a factor. It wasn't the only factor. It was a factor. I'm not arguing about the election. That's all you need to know to show where the intelligence of the Americans has gone, just as he got elected, especially if they are proud of him. This sums up for any kid that will learn about this in the future period. Kids aren't learning, at least not Americans. Maybe, like, outside of America. Yeah, with a suit. You guys gotta wear a suit and thank me. I would thank you, but I don't have a suit. I'm gonna be even nicer, and I'm gonna say you can thank me by giving me money instead of wearing a suit. You guys want to laugh at some stupid people, and like not stupid people making fun of the stupid people? Harry Fisher, a Twitter user, we need to stop mRNA. If we don't stop mRNA now, there's no telling what the mitochondria and the ribosomes will do. Did you know that mitochondria are little unrelated animals living inside our cells just waiting to take over and serve the devil? I call them the powerhouse of hell. mRNA is the least of our problems. We need to stop the proliferation of hymine, riboflavin, niacin, and blah, blah, blah. Oh, Jesus, this one's actually serious. Holy shit. That one's a serious one. Look, if we don't stop the mRNA right now, the mitochondria are going to unionize, demand better ATP wages, and stage a sit-in at the ribosomes. The next thing you know, my cells are hosting a full-on protein rebellion. Oh, it's fantastic. We must also stop the Krebs cycle. It sounds scary. Definitely not okay. I hold the line at endoplasmic reticulum, but what business does it have colluding with mRNA, transporting nefarious proteins across the border illegally? It must be stopped. No, so this guy was serious. The ones I'm reading are making fun of him. These people are doctors and like smart people. They're making fun of this guy. They're not like they're not serious. This one is serious. This is an idiot, and we're just making fun of them. Yeah. Like the fact that like they know these words should make you know that they're not MAGA. How many tell me how many MAGA you've ever seen that would know what an endoplasmic reticulum is? Just one. Even? No, they think that. Oh, yeah, you're right. There's a lot of Americans who think that they're justified, they think that they're the most mistreated people in the world and they deserve everything and that you should happily give it to them with a smile. As I said before. I don't have money either. Elon robbed me at gunpoint. Oof, that's okay. The powerhouse of hell is a great one. Can't let them unionize. There's a theory that mitochondria were an organism that entered the cells and became symbiotic. I'm not going to comment on that because I don't know. It's hard to tell what's even parity with how much brain rot stupid half the population is. True, yeah. Like MAGA has never opened a biology textbook. Not once in their life. Got a shot with mRNA and now my mitochondria have LinkedIn profiles and keep endorsing each other for oxidative phosphorylation. I'm sure it's a genuine theory. I just don't know enough about it to like comment on it. But yeah, that was excellent. It made me so happy, guys. What's up, Agard? My favorite was, what business does it have illegally transporting nefarious proteins across the border? 10 out of 10. And you guys want to see what some real resistance, like long-lasting, ingrained in a person's mind looks like ideologically has beliefs in America? This woman stands at the exact same place that she did 43 years ago, holding almost exactly the same sign that she held for Nixon. That's pretty awesome. That's based. Hazemaker, you're probably you're not right, because the only book they open is The Art of the Deal. They can't read it, but they buy the book. And they buy the Bible too. They can't read it again because they're illiterate, as most Americans are, but you know, they've opened it. That's impressive though. Like, and she's fucking pissed. Look at her face. She's like, why the fuck do I have to be doing this 43 years later? It doesn't matter if Trump's out of office, exhale. Trump's not the problem here. Trump doesn't make the decisions. Billionaires should be the word. True. I go on left and right streams and both people say that the others are stupid. So who is genuinely stupid? Probably me for trying to underhand people. Well, if you go on right-wing streams and left-wing streams and you can't tell who's stupid, you might be stupid. Sorry, not sorry. they don't believe in reality. They don't believe in anything. They don't believe in statistics. They don't believe in science. They believe in magic. Bulletproof Baldy. You can decide which is stupid. Magic or science? Which one of the groups is stupid? It should be very clear which stream/chatters are left versus right wing. All the money taken away, and we have the ability to make money in jail. Yeah, we literally have prison slavery. That's true. That's true. But again, they don't believe in science. Of course you base your opinions off statistics. Anyone can make up statistics. 86% of the world knows that. I swear we're going to stop doing crop rotations because one of you won't understand why the beans need to take turns. You believe in magic, my guy. The billionaires should be in prison forever. Have you looked at an Asmongold stream lately? I don't, but I see clips every now and again come up, and it's brain rot. It's insane. It would be wonderful to take all of their money. All right, give me a second because I'm about to get, like, really mad. I'm not. I will not be showing you Asmon clips. I promise you. I'm not that mean. It's funny that you say that. One of my Republican coworkers gave me the Art of the Deal book. He didn't read it, but he said he could see the truth if I read it. Literally. They don't read it. You should be reading The Art of War, not The Art of the Deal. Okay. So in this post, Zoomer men are possibly the most misogynistic cohort I've ever seen. No generation of men gets a pass on this, but Zoomers have a whole elaborate theories of how women aren't people. They calmly discuss how women have no inner life. It's extremely chilling. So I see this thread. I read through it. How do you think you would feel if you didn't have breakfast yesterday? So she answers this, saying, every morning I eat breakfast in case some alt-right chud who believe that one green text about low IQ people not being able to comprehend hypotheticals ask me this question that they actually believe tells you something. And that's pretty much what I thought. So they're saying that you failed the test, you failed the test, you failed the test. The answer that they think is the correct answer is I would be hungry. That's what they think is the correct. If I didn't eat breakfast yesterday, how would I feel? They think the answer is hungry. What if I ate dinner? It doesn't matter. None of that shit matters. They want the most basic answer that shouldn't even need to be said. That just like, duh. And if you don't say that, they think that you're an idiot. No, because if I didn't have breakfast, I wouldn't be a hypothetical. You need to actually have breakfast to entertain, whatever. Describe the truly negative effects that women have had on society. So I reply to this. I'm saying, are you guys mad that women give answers with more depth and pass over extremely obvious things that should just be a given and not need to be said because they're obvious? Like, I'm confused. How does this mean that women have shallower view of the world? It contradicts entirely. I asked this as like a real, genuine question. That's all. Like, I'm not answering their question. I'm just asking. You failed the test. I'm asking a genuine question. No, you aren't. I'm 32. Hag. Calling them a big brain little boy really does tend to hit. Stop running away from the question. Your question was retarded just like yourself. How? Can't explain. True. They just hate women. I realized recently my frustration with my boys when I give them instructions. I assume I don't have to tell them the obvious next step. Not true. They do not think in systems. The replies to this are fucking insane. This post is scary. The implication makes you a pretty horrible parent. Everyone thinks in systems. Thoughts just don't happen, but you have to teach it. She's talking about 18 and 23-year-olds, not children. You're a terrible parent if you don't hold your 23-year-old son's hand through every conversation and make sure that he gets even the most basic concepts down because they don't think. They don't think. This is fucking terrifying. I mean, like, we know that they hate women a lot, but it's getting worse. No one is mad about this. This is another problem with women. Their life is shallow and based entirely on feeling without reason. The issue is that the answer given is unreasonable. The appropriate answer is something like, well, I would have been hungrier at lunch. This is because women only ever disagree out of anger/affect, not because they think something's unreasonable. To a woman, this is unreasonable. That means this makes me angry and feel bad. These red pill dudes genuinely believe women are truly inferior and not thinking beings. Beings in the most... Yeah, it is ironic. It is ironic. Every accusation continues to be a confession. Like, the answer to, did you eat breakfast? Me saying, well, did I have lunch or dinner? Would be the wrong answer to them. Probing for more information is the wrong answer. Delusional femoid. Because I wrote here, you know, someone, this video that I had posted of like the Hunger Games castle. You never see what poor leftists waste their money on, sweetie. First of all, fuck you for calling me sweetie. But yeah, someone buying a video game and a plushie is comparable to the Hunger Games ass party at the president's mansion after stealing pensions, healthcare, veterans affairs, education, you know, the stuff we pay for with our money. Delusional femoid. Why do people generalize women? There's so many dudes who do this exact thing. Oh, because it's that they want women to be property. They want us to be property. Was the right answer... What was the right answer they were looking for? That I would be hungry at lunch. That's the right answer they were looking for. But anything other than that is the wrong answer. Oh, also, so pregnancy is a death sentence now? Some of you women, don't give birth now. Like, they don't believe that pregnancy is dangerous. Yes, property, it all comes down to it. Yeah, they want women to be property. They don't even believe that pregnancy can cause death. Look, I don't even like ChatGPT, but like here. Yes, in certain situations, pregnancy could lead to a death sentence if complications arise and are not properly managed. While most pregnancies are safe with proper medical care, certain factors can increase the risk of maternal mortality, especially in areas where access to healthcare is limited. You know how many, like, back in the day, you had to have 14 kids because 6 of them were going to die before they reached the age of 3. Severe complications like conditions like eclampsia, a severe form of high blood pressure, postpartum hemorrhage, severe bleeding after childbirth, sepsis infection, obstructed labor, lack of medical care. You know, you can like get poisoned just by your embryonic fluid. Pregnancy nearly killed my ex-wife and son not that long ago. I'm glad that they're both okay. Bulletproof Baldy, but this is the level that we're on. Sucks that they can't fulfill their sex drives, that every man, it must suck. But doesn't suck for me because I understand them. That means more tail for me. True. Any man who is not like this has a significantly higher chance of even remotely talking to women. Also, what about MB what stereotypes do we get? Being annoying? I can be annoying. Oh, to be fair, they just don't want you to exist. They think that NB should just gone. They don't want women to have rights. And they want men to grow up with, like, traditional gender roles of, like, you should work forever and you're responsible for your family. And if you don't, like, if you get fired from your job and can't afford food that night, then you are a failure as not only a husband, but a man. That's what they want. It's worse than that. In their eyes, men's emotional rage is logic. You are so correct. Long and copious Homo sapien. They think that that is logic. They really, really do. Whereas women's logic is emotional. Honestly, it's kind of the opposite. Like, yeah, like, I've seen women base decisions off emotion, but men do that a whole lot more. Wait a second, maybe along with teaching children how to socialize, we should teach children how to healthily manage their emotions? It's almost like that comes with it. Being able to sit in your discomfort and not do anything about it. Maybe schools need to be more of a parental role than I thought. That's what I mean. We need to teach children critical thinking, logic, how to socialize. We need to teach them how to feel their own emotions, why they get emotions, how these emotions can affect their lives. They're trapped in a weird place where they desire women both emotionally and physically, but they don't actually like women, so they externalize like this. And some of them definitely are gay in denial, but that's not the vast majority at all. Camel. Like, not even remotely. They just hate women and want women to... They want The Handmaid's Tale. Genuinely. That's what they want. Like, I know that that's a trope, but like, actually, that's what they want. But on the good news, Andrew Tate pointed a gun at a woman in the UK and is going to be charged for that. Some of the allegations and documents seen by BBC include that Tate raped and strangled a woman who was working for his webcam business 2015, assaulted another woman who was also working for his webcam business at the same time. Webcam business means basically sexual slavery. Strangled both of the above women so often that they developed red petechia? Now that's a word that I should know, but I don't. Look it up. It's a rash caused by broken capillaries, tiny blood vessels bursting under the skin. Spots of burst capillaries in their eyes, a common side effect of asphyxia. Told a third claimant, I'm just debating whether to rape you or not before raping and strangling her. Strangled a fourth claimant, whom we call Sienna, during sex until she lost consciousness, then continued to have sex with her. As well as doing this. This is a demon. He's a demon. Honestly, I don't believe in the death penalty, but like, I'll make an exception. Britain, please. I think our society has put men and women out of sync with the reality of being human. I think our society has put humans out of sync with being human, but like, yeah, but that's also manufactured, Bulletproof Baldy. They would fucking love the Taliban if they were also white. Absolutely. Stop. If the Taliban was white, we'd be flying fucking Taliban flags in America. I already get that as a man that I live with my parents, and as a man, it is my parents that I'm a failure as a man, and I hate the hate as a man. Like, I want the right as a man to have autonomy, but not dictate to other women what they should and shouldn't do. Yeah, there's nothing, like, the only thing that makes you a failure of a man is this. This is a failure of a man. Big, tough kickboxer, 20 to 20 pound guy needs to point a gun at a 115 pound 5 foot woman, yeah. Who the fuck gets turned on by that? He does. Evil men do. This is the guy who's supposed to teach men confidence. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you know he sues people for calling him a rapist? Andrew Tate is a rapist. 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 And Andrew Tate is a rapist. People are people. Sadly, layers of phantasm coerce individuals into thinking behavior that not always in their self-interest, like gay evangelical conservatives who can't accept some guys are hot. I mean, look at Milo Yiannopoulos. He's a fucking Nazi who's gay, and right now goes around saying that instead of you can't conversion therapy yourself out of gay, so it's just better to be celibate. That's what they believe. These guys also convince themselves that women enjoy them being aggressive. It's all fucking cope. Look at Kanye too. I broke my Me Too virginity. They want to make rape legal, guys. They want to make rape legal. I broke my Me Too virginity from Kanye West. Sometimes they think, wow, I have a rape allegation. Life is funny like that. Kanye West. That was another Kanye West tweet. Well, that was bad enough that even Twitter took it down. Here's Matt Walsh talking about how he thinks of women. I'm sorry, this is gonna hurt all of us, including me, but we have to understand it. We have to listen to the demons and the liches to really get what they're doing. It's evil. It's all evil.
A man is not looking for a business partner. He's not looking for someone to provide for him. He wants a wife. He wants a mother for his future children. He wants a helpmate. He wants a woman, not a man. This is not...
Look, I'm not a man. But I like women. And if I'm looking for a woman, I'm looking for someone I just enjoy spending time with. That's it. That's the criteria for me, is I just like being around you and have fun.
Not a new phenomenon. Megyn calls this desire of young men a problem that is coming up on the right. But it's not a problem, and it's not coming up. Kim Iverson responded in agreement with Megyn and said that she, quote, doesn't...
This right here is the most I'm never going to get pussy unless I rape shit ever. That's it. Women are hot. And honestly, it's not that hard to talk to women. Just go be a person. Hey, I like your hair. Hey, I like your shoes. Walk away. Maybe, like, double back, see if they're making eye contact. If they are, if they come close, like, read body language, go socialize and talk to people. This shit is mental illness. I love his lumberjack, I'm a real man look. You guys remember, what was the guy who was abusing his pregnant wife over groceries? It was another one of these. It wasn't Matt Walsh or Charlie Kirk. It was another one.
Get this trad wife trend. But what she's calling a trend, or what Megan says is just coming up, is in fact the norm. It's the way human society has been organized since the dawn of civilization. A young man seeking a woman who will have his children and prioritize raising them and keeping a home is doing the same thing that billions of other young men have done since time immemorial.
No, he wasn't raping her over groceries. He was yelling at her because she needed to use the car to go do grocery shopping. And he wanted to have the car available to him, even though he wasn't going anywhere.
Memorial.
No, you know what? Fuck you. We're just gonna watch that, because that really is what they want. This is the type of relationship that they think that men and women should have. Fuck what Matt Walsh says. This is the outcome that they want.
I drew a boundary. No, you just did it. I drew a boundary in abusive and cruel.
Oh, by the way, before we start that, Astolf, Kanye is unmedicated bipolar, not schizophrenic, but he is also, like, constantly in the vicinity of Nazis, to the point where he just became a Nazi. His brain has rotted. He is unmedicated and bipolar, but that's not the cause of this. It's that plus the people he engages with. No, it wasn't that. She was pregnant, and she was tasked with giving the dog medicine, and the medicine said not to handle while pregnant. Ah, that makes sense. She wanted to leave, and that's how we found out they only have one car. Well, let's watch the video.
You were not taking the car.
Oh yeah, he's calling her abusive and cruel, by the way.
Because I drew a boundary. I drew a boundary. No, you just did it. I drew a boundary in abusive and cruel. You were not taking the car. Because if you refuse to do wifely things, then I will go pick up the groceries.
You should hate this guy. Look at him. Look at him. His pregnant wife, and he is sitting here smoking a fucking cigar, yelling at her and calling her abusive. The woman is just a means to an end of their desired ends. House, give me shelter. Car, give me work. Woman, give me children and cook my food and do all of the labor in the house so I don't have to do shit. Don't forget about that, long-legged Homo sapien. Someone has to do the household labor, and it's not going to be him. What caused it is that a fucking abomination to the people who raised him. That's what it is. It's not even just that. It is... There's a lot of different factors that create this. Zoomers are all like... Zoomer men, not all of them, sorry, in America are at least majority like this because of social media. Again, I think we should ban smartphones for people under 25. Hell, I'd be down for just banning smartphones in general. As someone who's in and had a healthy relationship, I have a feeling this is not a healthy relationship. True. That woman should have smacked him right across the face. That woman should have redacted.
Steaks, wood pellets, my grill. I know it's an unreasonable request, but I'll go do it. How about you first? Hillary, how do you respect the man? Yes. How do you, man?
How do you respect the man?
Receive love and respect. No. How does a man
Hold on, I'm gonna move my camera because I do want you to see his actual body movements, because he is doing very specific manipulative things. Smartphone, stupid people, true. Force the zoomer window in the ContraPoints video. Actually, we're gonna watch even like my favorite ContraPoints video, Envy, at the end of this, because Envy is a big part of this.
No, you're not taking the car.
Why is she married to him? Because they pretend to be nice until they trap you. Before she married him, he probably was lovely to her. 10 out of 10 boyfriend. They trap you like that. In fact, this is Steven Crowder. Like, if you go and, like, I mean, I'm glad you don't know this, but Andrew Tate and people like him literally teach men how to do that. There are entire subreddits and group chats about how to trick liberal women into dating them.
Then I will ask them to do that. Would you like me to ask?
Right?
No, it's not Stockholm Syndrome. She left him.
Get an Uber.
Get an Uber to go get the groceries.
Okay, Stephen, I can't.
Feeling some constraints?
Stephen.
Like, I can't
Stephen.
go. Listen to me. Listen to me. You want to walk out right now? Listen to me. I can't go to the gym. I can't go to my parents. I can't call my friends. I can't be home.
Why don't you call an Uber, Steven? Because, you know, she's going to go do grocery shop. First of all, a real man would go with her to help her do... A real man would not send his pregnant wife out to do the grocery shopping and would go do it himself. Because, like, why the fuck would you? Who released this footage? It's from, like, a Ring camera. I don't know exactly who released it, but, like, it's theirs. Like, even, fuck a real man. A human being with a pregnant partner would go do the grocery shopping and not make their pregnant partner do so. Probably the wife. This might have come out in the divorce case.
You're going to take the car and leave me here. Hillary, just think of how boxed in you've made me.
Oh my god, I'm so boxed in. But you just said she can call an Uber. Visora, you have the smack talk like Judge Judy. The voice is spot on. Go Judge Judy on him. This man should be in prison forever. When you actually love someone, you enjoy being around them. When you love somebody, you enjoy doing things for them. When I was in my last relationship, I took great joy in making sure that I got things done that otherwise my partner would do so that they didn't have to do it because I had the spare time and energy, and it made me happy to make their life easier. But no, apparently. That's not how reality works to these people.
Pick up. I'll get it. I'll be back when I'm back.
No, that doesn't work either. You'll be back when you're back. That doesn't work either.
But it's not fair.
Being set to the second and you go, I'll be back when I'm back.
Stephen.
You're making it work. You do that. The only way out of this is discipline and respect. It's the only way out of it, and we're at an impasse.
Discipline and respect. Okay, he's a right cunt in fairness. He is.
Good. Because you can't have any discipline or respect.
The lawyer represented her pro
There you go.
bono,
You throw
and that was the same suit sued Alex Jones over Sandy Hook, based as fuck. That doesn't work either. It's not fair. This is like, I'm telling you, and we're gonna see it when we watch the ContraPoint video on Envy. That is, like, sexual insecurity is the base 30% of right-wing ideology, and the other 70% is, it's not fair.
You give up so easily.
I don't give up, Stephen.
You give up so easily. I just said the only way out of this is.
I've never watched Judge Judy.
Then we're at an impasse.
Stephen, no, we are at an impasse, okay? I love you, but Stephen, your abuse is sick.
He's literally still smoking his cigar, like blowing the smoke at her. Yeah, if only the dog protected her.
Watch it.
Watch it? Really? Watch it? I would have fucking gone for his throat right then and there. I don't take this shit. Your abuse is sick.
Watch it. Watch it.
This is what they want. They want every one of your relationships to look fucking watch it.
I'll get what you need me to get. And I need some space. We need to just stop engaging for a little bit, okay?
I've talked about this before. Hell, I talked about this when I did that debate with the guy who couldn't stop screaming holes of what would fix this. And what would fix this is forcing these men to slowly socialize into women. They don't know how to be human. Now, he's a demon. He has no hope. He should just go into the hole. But, like, you understand now? Like, this is what they want. That's what it is that they want your relationship to be like. They want every woman to be trapped like people like this. And even, like, she in their perfect future, you can't even say the shit that she's saying. Like, that would be, like, they would just beat you. They want the Handmaid's Tale. Young men are waking up. Women will learn to have to be quiet and gentle in spirit, or they will learn to be alone. Deus Vult. Deus Vult is the battle cry of the terminal virgin. And also the people who, like, these people are insane. They don't like equality, hence why they don't like socialism. Well, I mean, the wealthy get socialism. We don't. Are you going to do the 7 fishes? Could you explain to me what that is? Because that sounds fun. I would do the 7 fishes. Didn't he get gender-affirming surgery while his wife was in labor? Yes. Yes. It's fine for them. Again, like, the whole idea of gender affirming care. You can't put kids on puberty blockers, blah, blah, blah. And when I was in high school, a 15-year-old got a nose job and nobody gave a shit. Not one person. That's a surgery. That's a more dangerous surgery than taking fucking puberty blockers, which is not dangerous. And nobody cares. Oh, but you can't permanently alter your body as a child. Oh, but she got a nose job. That's different. They want every woman to be property and want to be raped by their man. Yeah. They want to legalize rape. They're inherently anti-egalitarian by their ideology. True. I say when you're in high school, you must be required to do class assignments with the opposite gender for a certain amount of time. We need to, like, the whole school system needs to be changed from the bottom up. These kids need to spend time just, like, looking into a woman's eyes quietly for 10 minutes a day. Like, that should be a class, is here's a girl, here's a boy, sit across from each other and just stare quietly into each other's eyes. 10 minutes every day. We need empathy back. And honestly, these need to be banned. These don't belong in schools. You have no reason to have a phone in school. You have no reason to have a smartphone if you're under 25. Honestly, these should just get, I want to throw every smartphone in the hole. Forever. Forever, forever, forever. I like blaming the parents. Oh, the parents are fucked too. But the parents are fucked for the same reason the kids are fucked. What's up, Shufo Poofer? They'd literally start shaking and crying. Good, I don't care. I don't care. They need to learn how to be uncomfortable. They can't be. That's the whole fucking problem, is this country does not know how to be uncomfortable. It's all insecurity projection. Women need to serve me. Minorities are screwing me. And taking my women, so they have to go. I need money for the military, so I feel strong. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair. Oh, by the way, Gamergate's back. Anatomy savvy Lover Labs user analyzed Abby from The Last of Us 2. The shocking conclusion is she has the body of a male. This is a normal human body. Like that's a cis woman. This body type exists. We're going back to Gamergate, y'all. Who gives a shit? Losers on the internet like Grums and most Zoomer men, I guess. Like them out. Yeah, she's fucking hot. I agree, he presents as over masculine. Men don't need to present as men, they just are. Like, who gives gender is in your head, man. It's a social construct. Gender is it is the social and it is the social norms and expectations that are generally associated with a sex that you want to be associated with you. That's it. That's it. Why does that make the unmuscular male bodies female? I guess, yeah. The games all made gamers rage when it came out. It's a shit. You see, they're scared that they will get beat up, and I think that secretly, like, it reminds them of men. They're just a little paranoid. But a lot of these guys would love, like, a woman to beat them up. They hate women, they want to beat women, but they would also get off on getting the shit beat out of them by a woman. Freedom for all, or it's a privilege. Women's rights or humans' rights. They literally is, everybody has rights or nobody has rights. Crowder is over the top trying to be a man. What is he trying to hide? He's a pussy. Many are secretly gay and don't want to admit it. I still don't think that's the majority. I think the majority are just manufactured and brainwashed to hate women. But you want to see, like, a good father? A nice, this is the happy bit. This is a nice, happy relationship with a good father. It's in Turkish. I'll translate for you. Bebeğimiz tepkisine bakıyoruz. Look at our baby's reactions. Gives her a kiss on the cheek. Did you want a kiss too? It's delicious.
Cici. Sen de mi cici yapacaksın?
Oh, did you want some too? Did you want to touch my hair? There you go.
Şuna masaj yapar mısın?
Could you massage my arm?
Masaj mı? Ben yapayım şimdi. Tamam ben.
Ay çok iyi oldu. Ay teşekkür ederim.
Thank
Çok
you.
tatlısın.
You're adorable. Like, that's a good father. This was nice. I needed to see that. Yeah, me too. That's why I saved it for the end of the segment, because everything we just looked at was so horrible, but like this is good. I love how he just participates. Some babies get jealous. Well, I mean, that's parenting. Biz, do you know where that quote comes from? That's from famous civil rights era lady. It's if one of us isn't free, none of us are free. I probably can't tell you exactly who it's from, but I have a few guesses. I don't know. I'm bad with remembering names in general. But like, this is how you should be parenting. The baby is mimicking its parents. That's how kids learn. That is how children learn. Like, babies learn like this. But also, teenagers do as well. If dad is drinking and beats mom, kid is gonna go either the entire opposite or do exactly the same. It's one or another. Oh, it's Maya Angelou. That makes sense. Angelou. Elon's kids are not getting this full attention. Elon's kids get no attention. Remember that video of Barron when he was a kid, when he had a German accent because his nanny was German? Like, this is how our family should be. This is how... I don't know, guys. What? Like, how do they look at this? Because those guys that we just looked at, right? Every single one of these, like, demons would look at this and they would call him a cuck. In Turkey, men resent as very masculine, hard men, right? Women are very feminine, traditional values, no? Yeah, no, they do. They do. Turkey is a pretty conservative place. In fact, it's actually legal to rape your wife in Turkey, unfortunately. But like in Istanbul and stuff, it's much more progressive. It depends on where you are. Fellas, it is a beta to be a nice to your family. Literally, yeah. I don't see what is sexy about beating the shit out of women. That's because you're, like, not rotted in the brain. But, like, they would look at that and they would call him a cuck. They would call him weak. They would call him a beta. It is a huge country. Out in, like, the rural areas, it is quite a lot more traditional conservative values. But, yeah. The guy, Turkish guy who shot a gun at the Olympics was peak masculinity. Turkish Olympic shooter. This is the guy that we need. He will save us all. Yusuf Dikic. Ver bana adamı bakalım. Yusuf Dikic. This man will save us all. We should just send him into Russia. Whatever. You can see it. We should just send him to Russia. He himself can end the war. They would call him Beta Bucks because they think she's secretly fucking an alpha behind his back. You're entirely correct. Save yourself, trust no one. I think that's a death cult mentality. Sorry. Trusting nobody is a death cult mentality. I'm willing to put trust in somebody and be betrayed. In fact, like, I've done this. Back in, when I lived in Colorado, I lived in an apartment building. And one day I remember, like, because it was 2 units and a flight of stairs going all the way up. And I live on the 3rd floor. This was the top floor. There was 1 unit across from me, which had 5 girls living in it. And I lived by myself. One day I opened my, like, front door, going, like, downstairs to get my mail or some shit. And one of these girls is sitting on the stairs crying with all of her shit. She just got kicked out of her, like, her apartment. So I offer her to come in. It was Colorado, so I was like, you want some pot to, like, calm down? And I was like, you can stay here for a little bit. And I knew likely that this was not going to be a good idea. And I'd probably get fucked over. And that is what happened. She stayed in my house for like 2 months. And she stole a little bit from me when she left. Not much. But I've also let a homeless guy sleep on my couch when it was snowing. Because I passed him on my way home. And I was like, mate, it's snowing. Come to my house. I let another guy who slept in his car take a shower in my house because he had a job interview. I'm willing to trust and be betrayed. I live in Colorado. We might not be a part of America much longer. As soon as Trump tries to cut funds to our state, then I mean, good luck, hopefully. I would support the succession. Trust no one and save yourself. Never take responsibility, blame the environment, or even your own genes and self-control and poison for your body. That is what they believe. That's how they think. Oh, so, really quickly, as we have said many a time, we're going to invade Iran, or at least we're going to bomb Iran.
But with Iran, yeah.
I know, weird segue.
If it requires military, we're going to have military. Israel will obviously be very much involved in that. He'll be the leader of that. But nobody leads us. We do what we want to do.
Israel will be the leader, but nobody leads us. How do you, like, if Israel will be the leader, but nobody leads us at the same time? Because that's a quote from a comedy anime. It's funny how accurate it is to them. It is. It just is. Where we're going, we will need trust, I guess. This guy is a loser. They're all fucking losers. Guys, go and drop a like on the YouTube stream. And follow me. I see how many you're watching. It really helps. And I want to get monetized on YouTube. Gotta be able to fund this to keep going. And I'm running out of time. I invested like all of my savings to be able to do this for about a year and a few months. And that runs out in like September. So that class, my mother does the same. If you turn up at her door, she will give you whatever you need. Even if you fuck her over, it matters not. Yeah. Because that's being human. If they fuck me over, then I know not to trust them. But at the same time, like, if I put good into the community, and then if I need help, the people that I've helped might help me. Because that's how that works. I like the YouTube stream, doing my part. Thank you, Captain Buggy. Now, I want to go into something, like, kind of obscure. Donald Trump said that the US has weapons that no one has the slightest idea about. The most powerful weapons in the world. I want you to know that we do not classify weaponry like that. Thank you for the sub, Sugar Pooper. We don't classify military like weapons when they're done. What we do is we classify and compartmentalize when they're being built. You know, this video will explain it quite well, actually, better than I will, because
a classic topic of discussion when it comes to fancy new military technology is the idea of some top secret wonder weapon that the military has stored away in some hidden bunker. And
the point is we will show it off because the point of it is to be a deterrent. There is no point in hiding secret weapons in case of a war when you could just show that you have these super mega awesome weapons and then make other people too afraid to start a war with you. There is no classified weapons. What we classify is the production of the weapons. You can go online and you can look at exactly what an Abrams is made of. You can look it down to the material. What you won't see is how much of the material in what amounts are used. That's classified.
Bring out in the case of World War III. But is that really a thing? Are there CIA black sites with a bunch of Terminators on standby waiting to spring on some poor Chinese conscript? No. In this video, I'm going to be talking about what things the military does.
Russia did it with the Orshnik. We did it with the nukes. Like, yeah, of course. We do it all the time, too.
Keep classified, why they do it, and what might surprise you most, and most importantly, why they don't.
This is quite interesting.
So let's get started. Now, I know what you're thinking. Obviously, classified military technology exists, you dumb fuck. And you would be right. We probably still wouldn't know about stealth Blackhawks existing unless one had crashed while taking out bin Laden. The F-117 was so famously secret that most Air Force pilots didn't even think it was possible to build until it was already used in combat. And the entire Oppenheimer movie is just like 90% dialogue on the different characters talking about how the Japanese Atomizer 3000 is a secret. But secret military technology doesn't really work how you think it does. I'm going to be putting all military technology basically into 3 different categories. The ones we know literally everything about, the ones we know most things about, and the ones we don't know exist until they get used for the first time. So let's start with the things we know everything about. Believe it or not, you can find like 90% of everything there is on the entire military purely based on the public information that they put out themselves.
Yeah.
We knew quite literally everything there was to know about the new M10
Bulletproof Baldy. The video's telling you more.
Booker before it was even officially revealed. The new F-35 engines had public advertisements in train stations before the Air Force even decided to buy them. You can even get a hold of basically every single strategy and field manual ever produced by the military.
Honestly, it might not be a bad idea to download some of these and print them out into hard copy paper and just keep around, you know, in case it's ever needed.
Goes into detail how weapon systems work, what strategies we use to fight people, and step-by-step guides on how to do the dumbest fucking military exercises ever invented by
Yeah, the publicly available shit is way more interesting because they don't classify a lot of this. What they classify is the production that's compartmentalized. Think about this. Think about it this way. If we classified everything, do you know how much more work and money it would take to do that? A lot.
anyone. But wouldn't it be in our best interest to keep this kind of stuff quiet? Aren't we just helping the bad guys by having this information out available for the public to know? The answer to that for the majority of information on strategy, gear, and technology is no. It literally does not matter that it's out there. Will showing how a javelin works make it easier?
Yeah, like, genuinely, you have no idea. He has an example in this. I'm not going to spoil it.
For Russia to build protection against it? Maybe. Could China try to exploit things by knowing how far a V-22 Osprey can fly? It's possible. Is North Korea going to begin conducting psychological operations based on military TikToks? Well, that one actually, yeah, there's a good chance of that one. But the thing is, it really does not matter if people know this base level of information. How far an Osprey can actually fly on any given day is subject to about 1 million different factors, from the humidity in the air to what the pilot had for breakfast that morning. The tandem warhead on a javelin is not new technology, and it's pretty well known how it operates. If you're an adversarial nation doing mission plane,
I had the feds ask me questions about my friend when he get classified clearance, so I would guess it's expensive to get the optics down. Yeah, it goes through several chains of commands, and it's all compartmentalized, so the people that are doing it don't know what they're... Like, they only know one piece of what they're doing. Even when they're, like, trying to clear someone for classified intelligence, they're also compartmentalized.
and you know a bunch of Marines will be flying around in tilt-rotor aircraft, you're not going to spend an hour doing the math to try to find the exact point that they'll have to turn around and get more fuel, because odds are they're not going to fly that far, even close. And if you just know that they're operating in the area, regardless of how far they can fly, you'll just carry an extra missile to take it down if you want to, or just, you know, wait for the thing to fall out of the sky on its own. Javelins are almost 30 years old, and basically no part of them hasn't been dissected by some Chinese or Russian tech analysts. And yet, they bitch-slap tanks left and right today.
Yep.
Regardless of, say, China is able to reverse engineer the Javelin. I mean, even though China has managed to reverse engineer the Javelin, the best way to counter it isn't to methodically go through the targeting computer and figure out how it works and then activate the deep state adrenochrome farms to develop some alien technology. It's to just not have a tank sitting out in the open without infantry cover, which has been the same strategy since World War II. When it comes to putting small units...
I'm sorry I'm not saying much. He's not wrong about anything. I have nothing to add.
Tactics on the internet, that also does not matter at all. Knowing that if you get attacked by a squad of Americans, they're going to try to flank you is like playing football and having insider knowledge that the offense is going to try to score a touchdown. No shit is the proper response to that. When and where we conduct that flank is what needs to be kept secret, not the fact that we're going to do one. Plus, like 90% of this stuff is either completely irrelevant, isn't actually used in real life, or for the most part is completely ignored by the exact people it was intended for in the first place. Having the prone row exercise on YouTube is not a national security risk, I can promise you that one. So ultimately, the vast majority of things are not secret even a little bit, and that does not matter.
No.
And it's really just not worth it. Now, why it's not worth it to make everything secret, I'll talk a little bit later, but just know that if it's out there and you can Google it and find it and it's right in front of your face, it's not a big deal.
The only real things that they kind of change is they fudge the numbers a bit. Like they underwrite how far things can go, how fast things can... That's the stuff that they keep classified, but they still give you some information. They just don't tell you the real number. It's more than what they tell you, but that's all we know.
I'll admit the inspiration for this video was that I kept getting messages yelling at me because I was breaking OPSEC by saying that sometimes we paint trucks green and not tan. But when we start getting to the area of things being kind of classified, kind of not classified, that's when things start to get a little bit more interesting. The most common thing that sits in this classified gray area are the specific components or capabilities of vehicles and munitions. Let's take the top speed of an F-35 for example. If you go online and ask your favorite AI engine or just look it up on Wikipedia yourself, there it is.
Which, by the way, you should look it up yourself, not ask the AI. Mach 1.6.
Mach 1.6. The thing is, though, that's just a reported number. Exact speeds of more modern aircraft like F-22s, F-35...
Camel, can you... Hold on. Can you apply for asylum in, like, a country if you don't have a passport? I mean, you probably could. You could just, like, cross the Canadian or Mexican border illegally and apply for asylum.
And the like are actually classified. Those are numbers that would reveal a more direct way to counter these aircraft. It's not going to make it easier to shoot them down necessarily, but it's going to make it easier to avoid them yourself and plan.
Oh, you could do that to either Mexico or Canada, get in, grab asylum, and then you could leave that country on a plane. You can get asylum, get a US passport sent to you from the consulate, and then get on a plane and go somewhere else. That's what I want to do, but I don't have the money to fucking get there. Mate, like, no one's gonna have the money to get there at this. This is the point where it's like the post-apocalypse trek to save your life type shit. If you really feel like your life is in danger, I mean, I hope you're not in the Midwest. At least I hope you're close to a fucking border. Without a passport, I'm fucked. So Ireland is fucked. Wait, you're in Ireland? Why do you need to leave Ireland?
And around that kind of speed. The stealth coatings on these aircraft is another good example. Everyone knows that the F-35 has a stealth coating, but the exact composition of it is a secret. You can Google the radar cross-section or how large it shows up on a radar, and you'll find a number, but that's not...
If you're in Florida, sorry, you could get on, like, a raft and flee to Cuba. Unironically. They allocate funding to embassies for lawyers and travel for people in this situation. Yeah, I'd rather go to Canada because they understand. Well, Canada's far. But you could get to Canada if you, you know, build a little wooden raft. Like, steal some shit, build a raft, tape it together, get to Cuba. If they can do it, you can do it. I believe in you. All right, now let's get back to this.
Radar cross-section or how large it shows up on a radar, and you'll find a number, but that's not the actual number. It's like when a stripper tells you that her real name is Rachel. Even if you are 5 course banquets in, deep down you know it's probably not actually Rachel. While you can find video footage of the inside layout of an Abrams and exactly how it works in combat,
just commandeer one.
And manuals with nearly 1,000 pages on the intricate details on how the whole thing works on the first page of Google.
If they can put a 1,000-page document on every little bit of how the Abrams tank works, like, we don't classify this shit because it's not worth classifying. If all of that information was classified and an Abrams tank was damaged and needed to be repaired, that would need to go through several different layers of security to get that repaired. But since we just have it out there, we know how to repair it.
One thing you're not going to find is the exact composition of the Shabam armor composite that it uses to protect against incoming rounds.
Not to mention training.
Sure, you can research and find that it's a mixture of ceramic tiles, metal plates, and Kevlar layers, but in what combination of what exact materials is itself classified? Knowing that exact combination wouldn't mean that you'd be able to invent a new rocket launcher by leveraging 5G brainwaves and seed oil packets that could start magically deleting.
That's not how it works. You need people to train with this. If it's classified, you can't even do that. There's a really nice publicly available document on how nuclear warheads work. In fact, I have the handbook version. It's advertised in policymakers, but it's very detailed. Yeah, we don't hide this shit because it's a deterrent.
American tanks with a single shot, but it could lead you to modifying or adding a new thing to a rocket warhead that would increase your kill chances from, say, 30 to 50%. That's a huge difference if you spread it.
That's why we have everything public except for, like, the exact composition of the armor.
Search and find that it's a mixture of ceramic tiles, metal plates, and Kevlar layers, but in what combination of what exact materials is itself classified? Knowing that exact combination wouldn't mean that you'd be able to invent a new rocket launcher by leveraging 5G brainwaves and seed oil packets that could start magically deleting American tanks with a single shot, but it could lead you to modifying or adding a new thing to a rocket warhead that would increase your kill chances from, say, 30 to 50%. And that's a huge difference if you spread it across an entire front line. It's probably no surprise after hearing all those examples that we don't actually know how deep or fast modern submarines can operate at. The Navy does put out numbers, but it's widely accepted that these are not the real numbers, and that subs go both faster and deeper than what is publicly available information. Submarines have to use every single advantage in order to stay stealthy, because otherwise they're giant billion-dollar targets. And if you know the actual depth that one of these can operate at, you could try to force one into a...
Elon thinks my government is inefficient. My government is imperialist, not inefficient. Yeah, literally, the only thing I learned from Doge is that the government is significantly more efficient than I ever thought.
Sticky situation
The only
with a
waste
handful
is
of
in
torpedoes and careful planning.
the Pentagon, and that
For a
waste is just spending more money than we need to because they overcharge us. That's the waste, by the way. It's not even that, like, our military budget is too high because we buy all this shit. No, it's because the people that we buy this shit from charge us too much. We used to make this shit. Like, our planes for the military used to be made by the military. Now we contract it to Boeing. And so we buy their planes, or Lockheed, and we buy their planes. And we pay whatever the fuck they say we should pay. And they charge us like 10 times more than it costs to make the thing. It's stealing your money.
Large portion of things that are classified. It's really more about protecting vulnerabilities of systems that we have in place. Keeping the stealth coating on a jet secret makes it harder to shoot down.
Oh, by the way, the Chinese ban on exporting rare earth minerals to the US affects the stealth coating on the F-35s.
Goes for the speed of subs and the armor on tanks.
But
this rule is a little different when you start to look at things like SAM batteries and missile systems. One of the biggest things kept secret in terms of real numbers are the actual ranges on anything missile related.
Which makes
sense.
sense.
If you don't know exactly, say, how far a ballistic missile can actually fire, you have two equally annoying options if you're going to be on the receiving end of it. Admittedly, one might be a little more annoying than the other. You can either A, overestimate it, which means all your strategic resources will be farther away from the front line, logistics takes a lot longer to work and is less reliable, important weapon systems have to be pushed back further away from the units they're supposed to support, aircraft have to be stationed farther away, which reduces response time and range, and the units in that zone of maybe in range, maybe not, have to assume...
No, they're not inefficient. Well, I mean, they are now. They weren't before. The U.S. educational company I work for was bought by a fund that also owns Raytheon. That's... fucking... Europe needs to just kick American companies out. Europe needs to cut ties with America. I'm mad at all of Europe right now. If you're European, I'm mad at you. Go call your representatives and tell them to not pause the tariffs. I want Europe to hit us. Stop trying to make deals with us.
That they are in range and constantly repositioned to make sure they don't become sitting ducks to get exploded. Or you could risk underestimating, take a more aggressive approach, and get treated like a real-life game of whack-a-mole. Gray area classification really boils down to keeping us alive a little longer and making sure the bad guys are kept alive a little less longer, or at the very least the time that they are alive is a little harder and less efficient. The vast majority...
Genuinely, if you're in Europe, go yell at your representatives and annoy the shit out of them. Also, that they should not fund the rearming of Europe with cutting social programs, and they should tax the rich instead. Maybe y'all should annoy your representatives as much as possible. Hey, maybe you should get a mass to show up at, I don't know, your country's capital. Spam call von der Leyen and any of the people associated with her and yell at her. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know how European politics works to that level, but like, yeah.
Of technology that's classified ultimately comes down to not necessarily having some huge edge on the battlefield. It's having a series of strategic advantages for as long as possible. But what about stuff we basically know nothing about, like the 6th generation NGAD fighter, that the most we really know about it is a rough program outline and that a testbed aircraft took a short flight recently? Or what about the stuff we really don't know about and then I'm just gonna pick a random picture while I'm editing this to represent it? I probably picked that one crazy picture of my cat Miso.
Aww.
It's a good one. Well, for that actually secret stuff, it's usually kept secret in order to maintain a time advantage. What do I mean by that? Basically, the United States tries to leverage technology overmatch, meaning they want to maintain a full generation of technology ahead of the competition, whether it be a plane, tank, or fitness regime.
But they're never totally classified. We know that, like, we have them, we know that we're making them, everyone knows that we're making them, but we just don't publicize it so that they know that we have a new generation. That's the deterrent, is that, oh, well, you know, like, our F-16s or F-35s, they're, we got those, but we got this in the bank that we're working on, which is what Russia did with the Orsnik. It's exactly what Russia did with the Orsnik.
China and Russia know that the United States is, or at least was, working on a 6th-generation fighter. They probably even have some stolen info on it. But if they don't know the specifics, then the US maintains that advantage, at least for a few years, until other nations manage to catch up. It's not so much that we keep these kinds of things secret so that we can spring them against an enemy in World War III, it's just so that we have better stuff for slightly longer. If having a high-tech...
I mean, Bulletproof Baldy, if it makes you feel better, we're also going to start a war with Iran and likely go to war with China in the next 2 months.
Secret weapons program was enough to win wars, we'd all be speaking German right now. Now that I've lost like 80% of my audience blabbing on about the levels of classification and what they do, now let's talk about why you really wouldn't want to classify things if you absolutely don't have to. Before I get into the first reason, I'm going to steal a scene from Dr. Strangelove.
It would be a mistake, Bulletproof Baldy. It absolutely would be, but we're going to do it anyway. You know what? I'm kind of in favor of it. Fuck us. Fuck death to America. Not to Americans, but you know.
Is that the whole point of the Doomsday Machine is lost? If you keep it a secret, why didn't you tell the world, eh?
It was to be announced at the party congress on Monday.
True. Sorry, that one's gonna copyright
Or
me.
the idea of making...
If I let that play any longer, I'm gonna get copyrighted.
So let's talk about a deterrence. Or the idea of making it so that your enemies don't want to attack you in the first place, because retaliation would be incredibly severe. The idea of having hordes of super weapons kept secret only to spring them in the case of World War III is fucking stupid, to put it frankly. The greatest weapon you can build is one that is so big, scary, and powerful that it makes your enemy not want to even attack you in the first place.
Yeah?
Any weapon that isn't scary enough to at least cause an enemy nation to hesitate in attacking you really isn't worth building, and it certainly isn't worth keeping a secret. Nukes are so incredibly horrific in the fact that they will literally end the world as we know it that no one has ever used one in a war since the 2 used in Japan. Aircraft carrier groups influence geopolitical policy.
Which is how we know that we're going to war with Iran, because we have 2 of these in the Middle East. We just pulled one out of the Pacific, which is why China is even more likely to invade Taiwan now. These things do influence geopolitics. We have, well, how many of these do we have? How many carrier strike groups does the US have? We have 11. We have 11 of these. 2 of them are in the Middle East right now. Not all of them are out at the same time either. We have some in the Pacific. I'm sure we still have one somewhere near the Pacific, but if something would be a mistake, Trump will go out of his way to do it, and Schumer will cheer him on while the world burns. True.
Because they are a big fat, hey, I'm here with
Isn't there a carrier fighting the Houthis now? There's 2 long-leg Homo sapien. Actually, one's on their way. But we also moved 6 B-2 bombers, a third of our fleets, to the Middle East. 8 at least A-10s, as well as at least 15 more F-35s and 3 THAAD Patriot missile defense batteries in the Middle East. We're going to war with Iran.
Arsenal of weapons and aircraft that cost more than your entire economy. Missile test results are published by the DoD to say...
We have 20 B-2 bombers and 6 of them are in the Middle East right now.
Hey, we have this new thing that if you attack us is going to wipe half of you off the map. These work at deterrence because they're a real incredible threat.
I do love the laser, though. I do love the laser. Oh, and also I forgot to mention 140 cargo flights reported in the last 2 weeks. Reports are late April or early May. Yep, I'm thinking early May because, well, I mean, it would be better if it was early May. Because when we invade Iran, China's going to invade Taiwan. And May and June are the ideal times for their landing craft. And at this point, I don't want China to invade Taiwan, to be clear. But if they're going to do it, I want them to have the easiest time possible so that there is less death. I want them to be able to easily land on the shore and take the country without having to destroy everything in a fight with the United States. I would like it if they could just swoop and take it before we get there to stop them. I don't want them to have it. I don't want them to have it in any way, shape, or form. But if they're going to do it, I'd rather them do it in the least destructive way possible. I'm no general, but trying to fight a war halfway around the world against 1 million troops is a bad idea. I'm no general, but trying to fight a war against a country that's 3 times the size of Afghanistan, where we got stuck for 20 years, oh, and is made of entirely mountains, is also a really bad idea.
Russia can see that...
True, clean slate chatter. You're not wrong. Like, whatever you think about her, she wouldn't be doing this.
This new thing that if you attack us is going to wipe half of you off the map. These
Exactly.
work
Long
at
like Homo
deterrence because
sapien, I need to learn how to play in the stock market because I could make so much money. I know exactly when this is going to happen.
A real incredible threat. Russia can see that we have bombers capable of infiltrating their airspace and firing munitions. China can see that the Marines have the equipment to successfully land and deploy an amphibious force, and that they practice using it. Italy can see that we regularly place pineapple on pizza,
So what is the stock to back? I have no idea. I don't know how, like, I would have to look into it, but likely you would short defense stocks, right? Like, if you keep track of what these, I mean, honestly, you could just look at what Congress is doing, to be completely fair, but...
So if we're insane enough to do that, don't be surprised at all the other insane stuff we're willing to do. The United States loves deterrence. It's kind of our thing. We fly strategic stealth aircraft over football stadiums, for God's sake. We station
We flew 3 of the, what are they called? The fucking, we showed them in the Ospreys over the Super Bowl. And the Super Bowl had a closed roof. But we still flew 3 Ospreys over it. Because why not? Incredibly expensive to fly. Incredibly expensive maintenance. To be fair, rich people pay other people to figure out for investing for them. That is true. That is true.
Flyer forces all over the world at potential hotspots, openly hold war games targeting China for the hell of it, and then we film all of it and put it out for free on the internet. Where do you think I get all my footage from? I didn't film this.
Long like Homo sapien, but what if I know that it's going to happen in the next 2 months now? It's going to happen May to June, which is the ideal time for landing craft to land. Based on like how the sea moves and the currents and all that. It is the ideal time, May and June. And we are nearing like mid-April. We're going to get martial law in America in like 10 days. So, I don't know. I feel like if I know now, does that... You and I need to have a chat about this. I need your help. I don't know how to make this work, but I need to make this work.
None of that works if something is hidden away.
Oh yeah, we
did
kick all the women
super
out.
top secret, it also means that soldiers aren't training with it, and ground commanders aren't integrating it into their plans, and you probably aren't testing it enough because it's so secret to see if it actually works. Even if you just hint at something existing, like if rumors were floating around that there was some kind of sci-fi superweapon that makes nukes look like firecrackers.
Hey, look, like AI micro drone swarms? We've seen the videos of that. We've seen Sentient, the space AI that isn't sentient but is close enough. Like, it's not like we don't show these things. Hold on, where is the equality? There is none. Sorry. They literally are kicking women out of the military constantly. I mean, Hegseth did say he didn't believe that women should be in the military before he was confirmed.
Until it's proven to be a credible threat, no one's going to be actually reacting to it. Rumors and podcast conspiracy theories don't drive defense policy. Information does, even if it is imperfect information. That's why we see Russia displaying things like fancy new tank and vehicle designs and stealth aircraft all over the place. even if they are in such small numbers that they can't make a difference in any kind of war.
Captain Buggy, these people can't read.
It shows a credible threat that they have something like this and theoretically could build more.
Hegseth was a DUI hire.
Iran takes this a step further by just making things that look real when they're really just wooden frames and not an actual vehicle. North Korea, arguably one of the most secretive nations on Earth, held an entire ceremony for their new attack submarine to show off to the world that they have a new attack submarine.
Clean slate chatter, I will say. I think you're exactly right. But realistically, the only way to beat Iran in a ground war would be to get them to leave Iran and fight on Iraqi soil or Syrian soil. You're not going to win a ground war in a country that is entirely mountains with tons and tons of underground bunkers and caves, literally prepared for this exact scenario.
The best weapon is the one you don't have to fire once, not the one you can keep as an ace in the hole that may or may not even work. The other majority reason why you don't want to just keep everything from weapon specifications to how to dig a hole properly locked away in a vault is because there are two big costs to classifying things. Actual costs, like money costs, and efficiency.
The other risk is that Turkey also hates Iran, so Turkey might actually assist in this. And they are trying to get Turkey to switch because, you know, the whole shit's happening. Erdogan's still in power. Europe will not take them now because of Erdogan just being fully authoritarian and arresting his opposition 2 years before the election. We know all that. So, like, Israel and Trump already had a meeting about this. I showed the videos. They're trying to sweeten the deal for Turkey to come over to the Axis powers because Turkey is fucking critical in this region.
Let's say I want to build a new type of wheel for the military. It's gonna be sick. It'll have Wi-Fi, laser guns, and a crayon dispenser. But we can't let Uzbekistan know what we're doing because they'll leverage their massive industrial and military might and use the technology against us. We cannot risk it. They are too powerful. The decision is made to make it top secret hush-hush. Building a wheel takes a lot of people to design, fabricate, and test it, and we can't run the risk of one of the hundreds of people working on it accidentally leak information. So how do we ensure that they all keep it a secret? Easy. We just don't tell them what they're working on.
Turkey invaded Syria with the help of ISIS, right? No, I don't think they were helping ISIS. They invaded Syria and took over an air base, but Turkey hates ISIS. Turkey fucking despises ISIS. They took over Syria because A, they hate the Kurds and they hate ISIS and they hate Israel. And Israel also invaded Syria. And so Turkey was like, well, fuck, we're taking some of Syria if you're going to take Syria. And just to really quickly map this down, as I've said before, knowing what you're working on is a funny experience. Not knowing what you're working is always a funny experience. It's true. All right. The reason that Syria is important here, I've talked about this before. Israeli F-16s or F-35 or whatever jets they have can fly over and do a bombing run in Iran because Israel took out like 99% of the air defense systems that were in Syria. If you don't know, prior to the end of the Syrian civil war, Syria had the most condensed anti-air defense in the entire world. 99% of that shit's gone now because Israel bombed it. So Israel's jets can go fly and do bombing runs in Iran, but they cannot make it back. It's too far. Now what they can do, now that all of the air defense is gone, which wouldn't have affected their jets, but would affect their refueling planes, is they can hover some refueling planes right around eastern Syria. Jets come in, they do their bombing run, they come back, they refuel, go home. The current leader of Syria, yeah, but he's not ISIS anymore. He left ISIS, he disagrees with ISIS, and everything he's done in Syria so far has been the opposite of ISIS. Like, they're building fucking a constitution, like, it's state building. He's not good by any means, don't get me wrong, but he's not ISIS. He was ISIS. At this point, America's worse than ISIS, though. I don't really care. The leader of Syria is a halfway decent leader for the region right now. He's not good. He's not evil, though. The guy's not a demon like the rest of these people. Didn't they start killing a bunch of ethnic minorities? I haven't really seen much evidence of that, but it wasn't... like, from what I saw, that was groups doing it, not the state, but I don't know whether like they have much of a connection to the state. They slaughtered thousands of Alawites recently. Yes, I know, but I don't know of a direct connection from the people who did it to the state. We'll have to see whether there's any like consequences for those people, because there realistically should be, especially under the current context of Syria. I apologize that I haven't paid too much attention to what's happening in Syria lately, because, you know, my country is being taken over by Adolf Hitler. So I may not have all of that right, but that's what I know so far.
The military, when building new classified tech, operates through...
pay attention here. This is important. Let's stay on topic, and then we'll talk about all that after.
Tell them what they're working on. The military, when building new classified tech, operates through compartmentalization, meaning no one, except a few individuals higher up, actually know what they're building. Designer A over in Alabama is designing new screws to attach it to the vehicle.
This is the part
They
I
don't
don't
know
want to
what
spoil.
they're making a screw for, or what's going on, or how it's going to be used. All they know is that they're making a screw with a set of given design parameters. Now designer B over in Portland is making the hub of the actual wheel. He doesn't know what the hub is for, just that he's making a hub.
life, yeah.
After a few months, it's finally time to put the screw into the wheel, but uh-oh, the tolerances were off. Now, Portland guy has to send up a report that climbs up half a dozen people in his chain of command that the tolerances were off. Finally, once it hits a person with clearance to contact the people making the screws, then once again it has to make its way all...
Do you know how expensive this process is? We try and not do this if we don't need to.
the way down to the guy who makes the screws to adjust the tolerances. Then the cycle just repeats itself. You've now spent 6 months and hundreds of man hours just to tell some dude that he needs to make the screw 2 millimeters thinner. Oh, and by the way, everyone here is paid massive wages throughout this entire process, costing hundreds of thousands of dollars, which, if this was not classified, Hub Guy could have messaged Screw Guy before he went to lunch and had the problem solved before he went back. Now, if you will, consider the fact that the F-35...
Damn it, I misspelled worse. It's worse now. Our military has been incredibly weakened. Guys, when they fired all of the trans folk alone, that was like the majority of cybersecurity and like cyber engineering type shit. That was like most of that was trans women. The trope is real. On top of that, like everything worse. Yeah, fuck. God damn it. On top of that, like they're constantly firing generals. We are recruiting from basically Klan and neo-Nazi groups, and the actual like internal belief system of the military has been entirely shattered. They used to have you used to go to West Point and learn some shit, and that's why you would see like generals that were always stick up their ass like perfect. That doesn't exist anymore. Now we have the DoD director who passes out drunk every night and accidentally leaks the classified information.
Is made up of 300,000 individual parts.
Hello, Radic
and
Cookie.
we only talked about one.
Yeah, okay, now think about that. We just talked about the screw that's supposed to go into a wheel.
Back. Now, if
F-35s are made of 300,000 separate parts. All of that compartmentalized. While while we were making them.
Consider the fact that the F-35 is made up of 300,000 individual parts, and we only talked about one. Compartmentalization of any information makes it incredibly hard to work on or with anything. It makes everything slow, inefficient, and insanely expensive.
Camel, MAGA is cheering, frothing at the mouth for war with everybody. Fascists do this, by the way. They always open up multi-front wars because they don't believe that they can lose. We're gonna drone strike Mexico in the next couple weeks, apparently, rather. 300,000 parts, I'm sorry, is this a Lego set? Basically, yeah. It's 300,000 parts that build this plane that everyone building the parts has no idea what all of the other people are doing. I don't think he's correct. Us engineers know way more than he implies. I mean, Long Leg Homo Sapien literally worked in this industry and is saying I'm correct, so... He didn't even get into the basic evaluations on determining what should and shouldn't be classified. Shit ain't cheap. Yeah. Cat Thrower, do you also work in this industry? Because, like, now I'm getting two conflicting messages from two engineers.
In the military, if you have to access top secret information, you have to literally go to a different building.
if we crash our economy like this, I don't think we can afford all this war. Not like we can start it, but we're not going to maintain it. The only way to do that would be to transform the entire US economy to a war economy, which would still require people to build the robots. Yes, this is why I'm so vague about what I do. Well, then now I'm getting two conflicting messages from two people who work in the same industry. So maybe one of you has higher clearance than the other. I literally works on the floor making parts. I see fucked up blueprints all the time. Makes sense. Maybe one of you has higher clearance. That tracks.
In order to do so. But let's say you do manage to get your fancy tricked out wheel up and running and out to the service. Well, it can't be out in the open because then the people would talk about it, so we had to keep it locked away somewhere secret that no one can get to it. Well, now it's just sitting in a warehouse. Wait, what's that? You actually want to train with it? Because if you don't know how to use it, it will be a disaster to deploy with in real life? Okay, fine, but first you have to make sure the hundreds of thousands of troops expected to use it have the appropriate clearances, and that should only take about 1 million years. But now you also have to come up with a special training location in order to use it that's far away from prying eyes and social media, which obviously isn't going to be cheap, and planning that would be a nightmare. And because of all of that, now you can only train with it a few times a year, if that, which is not enough to actually get proficient with said wheel, and also it can't be part of any of our other training exercises.
That's why we don't classify these things to this level.
The ones where we do large-scale fights like it would be in real life, because that's not secure enough. You get the idea. Damn Uzbekistan and their prolific spy network. They're just too good at what they do. Top secret super weapons don't make sense. They're not practical, and the military avoids classifying things in the first place if they can avoid it.
As much as
possible. Are there
possible.
exceptions to this? Of course there are. We didn't really know about things like the RX-9 variant of the Hellfire missile existed until it was first used. You know, the one that deploys swords out to the side. But this isn't a super weapon. If anything, it's a less powerful version of a weapon we've already had built, but just for a very specific use case. See, the real secrets are both more boring, but also...
If China is going to win or not? I mean, China's definitely going to win, because we moved our carrier group out of the Pacific. So now we would have to go back there to respond. When we were already there, ready to respond. Japan is now making friends with China, which is a big issue for us. China might drop their alliance with Russia because we're allied with Russia and they're going to go to war with us. I mean, that is if we decide to defend Taiwan, which we kind of have to because we still haven't built the chip manufacturing in America. And also, we need it. That's the whole American hegemony thing. At the start of this, I thought that we weren't going to go to war with China, but things have shifted so much that now it really does look like China might say peace, I'm going to be the new global hegemon and try and be America. Or they could just take Taiwan and make friends with South Korea and Japan and kick us out. They're meeting with Europe to do economic talks. Now is the perfect time to do this. America is woefully unprepared. We'll get our asses kicked. Unless we ramp up the severity.
Also more dangerous than they might realize. The vast majority of things that are secret that the government won't acknowledge that they have are cyber and surveillance related. Things like zero-day exploits on commercial software being the most common of them. The entire federal government spends millions looking for vulnerabilities and weaknesses in commonly used software around the world in order to use it against people. These exploits are then hoarded, kept secret, and used against adversarial countries. Stuxnet, the highly sophisticated cyber weapon that took down an Iranian nuclear refinement facility back in 2010, was a good example of this. But the majority of these are things like gaining access to email encryption keys, pinging location data from cell phone firms.
Italy couldn't do shit during World War II because Italians are lazy and like to take a nap in the middle of the day. It's true. That's a Mediterranean thing. Turkey ain't shit either, although they are currently the biggest military in NATO, not counting America.
Firmware, or other things that would let the government discreetly keep eyes on or gather information. So, when it comes down to it, super secret super weapon.
Italy never became fully ideologically fascist because Mussolini could not fully control the public because the public still wanted... he never got rid of workers' rights and like human rights in Italy to the extent that like the Nazis did, which would have been required. Pasta makes sleepy. That's true. They also drink a lot of alcohol and nap all the fucking time. So, you know, like, I mean, the trade war, I honestly think that the US will win. Part of the manufacturing in China is knowing that they will steal everything. I disagree. Have you ever been to Italy? No, but I've been to Greece and Turkey. And I've spoken to many Italians who agree with me.
Weapons, as we think of them at least, don't exist. Are there secret programs? Yes.
Oh, I hate these
But they're
things.
usually brought to light as soon as
Actually,
possible.
speaking of that, I fucking hate these things so much. This does not make it any better. In fact, this makes it worse.
Oh my god! Oh my goodness.
This is a Boston Dynamics, like, robot dog.
I know. We have all of these new white ones here. Would you like to demonstrate your pouncing? Here we go. Here we go. Yeah!
Just normalizing fucking robots. No, it did. It did, Shoofle Poofer. However, it never really got to the same extent as what I would consider pure ideological fascism. It's so dystopian. It is, Captain. I fucking hate this shit. I want to put it in the hole. I don't care if it's cute. I don't care if it's cute. I hate it incredibly, like to a degree of disgust that nobody could possibly compare. No, don't replace my emotional love sharing pets with soulless robots. Exactly. Fucking clankers. Genuinely. But Larry and Jihad. I'm getting more and more and more on board with that. Alright. I have some couple funny things. Possibly some annoying things. And then I have good news. And it is also for good news, everyone. Clankers, we already have a slur for them. Yep. You can call me, Robot Hitler. All this anti-AI stuff is making me realize how much I would have hated the Institute in Fallout 4. Fuck yeah, fuck the Institute. You guys want to see what Hitler looks like without a mustache? Whoever made this, excellent job. 10 out of 10. That's a really good, like, Photoshop. Also, this female lion grew a mane, and it's pissing off conservatives, and I love it. It makes me happy. Trans lion made all of the right mad. And I don't care what you say, Bulletproof Bullet, Italians and the Mediterranean in general are lazy. It is, like, I will agree with Vosh here. It is the food, and it is the culture of being chill. It's the same reason that you can't Nazify Australia. Because the main, like, the inner ideology of the Australian is, nah, she'll be right. It's the same reason why you won't fully be able to Nazify America. Because Americans don't want to give anything. Fascism requires you to exist solely for the state. You live for the state, you die for the state, you breed for the state, you work for the state, you breathe for the state. Like, everything is for the... You have no individual. That's pure fascism. Yeah, you don't need pure fascism to do genocide. Everyone's doing genocide. Why are you such a contrarian right now? Like, it's not like I'm wrong, but oh, Australia did genocide too. No shit. America's doing several, and that was before they were fully fascist. They were neoliberal soft power fascists. Like, Italy has definitely 100% been affected by its food and its culture when it came to fascism. Japan had a good clutch on the fascism thing during World War II. Yeah, because they literally thought that their leader was God. They thought the emperor was actually God. So yeah, they had a pretty good clutch on fascism. But yeah, trans lion. Oh, did you guys hear that Kash Patel got fired from being the ATF director because he stopped showing up for work? Because he was both the FBI and ATF director? That pretty much sums up our government. Just didn't show up to work. Alright. This pisses me off. Now, I went to a school that was near New York City. And we had security officers and we had 2 cops. 2 cops. I don't think police belong in schools. Okay, what is the best country in the world? Finland. I don't know. I don't care. Why do I care? Finland is my answer.
Those guests were expecting to have arrived.
Yeah, cops don't belong in school at all.
That's why you gotta wait till he comes and get you, sir.
But these guys.
You have to wait till he comes and get you, sir.
I'm here on official police business.
I get that. I just radio for the safety security. You just have to wait for him to come in here to pick you up.
Look how entitled these fucking cops are. I don't trust these people in a school. And by the way, so like if you argue, oh, but like mass shootings, the last time the cops showed up to a mass shooting, they made it worse.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
I'm just saying that I'm just going by the rules that I've been instructed. This radio for him to come to get you.
I'm well aware. I mean, listen, if you wanna fix school shootings, put metal detectors in schools in like rich suburbs. That'll do it. Cops don't belong in school. Cops don't belong in school. You can have the cop called to the school if something bad happens, but they should not be in the school. In fact, I have a funny story about that after this.
Has your union, teachers union, and the lawyers spoke with you? Huh? Have they spoke with you?
No.
We're here on official police business.
I get that, but safety security is on their way to come and get you.
Okay, we have authority over safety and security. Do you understand that?
Well,
We're Columbus
I
Police.
have authority over my principal. You not over my principal to me. So she tells me, God, for you guys to wait. You're not the first one.
You're like, I'm doing my job. If my boss told me to tell you to wait, I'm telling you to wait. I don't give a fuck if you're the president. I don't give a fuck if you're Mao Zedong. If my boss says wait, you're waiting. Why are these mass shootings happening in the U.S.? Hyper-individuality, mental illness, hatred of women, Nazism, and bad parenting, as well as mostly just put metal detectors in white schools. I mean, I'm not kidding. Like, that sounds racist, but put metal detectors in majority white schools and watch how quickly these mass shootings in schools, these school shootings go down.
Go through this, and I'm not trying to be combative, but he told me to let you know. Let him know when you got here. He's going to let you know. And I just radio him. He's coming to get you. Okay? Okay, well, I'm just telling you what I go through.
Okay,
okay?
Entitlement.
Did the union and the lawyers speak with, did they speak with you?
No.
They have not?
And I'm not in the teachers union, so no, they wouldn't speak with me.
Okay, well, when we're here on official police business, we are over safety and security.
I will talk to legal about that. In just a second, I will email them and ask them.
I will call. This is ridiculous. We are here in official capacity. Well,
Captain Buggy based, I also dropped out of school at 17, got a GED, and went to community college for a year and a half, and then transferred to a 4-year college.
So I'm just going by what I know that I've been told by my principal.
So if a teacher's being beat up, I have to ask you to let me through the door.
I'm sorry. If a teacher's, I think that if a student physically assaults a teacher, the teacher has the right to like physically restrain that student, hit them even. I don't like it's. I'm not in favor of teachers being able to beat students, but I am in favor of a teacher being able to like bitch slap a kid who punches her. I trust the teachers 99% of the time.
Is that what you're saying?
No.
Captain Buggy left the Discord. Can you please come back? We're trying to like I have instituted a no fighting policy. No infighting. If you disagree, just say like, okay, I disagree and move on. Don't get heated. Leftist infighting will kill our movement. Just learn to agree to disagree and not have the argument. Please come back, man. You don't need to leave because you have a disagreement.
No, I need Mr. Howell in my office ASAP, please.
So if a teacher's getting beat up, I have to go through you.
Don't most of these teachers have guns now?
That's what you're saying.
You know, at this point in the video, I think it's important to point out that the way this school is treating these police officers is not...
Yeah, of course. Also, great point, Captain Buggy. Housing is a great example. Did you know that if just having a clean house, food every day, can drastically improve the outcome of students? It's kind of shocking, but poverty is the #1 cause of crime and violence. If you get rid of poverty, crime and violence drops drastically. Drastically. If you want to fix school shootings, if you want to fix theft, murders, poverty is the key. It's a shame that this lady doesn't have other staff to back her up. Not that she should need it. Well, I mean, she's literally calling for the guy who's supposed to escort these cops to come down, and they don't want to wait like the 2 minutes it would take for the principal to walk out of his office and into the entry office. Like, really? That's too much for you? A 5-minute walk? You guys want to see some good news? Oh wait, no, we're still on the segment. Don't move on. I have a funny story about this actually. But first, lack of proper mental health care, abundance of firearms, food insecurity, stuff like that. You have to tackle these compounding factors, not just one singular thing like more cops in schools or banning guns. You have to approach these things from a Marxist framework to actually resolve them, because everything is interconnected, else you're just fixated on individualism and will never correct the collective problem. Thank you, Captain Buggy. You are 100% correct. So when I was in high school, we had police, like security officers, and 2 cops that were stationed at our school, because I was right by New York City, and my principal was a crazy Republican. I remember this woman calling Lady Gaga a whore at an assembly because she was mad about like kids using social media or some shit like that. But I had a relationship when I was like 15, and I was with this girl, and her dad hated me, and her dad, mind you, a lawyer, actually like really fucking hated me. And she and I would just text, and he messaged me threatening me to like stop talking to her, which I ignored. But so this lawyer calls my school and says I'm harassing his daughter. She doesn't go to the same school as me. She lives in a different state, in fact. And so I get called to the principal's office, and so I show them my text with him and with her. And the moment they look at the text that I got from him, they called the police because he's threatening a minor. And so I had to go with the cops into the other room, and they're like, we need copies of your phone. And at the time, you know, like I was a bit of a what's the word? Hooligan, let's say, when I was younger. And I was like, they're like, can we have your phone and go through your photos? I was like, listen, there's stuff in my photos that I really don't want you to see. And they're like, that's okay, you can do it. So I upload the screenshots of the text that her dad sent me. And so, because this cop was at least nice. And so they look at it, and then they call him and give him a cease and desist order because he's threatening a minor with physical violence, mind you. And apparently that night they went out to dinner and he punched a waiter, got arrested. And that's the average Republican. They lived in Pennsylvania. I was in Jersey. It makes perfect sense. And this was like 15 years ago. All right, good news.
Margaret Thatcher's dead.
Sorry, that was loud.
Ding dong, the wicked bitch is dead. It's a shame the bitch didn't die 87 years ago.
Oh, the Scottish.
It's a shame that the IRA didn't kill the bitch.
That one's a Fed post. I disavow that one, Twitch. Sorry, I didn't know that was coming at the end. But I do agree with this woman to like an extreme detail.
Did you think she did any good?
Wait, hold on. It's too quiet now. That one was too loud. This one's too quiet.
Did you think she did any good?
Not a bit of good. Not a bit. I put a stake through her heart and garlic around her neck to make sure she never come back.
Isn't that a pretty horrible thing to say when her funeral's going on right now?
Too bad. Too bad.
I would put a stake through her heart and garlic around her neck to make sure she doesn't come back is amazing. I love this woman. This is the energy that I want. Isn't that mean? Too bad, yeah. My fucking hero.
Did you think she did any good?
Not a bit of good. Not a bit.
Not a bit.
I'd put a stake through her heart and garlic round her neck to make sure she never come back.
Isn't that a pretty horrible thing to say when her funeral's going on right now?
Too bad, too bad.
Based fucking woman. Honestly, I want that energy in America when the time comes. When the time comes. That's what I want to see. And just because I really, really love the Scottish.
You need to take a hard look at yourself, mate. Passing outside the subway.
Passing outside a subway. I lived under Thatcher in Scotland. She's dead. Hell yeah. Ding dong, the wicked bitch is dead.
You need to take a hard look at yourself, mate. Passing outside the subway.
I have literally zero sympathy for Margaret Thatcher. The Scottish or something else? Hell yeah. The Scottish are
of a favored
based as fuck. Alright, I need to pee, and then when we come back, we're gonna watch ContraPoints. And since I have no other tabs open, I think I should be able to run this at 4K. Yeah. Cool, we're gonna watch Envy. The Queen too, all my homies hate the Queen. I mean, I hate the monarchy, but you know, first Queen, then Margaret Thatcher. Fuck monarchs and fuck billionaires. And fuck people who enable billionaires. And fuck fascists and fuck neoliberals. Alright, I'll be back in 2 shakes. Oh. Cat. Mr. President. Hello. How you doing, buddy? A nap. Sorry, he's sleeping. Hi guys. Would it be bad of me to be a little bit petty and talk about a personal story, which is not like bad in any way at all actually. It's just me being a little bit petty in a personal context. Would that be bad? Cuz like I kind of really want to. I moved from England to Scotland. I had to fight them every day with my accent, then went to Ireland, who were class, no issues. Yeah. We love Visora lore. Alright. I think that, not in general, I'm not talking about this politically, with interpersonal relationships, in bad ones, or ones that don't work out. Let's say, okay, I left a 5-year relationship last year. I was engaged. And following the breakup after I left, my birthday came up a few months later, and I didn't get a happy birthday message from my ex. It's fine. But today is her birthday, and I sent her a happy birthday message, to which I got just like a regular thank you response. No emojis, none of that. But it makes me feel happy that my pettiness is positive. Positive pettiness. Just being nice to people who fucked you over in a way that reminds them that they fucked you over and makes you feel a little bit bad about it. Now, I don't think that that's a thing that you do to, like, hurt somebody. I think it's a thing that you do just to make yourself feel better. I don't think me saying happy birthday is going to cause any distress. I would have sent it in all lower caps. I did it normally. But it'll kill them with kindness. Not even really. It's more just, it's not about them. It's about you. Positive pettiness is powerful. It's kind of like the Kendrick Lamar method, of like, be petty, but be petty in a way that is difficult for them to comprehend, you know? Like, hate authentically and unapologetically, but express your displeasure openly and proudly. And find joy and comfort in being a little bit of a cunt. I agree, you need to make a diss track. I can't sing or rap, so it is a tiny bit cuntish, and that's the point. That's the point. It is me being a little bit of a cunt to make myself feel better. But I don't think it negatively impacts that other person at all. But I do think that that is a good thing that you can incorporate into your life to try and like ease the stress in difficult relationships you might have. I'm not saying like don't do this to like your partner, but let's say you have like an uncle who's MAGA, but you like your uncle. Your uncle's nice to you, but sometimes they do some shit. You can be a little bit petty. At best, it can help them grow. At worst, it makes you feel better. Exactly, Shuva Poofer. If they realize and think about it, maybe they'll grow. If not, I don't give a fuck. That makes me feel better. It's a bit of crash. That word. I just cut people off and go no contact. See, I don't like to do that. Enjoyable social activity. That's what a crash is. Thank you. I like to, like, I'm friends with several of my exes. Long time. I'm not the type of person that wants to cut someone off. I think the only time I will cut someone off is when they're like, when they're unreasonable. Instructions unclear. I just sent my ex happy birthday and she said it's not her birthday. That's fine. It was more just, being a little bit of a cunt for your own sake. Just for, like, not just the pleasure, but the, what's the word? The closure. They're like, hey, well, I mean, like, she didn't send me happy birthday, but I am awesome, and I did. I wish I could do that with my parents. I mean, a lot of people do. A lot of people do. I was no contact with my parents for like 2 years. And then that got better. And now we're close. Now my parents are awesome. Like, dad comes on stream and like watches and shit. There's lore. All right, are you guys ready for ContraPoints? Because we're going to learn about envy. One of the, again, what I said is 30% of the base of the right is sexual insecurity. And the other 70% is envy. That's what makes up the right wing. It's just these two things. Your dad is in Austin? No, he lives in America. My parents still live in Jersey. I wish I could get them the fuck out. It actually terrifies me that they live in, like, the state. This is an old video, yeah. But it's a good video. This is 3 years old. It's not about MAGA necessarily. It's about envy. But envy is one of the key points of the right wing, of their ideology. It's important to understand. Her video on shame is excellent as well. Hassan N's view count goes up. Woo! Welcome, Hassan viewers, to the other Turkish streamer. In fact, the hotter Turkish streamer, I would argue. Like the YouTube stream and join the Discord. All right, let's go. Let's learn about why everyone thinks they're entitled to shit.
So, April 27, 2017 was the greatest day in the history of twitter.com.net.gov. I realize that to you children, Twitter is an app, but to us MILFs, it remains a website. We have to dial in. Hello, operator. Connect me to hell. This was the day that Fire Festival, a luxury music event hosted by Ja Rule and some charlatan, was scheduled to begin on a private island in the Bahamas. There was a lot of hype. Kendall Jenner and Bella Hadid endorsed the festival on Instagram. There was a promo video full of supermodels.
This is
Tickets
so
were
funny.
selling for thousands
I remember
of
this.
dollars. One Twitter thread summarized the marketing as exclusivity, conspicuous consumption, and many, many promises.
I thought I was grabbing the Hassan viewers that don't like China. Like, because he's too pro-China now.
Excellent selfies for your already insufferable...
No, not I wish. That is the actual 200 IQ. People who don't think women are sexier when they consent are stupid and evil. And words that I don't want to say.
Instagram. So, when the day arrived and the advertised best in food, art, music, and adventure turned out to be 2 slices of pallid American cheese languishing over sliced bread in an atmosphere that can only be described as muddy third world shantytown. I mean, if you weren't on Twitter
Oh god, that was amazing.
I don't think you can even imagine the revelry.
Just learned about Fire Festival, aka Ja Rule's concentration camp for Instagram models and rich white kids.
Yuppie Hunger Games hosted by Ja Rule.
Finish your food, there's starving millennial influencers in Fire Festival.
Instagram entitled
I don't like China as a government, but like I do want them to win over America. I'm nuanced. I'm not pro-China, nor am I pro-America. I'm anti-imperialism and colonialism, and honestly, I'm anti-state. I'm a libertarian socialist.
Rich kids. Meet Lord of the Flies.
Let them eat salad. It was a shuddering climax of pent-up class rage. You know, maybe millennials couldn't get Bernie Sanders elected, but at least those sandwiches were—
Hell, Comrade Lenin is constantly pro-China and he's a mod.
Garbage. Jamila Jamil is an English actress who's just extremely pretty. Imagine looking like this. Imagine being perfect. Why are you doing this to me, Jamila? Why are you doing this to women? One day on Instagram, an ordinary peasant told the Queen Jamila, "Your skin is so perfect, uwu." And Jamila replied, "My skin is currently clear because A, privileged people have more access to good quality nutrition, and also our lives are significantly less stressful than those with less privilege. I also get to sleep more because of this. All of these things keep my hormones in balance, and I'm able to address food intolerances easily. B, I believe that trans rights..."
You know what? Like, she's correct here, but like, remember the last debate I did where there was that one guy saying that like everything that I said is correct, but the public is too stupid to comprehend it? That's the problem here as well. Like all of, like you don't talk like this. They don't understand. They're illiterate. They're not smart enough to understand it.
Our human rights.
Thank you, long Homo sapien.
Exfoliate twice a week. Oh boy. Jamila, they're gonna cut your head off, Gorge. I'll protect you, Queen.
Could she be any more annoying?
Someone wondered on Twitter to 77,000 likes.
This trend of fake self-awareness legit makes me want to rip my hair out.
Now,
I've won every debate I've done so far.
Jamila said is true. Being privileged does make it easier to spend time and money on cosmetics. But Jamila's acknowledging this recitation of all the complex socioeconomic factors that account for why she's prettier than you doesn't take any of the sting out of inequality, does it?
No, it is correct, but it doesn't yet. Gotta establish a sovereign defense fund to save chatters from Hitler country. I mean, hell, if we can get the market shit working, then hell yeah. Help me get rich and I will help all of you escape. Because I don't want to be rich. You explain things really well, so that doesn't make sense. Well, that's the thing, is they don't want to hear it. They're too dumb to even consider it. Pre-breakfast banana, you weren't here earlier. I just want to show you one thing. One thing. Sorry, we're going to interrupt this because this is important. And it really does underline the entire issue. I did this segment on this Zoomer asks, how do you think you would feel if you didn't eat breakfast yesterday? And any answer that isn't just the simplest version of, well, I'd be hungry at lunch, is the wrong answer. And they argue that women have less thought, less inner life, that they don't base like stuff on logic. Here, look at this. No one is mad. This is another problem with women. Their life is shallow, based entirely on feeling without reason. The issue is that the answer given is unreasonable. The appropriate answer is something like, well, I probably would have been hungry yesterday. Wait, people get hungry at lunch if they don't eat breakfast? I don't even fucking eat breakfast or lunch. That's the Vivance, though. It's not that they're gay. Stop saying that. It's not that they're gay. That's not true. They hate women, and they think that, emotions are bad in general. They are anti-emotions. They think that their rage is logic and emotions are not. That you can't base logical decisions on emotion. But it comes back to this. It all comes back to this. There's a reason we're watching this.
That's kind of at odds with what activists used to say, which is that you should check your privilege. A suggestion which the privileged seem to have taken to heart, since the rich and famous now go around delivering these orations on how fortunate they are compared to the rabble. And this of course turns out to be far more annoying than when they acted oblivious to it. I don't have any beauty secrets. I guess I just drink lots of water. Take me, mother. A similar
But just to clarify, when I said get me rich, I never want to have, at any point in time, like $1 million available to me. I would never have that much in my bank account. That would disgust me. Take me, mother, yeah.
Occurred when Kim Kardashian tweeted about her birthday party at the height of the coronavirus pandemic.
40 and feeling
Oh my God.
so humbled and blessed. There is not a single day that I take for granted, especially during these times when we are all reminded of the things that truly matter. After 2 weeks of multiple health screens and asking everyone to quarantine, I surprised my closest inner circle with a trip to a private island where we could pretend things were normal for just a brief moment in time. I realize that for most people, this is something that is so far out of reach right now, so in moments like these, I'm humbly reminded of how privileged my life is. Hashtag this is 40. Tag me, bitch.
So like Jamila,
This is like ScoMo
Kim
going
is
on
attempting
vacation.
some kind of privilege-checking maneuver, and once again, it has not gone well.
You are the Marie Antoinette of the 21st century, bragging about being
Poor Marie
humble
Antoinette,
and
she
let-
never said the thing.
letting us
She
eat
was
cake.
actually pro giving food to the poor.
Sick and suffering, standing for hours in food lines and being evicted as you flaunt your wealth and privilege. Your tweet made 10 times worse by hashtag tone deaf, humbled and blessed line, hashtag gross.
Happy birthday. I hope somebody got you an alphabet book as a gift so you can read the motherfucking...
So there is
Hamill, those guys would love trans women if they didn't hate trans women for some fucking reason, because that's kind of like exactly what they want.
response on Twitter resembles moral outrage, but what people were upset about was not that she
Like a guy who wants to have sex with a man but doesn't want to be gay would just be wanting dick. That's all they want, is they want dick. Go find a girl who will peg you with a strap, or go find a trans woman. That's all it is. It's so simple, but it's that they feel emasculated. And it comes from the hatred, from the emasculation leads to resentment. And that resentment grows like poison and leads to envy. Did you just top them, Roman rules? Literally, like, these guys could just find a girl with a strap or a trans woman.
had the party. I mean,
They want
wouldn't
dick.
you
They don't want
escape
men.
your
They
Fat
want
Island if
dick.
You got that MILF money? The problem was more that she tweeted about it, and that the tweet was maybe, just maybe, a little bit yikesy. But if having the party wasn't wrong, then why was tweeting about it wrong? This isn't a good look. We say bad optics, not relatable. Relatable. Relatability is not a moral category. This is public relations. It's not ethics, and it definitely isn't socialism.
Well, I mean, no, like, but I'm being generalized here, Schwartzberg. Of course, not all trans women have dicks, but, like, that is pedantic. Like, if they wanted dick, they could get dick, but they feel too weak to get dick. Can we direct our attention at, the video, please? Besides, I fucking despise chasers. I'm sure. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm confused, but you still broke a wall? What do you mean? Like, just to, like, really clarify it here. These guys hate women, but they want to have sex with women, but they also want dick. Not all of them, just the ones that you were referencing. They could just go and find a chick with a strap or a chick with a dick, and they would be happy, but they are unable to do so because of pre-existing biases that have been installed and trained into their brain as they grow up. Need 2,000 caps to kill Mr. House, probably need 1 million to get Elon's ex-wife gawking over your muscles on stream. I mean, collecting bottle caps might be not a bad idea. Again, like, the whole, like, I don't want to have that access to money thing is because I would always be spending it. I would be, like, I don't want that much money because I don't need it. What I would do is I would buy myself a house, even though I hate, like, housing commodities, but, you know, I'd rather, like, I don't know, live in a house that I don't have to worry about getting kicked out of. I would buy me a car because all I have is a motorcycle, and it really sucks when it's raining and I can't go grocery shopping. And that's kind of it. I'd probably spend like $2,000 on clothes. And that would be it. All the rest of that money, I would go find local, like, communities. I would go find homeless people and just give them, like, 10 grand cash. Like, I live in South Australia. We don't have all that money. Every homeless person I'd find, I'd just go, here's 10 grand cash. That's what I would do. Telling a conservative it's okay to enjoy a phallus is like telling a trad wife it's okay to go outside with shoes on. Well, it's not my problem that they're mentally ill. All right, now we're going to focus. 3, 2, 1...
Like, I'm pretty sure Karl Marx never said,
The problem with the bourgeoisie is they are not relatable. They can't read the room and it isn't a good look. This should have stayed in the drafts. Hashtag tone deaf.
Isn't the issue that when Kim tweeted this, most people were trapped in quarantine? We didn't get to have birthday parties.
Oh, Marx gets mentioned a few times in this video. She is BreadTube. That's why I'll never have money. I give it away. I'm perfectly happy to do so. Jesse Murph, based. If you have everything you need, then you don't, like, just making money for the sake of making money makes you mentally ill. If you have everything you need, then that's all you need. Now, if you have things that you want, that's fine. You can get things that you want and don't need, but you don't need to hoard money like a fucking dragon.
To visit their dying relatives. So watching Kim get to travel and celebrate her birthday like normal was painful. Pain at the good fortune of others is how Aristotle defined envy. And I think it's interesting that whenever social media erupts in outrage over luxury music festivals or Kim K's birthday party or Jamila Jamil's privileged pores, no one ever uses the word envy. It's like we're averting our eyes, avoiding confrontation with this dark aspect of our own psychology. So in this video, I want to take a long,
love
hard
psychological
look
analysis.
at envy. What is it? Where does it come from? And seriously, what is Jamila Jamil's skincare routine? Drop it in the comments, bestie. Okay, so what is envy? Pain at the good fortune of others is not a bad start, but there's more to it than that. Envy is a syndrome, a complex of poisonous thoughts and feelings about people who have what we want but cannot get. It's not simply
I've spent so much time learning about the mind. Me too. This is like my thing. When I went to college, I went in for psych. I wanted to be a psychiatrist. I was pre-med for psych. And I never did finish. I dropped out of college. Doesn't matter. I don't have a degree. But, like, this is my fucking shit. Psychology and sociology, but more psychology, is my jam. So, and envy, again, is like 70% of the right wing.
Wanting what another person has, that's greed, which is a much more wholesome sin. Because simply wanting what someone has can inspire.
You probably got more college than Erdogan? Almost certainly. I got more college experience than Erdogan.
But cannot get. It's not simply wanting what another person has. That's greed, which is a much more wholesome sin. Because simply wanting what someone has can inspire us. It can fuel our own ambition. It can even motivate us to improve ourselves. And sometimes people call that envy, but it's not really envy. It's emulation or admiration. At worst, it's what the Bible calls coveting. He covets. Envy is something darker. It's not just wanting what someone has, it's begrudging them what they have. You might even hate the person you envy and want them to lose what they have, to be humiliated and destroyed, even if their downfall doesn't benefit you in any way. Like Satan, who is willing to lose heaven just to spite God, according to the poet John Milton. It's gonna be 90 minutes of MILF jokes, kids, so strap in. So envy
I do not,
is malicious.
Jesse Murph.
It's a force of destruction.
I don't really have time to read very much, and also I struggle with the attention span. Usually, like, I do my morning walk, and during then I'll just have an audiobook playing, because that's the only time I can actually, like, pay attention to an audiobook. I want the graduate students to do research, to be paid a living wage, and be given free healthcare. True. Like, if I had money, that's what I would do with it. Contra is throwing shade at our boy Satan. SMH. Well, I mean, like, this was a different time. Back in the day.
For an example of the distinction between envy and emulation, think about incels, involuntary celibates. These men who can't get
I told you that this is the entire right already, just like we're 8 minutes into this 2-hour video.
bitter about it online. It was incels who contributed to our culture the concept of chads, that is, beautiful, wealthy, masculine men. For incels, taking the red pill means buying into an ideology which says that women only want to date chads or else they want to marry
Oh, you
beta
didn't know
cucks
that incel meant involuntary celibate?
just to take their beta bucks. Gas keep, gate boss, girl light. So if you're an incel, you can either go to the gym and try to become a chad, that's emulation, the aspiration to attain what another person has. Or, and this is the more popular option,
there you go. Learn
you
something
can
every day.
take the black pill, which means believing that chadhood is genetically determined at birth, there is no hope, no woman will ever want you, and therefore happiness is impossible, you may as well lie down and rot.
Literally, like, a lot of them believe this shit. You'd be shocked at how many Gen Z, Millennial, even Gen X men think like this. The black pill, by the way, is literally a death cult. Like, it like, read it. You might as well lay down and rot at the end. It is actually a death cult. And this is what our children are being exposed to. This is why I'm all in favor of banning social media for minors. I think that smartphones should be banned for anyone under 25. I want to destroy every smartphone on the planet, honestly. Because that's what spreads this.
This mindset of resentment has inspired so many mass murders, there's an entire Wikipedia timeline dedicated to tracking them. And the essential motivation for this violence is envy. The incels' failed ambition.
It's not just a meme. The meme is what they base their belief on. The Chad thing, because it's such alpha beta mindset, I'm not better than everyone because there will be always someone better. I'm very happy about it and I'm not insecure because you're a normal person. But they actually believe the meme. I know someone like this. They believe the reason women like guys is strictly because they have larger dicks, they're rich, or they're hot. That's literally their view. What is amazing to me is that I'm not even close to conventionally attractive, but I have been able to pull way more above, like, my batting class because I'm not a complete cunt all the time. Yeah, you'd be shocked at how easy that is to just be a human being because that's not what people look for in a relationship, whether you're a woman, a man, in between, neither. That's not how relationships work. I said this before. If I want the partner, I want the partner that I enjoy spending time with. That's it. I just want someone that I like being around and that likes being around me. Everything else is secondary. That's what I'm looking for.
Sense of incurable, predestined inferiority turns venomous. The logic behind the violence is, if I can't get a girlfriend, if I can't get what I want, then no one can. In the words of a murderer,
the day of retribution is my attempt to destroy everything I cannot have.
What was
but
that kid?
Most incels aren't murderers.
Who was that kid that literally like started off the incel murder trend?
Most of the time, envy is most harmful to the person who envies. The philosopher Max Scheler called it a self-poisoning of the mind.
Elliot Rogers.
There's a Christian saying that envy is the only sin that gives no pleasure. Because the other sins are fun, right?
This is true.
Greed, gluttony, lust. That's what I call a good time.
Same.
But envy is misery. Though I wouldn't go so far as to say it gives no pleasure.
Fire Festival is an art installation where mediocre people realize what their lives would be like without rich parents. Yes.
Rich refugee crisis.
We're living in a moment of growing inequality and resentment. Look around you. We've got the guillotine memes, we've got edgy teens tweeting "Eat the Rich."
Remember when this wasn't Fed posting?
None of this is new. The slogan "Eat the Rich" actually originates with the philosopher of the French Revolution, Jean-Jacques Bourre, who supposedly said,
"When the people have no more to eat, they will eat the rich."
And fair enough, it's a good source of protein. Yeah. But take it from me, kids, cannibalism is one of those tricky things. It's hard to do just...
if you're ever in a situation where that's required, just make sure that, like, you don't touch the liver or the brain. The liver, brain, kidneys, like, don't go near those. But, yeah, there you go.
Once you develop a
Tastes
taste
like
for
pork.
It's like they say at NA meetings. Once you vor, you just want more.
True.
Also, who counts as the rich? Am I the rich? I certainly hope so.
I learned that in 9th grade English class.
So, because I want you to eat me.
What? Wait, what?
You just want more. Also, who counts as the rich? Am I the rich? I certainly hope so, because I want you to eat me.
I love her so much.
See, this is why I quit academia. If I was a professor, I'd have to behave myself, and I don't want to behave myself. I want to be bad. Do you want to be bad with me?
I do.
Let's be bad.
She makes such good video intros. This rhetoric puts all the blame on women again. It's not the men's fault. It's because they believe women want too much in a man. What do you... Wait, is that to like what I said? I'm confused because it's the opposite. She's excellent.
So...
Oh, look!
You might
Evil
think
eyes.
that envy is simply the product of inequality, and that societies that have more inequality have more envy. I used to assume that too, but the more I think about it, the more I realize...
Oh yeah, the red pill
that
rhetoric.
might not be true. Envy is a basic part of human nature. It exists in all societies
You're
and
right.
all economic systems, and it begins anytime...
Oh no, this shit would freak me out. I have one of these in my house because my mom wanted me to put it by the door. It's like, witchy woo, you gotta have one, but you can't buy it yourself. It has to be gifted. I don't believe in any of that shit. It is pretty though. And she does have fucking fantastic outfits.
More people start comparing themselves.
Cream,
Part
in
two,
fact.
The desire for mommy's milk. According to Sigmund Freud, or as I call him, Daddy, the first stage of human development is the oral stage, in which the primary concern is oral
Yo,
gratification,
Freud would be having a fucking ball with today's Republicans.
which is of course provided by mommy milkies. Am I doing too much?
No,
I'll tone it down
keep-
just
no,
a little bit.
turn
So
it up.
Look, I get that a lot of people are skeptical about Freud, and it's true, he was a bit of a crackpot coke fiend who had some zany ideas, like penis envy. Maybe there's transgender men who experience that, but I don't think it's a basic fact of the female condition.
Oh,
As for
of course he
castration
was.
Anxiety,
But like...
is that a dare? Because I...
again, it doesn't matter. Marx was a fucking anti-Semite and didn't shower. So, like, people who have bad takes can still produce useful stuff. Okay, great. He was a piece of shit, but he would still have an extremely fun time looking at the Republican Party today because it directly reflects his views. Again, it doesn't matter. We're not talking about Freud. It's Freud's ideas that are important. Again, Marx was an anti-Semite. I like Marx's theory. Does that make me an anti-Semite? No.
I take that personally. I'm giving it very serious consideration, Doctor. But I feel like even when Freud is wrong, he's often at least onto something. Like with the Oedipus complex. It's not that you literally desire your mother, right? That would be weird. It's more that you desire an archetype. Mother, right? Mommy. You guys get it. Gen Z TikTok lesbians get it. They're
That's
the ones
true.
who got me started on this MILF shit. I'm a reverse Socrates. I've been corrupted by the young. My innocent and delicate nature has been defiled. So Freud says that in the first 2 years of life, libido is primarily focused on mommy's milk. And it's also in this stage that envy first emerges. So I was the oldest child in my family, and I
love
was
her.
less than 2 years old when my brother was born. So I don't remember this because I was 1 year old, but my family tells me that when my brother was born, I was just insanely jealous. Oh, and I guess now is a good time to discuss the difference between jealousy and envy. Scholars agree that there is a difference, and usually they describe the difference in one of two ways.
Look, guys, Freud was born in the 1850s. Banging your mom was normal. Look at the British royal family. I low-key hate her, but high-key love her. I just high-key love her.
The first is that jealousy is defensive. It's a kind of protectiveness.
Contra, would you be
over
my
what is
mommy?
rightfully yours. Whereas envy is offensive. It's resentment over what someone else has that you lack.
Okay.
And the second...
Wait, sorry. I should be
offensive.
working, not
It's
just
resentment.
laughing. This is important because Republicans and the right generally, not even Republicans, I'm going to talk about this globally now because this is not just like an American issue. This is, if someone clipped that, I'm going to laugh very hard. This is not just like an American issue. This is a global issue because the jealousy here comes from looking at others being able to, it's the idea of it's not fair. It's like immigrants who come into a country illegally being looked down on by immigrants who came into that country legally, as in, well, I had to do all of the hard stuff. They don't have to. That's not fair. That's jealousy. It's you know, this is mine. Like, I did this. Why the fuck do you get to come in? Whereas envy is, I want what you have. It is the black men keep fucking all the white girls, and that's why there's no women available that want to fuck me. That's the envy part.
Over what someone else has.
And genuinely, that's like 30% of, like, the foundation of the right.
You lack. And the second difference is that envy is between two people, the envier
I
and
meant
the
the
envied,
black
whereas
people bit.
jealousy typically involves three people, as in romantic jealousy, where you have the subject, the romantic
I don't believe in
object,
cringe.
and then the rival. And the subject
I don't believe in cringe. I think actually we need to embrace cringe. Embracing cringe is the only way out, really, in my personal view. Because cringe will allow us to pass through the hyper-individualism. You need to embrace the cringe, become one with it. People that were Christian thought, oh, so a lot of people were Christian though, so I'm not sure if banging your mom was considered okay. Look at the British royal family, mate. Look at like the royal families of anyone in Europe. Maybe not your mom, but like your sister? Sure.
Is jealous of the rival because
That was
they're
normal.
protective of their relationship with
Wasn't
the
a good
romantic
thing, but,
object.
you know.
And that's also the dynamic of sibling rivalry, just substituting the romantic object for mommy. Of course, in ordinary English, people are always going to say jealousy when they really mean envy, probably because jealousy has less negative connotations. And I think it's pointless to try to fight that. Like, I wouldn't go
Camel,
around
no.
correcting people,
No.
but just keep in mind that there is a difference. So sibling rivalry, is that envy or jealousy? Well, I think it's both, because initially you're defensive of your privileged only child relationship with your parents. But a new baby often gets more attention, at least in your paranoid toddler brain, and you might be envious of that. And in romantic jealousy, you may also envy the rival if she has qualities that you wish you had. You know, young kids are little egotists who are
You know
very
what? I'm gonna out myself here. That's the reason I left my last relationship. Is because envy and jealousy. Partner wanted to be polyamorous. I did not. And so I was like, no, I don't want to do that. And I left. I think that's perfectly fine, by the way. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But that does come from both envy and jealousy. New right-wing trend, date my trad mom. Honestly, we'll get there. Oh, thank you for the follow, Maja. I wish I had her chill. Is that envy? Kinda, yeah. Been there? Fair enough. That happens, you know? The thing is, like, it's good to make the decision yourself. Like, if you're stuck in a state where you're either going to be stuck with the envy and the jealousy, or you could just leave and not deal with it. Leaving and not dealing with it is fine. Viz, you didn't want to become like Destiny, so mono of you. I am monogamous. I don't like polyamory. That's not my thing. But, like, that's if I'm in a serious relationship. That doesn't mean, like, I won't fuck around with poly people. If I'm not, like, seriously dating somebody, and we've had conversations about stuff like that, or, like, you know, it's official, then that's different. If, like, I'm just seeing a chick, I don't care who else she's seeing. That's not my business. But if we're dating, then, yeah, no, I would prefer to be monogamous. I'll never forget the segment of him streaming while his girl and her dude were dancing behind him while he's doing politics. To each their own. It doesn't bother me. It's just not my thing. Maja, hello. Just been lurking for a while, but interested in enjoying the content. Thank you. Welcome. You should hop in the Discord. Have a lovely night, Hundo.
To when another child might be getting preferential treatment. One of the favorite phrases of tiny babies is, "It's not fair. It's not fair."
That's 70% of the right wing.
Tell me about it, Bambino. And I've got
ideology-wise.
Life is not getting any more fair than this. According to the Bible, one of the first events in human history is the story of Cain y Abel, los dos hermanos. I don't know why I said it in Spanish. I guess I just thought it was uncool.
It did.
Was I wrong?
No.
Cain. It just sounds so much better than Cain. Cain and Abel. Cain and Abel. God tells Cain and Abel each to make a sacrifice, and then God prefers Abel's, you know, because God loves meat. Then, in an act of malicious envy toward Abel and spite towards God the Father, Cain kills his younger brother. In my earliest memories of my brother, I already loved him, and I don't remember the envy. So, I guess I wasn't a Cain. So I must have somehow worked through this without resorting to murder. Freud says that the older siblings' envy of the younger leads to a recognition.
I feel like we just heard from a dude yelling at a pregnant lady. It's not fair. Literally, that was that video. Agard, thank you. That's the whole Steven Crowder video. His wife is trying to do shit, and he's like, it's not fair. And she pronounced Cain like that because it's the superior pronunciation. Cain. Yabel.
Because at first, you selfishly want to be the special, most loved child. But you see that your parents love your sibling just as much as you, and you're powerless to do anything about it. So your ambition to superiority
No, that's
fails.
cringe.
And so
even though I don't believe in cringe. It's okay. We don't have to have logic anyway. That's some insanity. Wolf God asked for the best sacrifice and he kills his brother. I mean, like, the Christianity is weird, but so is like every other major world religion. I'm an atheist, and realistically I'm an anti-theist. Like, I'm not like a militant anti-theist, but
you have no choice but to repress your ambition to superiority as well as your envy. And the result of that repression is what we could call herd instinct.
That's bad. Do not repress
this feeling
shit.
of identifying with a group, the equal siblings. And as you get older, the
When you're
herd
older.
instinct evolves into feelings about justice.
those are Catholics, Captain Buggy, and I will stand by the fact that Catholics do witchcraft all the time.
Duty, community, and equality. But Freud thought these feelings retain a vestige of repressed envy. If I can't be the favorite, if I can't have special privileges, then no one can. And from these observations, Freud made the generalization.
Social justice means that we deny ourselves many things so that others may have to do without them as well.
Okay, so we
And
don't want
that is true. I've said it for years. The Republican Party, the right wing anywhere in the world, will absolutely vote and act in a way that is not negatively impacts them, as long as it'll negatively impact someone they hate more. Like, Republicans will vote to lose all of their shit and be in pain for years, as long as black people and Hispanics are in more pain and lose more shit. Literally, that is it. That's the whole mentality.
other people to have anything we can't have, so we enviously insist on equality as a defense against the greater prosperity of others.
That's why
now,
I don't really
think
care
I
about
completely
equality.
agree with that. Like, I think Freud is definitely onto something here, but don't some of our community feelings also come from a place of genuine care for other people? I cared for someone
Closing
once.
public swimming pools so black people can't use them? Yeah, exactly. Like, I remember that. What story was that from? Where was that? It was a very public, it was a public swimming pool. It was very popular. Everyone used it. And the white people had it closed because they didn't want black people using it. This was after desegregation. It was somewhere in the South. Being above you matters more than their actual well-being. You're right, 100%.
Well, we'll come back to that later. Let's put a pin in me for now.
Oh yeah, Jesus was Palestinian.
A pin in it for now. In Freud, I mean. Let's put a pin in Freud. In a 1966 book titled Envy, A Theory of Social
He
Behavior,
vaped.
the sociologist Helmut Schuck argued that rather than being— that is a very German name. Helmut Schuck? It's putting me in a German mood, sweetie. Hallo, meine Lieben. Heute gibt's ein neues Video. I just get worse at German every year.
I need
Schuck
to start
argued
doing
that
Duolingo
rather than
again.
being the result of social—
Why am I digging her stack of books? Because they're based.
Economic inequality, envy is a universal across all human societies, including very egalitarian ones. For example, in tribal and village cultures around the world, there's often a concept of black magic or witchcraft, which are thought to be used by envious people to bewitch the ones they envy. You're probably familiar with the concept of the evil eye, which originates in ancient Greece.
No, fuck you, that's Turkish, Contra. That is Turkish, it's not Greek.
Or maybe even earlier than that. Cultures all over the world today understand the evil eye as a kind of curse cast by the malignant gaze of an envious person. Now you might be thinking that sounds superstitious, but I actually think the concept of the evil eye reveals a more sophisticated awareness of envy and of the social danger
Actually
that it
agree.
poses. You've probably seen these amulets around. There's an emoji for them now, which are supposed to protect against the evil eye. It's called a nazar, which comes
Nazar
from the Arabic—
boncuk in Turkish. Nazar boncuk. It is a nazar bead. It is, you have these to protect you from if, for example, in Turkish culture, you're not supposed to really talk about success. Like if I'm having a really good week and I talk about it, they will say, "Ah, nazar değmesin," as in like, I hope that the curse doesn't hit you. Because envy is the entire concept that they're trying to avoid here. Envy will kill civilizations. Like that's why it's probably the deadliest of the 7 deadly sins. Not that I'm Christian or anything, but like she said before, all of the 7 deadly sins, bar envy, produce pleasure. This one produces pain. This is the death of civilization.
Word for sight or
Let-
surveillance, similar
to
to
go
the original
unchecked,
English
rather.
word envy, which is the Latin invidia, which just means to look at. So there's an agreement across cultures that envy is related to sight, the malevolent gaze, the evil eye. And these amulets show that a lot of people are afraid of being envied and want to protect themselves. I was just watching this Turkish YouTube channel with an episode on the evil eye, and the host explains that for Muslims,
it's customary. Envy can be part of a kink and therefore give pleasure, yes, but I mean in its base form, and for broadly.
To say,
Mashallah.
or God has willed it when admiring a person or object. You know, to avoid unintentionally cursing them.
I love
Yeah,
that.
that's the
It's like no
counter.
envy, like no.
I'm not even kidding. Saying mashallah is the counter. It's like a Uno reverse card for envy.
Homo, but no envy. Mashallah.
No homo.
The top comment on that video says,
You want to protect yourself from the evil green eye monster? Well, don't tell others about your ideas, goals, or wishes. Don't be flaunting your accomplishments on social media or posting pictures of your children. That's how you avoid being jinxed.
How about we develop a society in which we can celebrate each other's accomplishments and work together to increase the collective good, because increasing the collective good also therefore increases the individual good. I feel like maybe that's a better idea than hiding behind resentment and envy. We could probably just try and avoid resentment forming by creating a society where people get what they want. It's not even about equality. It's not even about equity. That sounds suspiciously like socialism. Sorry. I gotta get better at this. They're gonna flag me otherwise.
See, this is where Kim Kardashian went wrong with her birthday post. Clearly, no one in the Kardashian cinematic universe has ever heard of the evil eye. Wait, I thought these people were Armenians. Why
They
haven't I
are!
heard of the evil? Oh.
Jesus
okay,
Christ.
Never mind. Every piece of media they've ever produced is about flaunting an enviable lifestyle. This
Wait,
is a
do you mean like our goal should be to improve the conditions of all people and not just the individual? I know it's a wild idea. It's brand new, actually. I came up with it. I'm the only person in the world that has said this before. And so, yeah, I think that's what we should do.
particularly American thing. Most Americans have no concept of the fear of envy. Like, there's advertisements here that literally promise, if you buy this exclusive luxury vibrator, you'll be the envy of all your friends. As if it's a good thing to be envied.
Yeah.
Oh, but it is not. If people envy you, they gossip about you, right? They seethe over your successes and celebrate your misfortunes. Being envied is basically
This is a product
the
of
opposite
capital.
of being loved. So why would anyone want to be envied? Well, it's a contradiction of human nature. On the one hand, we need to be loved, but then there's this other drive in us, this like Homeric striving for fame and glory and riches, which
I'd
is
rather hustle 24/7 than slave 9 to 5. I mean, that's kind of what I do, but like I wouldn't
striving
rather.
for fame and glory and riches, which is kind of in conflict with our need to be loved.
I
In the
like my
past
job.
Gilded
I love
Age,
my
there
job,
were
actually.
Stories like Citizen Kane.
Thank you
and
to all of
Sunset
you.
Boulevard, which warned what a sad and lonely thing
Individualism is flawed under conservative Republican ideals. Yes, but they're fine with contradictions. They have the cognitive dissonance. The Republican Party, in fact, all of America, is hyper-individualistic. Everyone outside of my home is my enemy. My home is my castle. The walls of my house are the walls of my castle. I need weapons to protect in case someone breaks in to steal my... That's every American. But yes, it does actually contradict with the actual ideals that Republicans and conservatives hold, but they don't notice that. They can't perceive it, so almost nothing matters. Yeah. They don't believe in anything. They're input-output machines. They're blank slates. Read the shock doctrine and listen to how they talked about wanting to create a blank slate of a human brain through the shock doctrine, which we then deployed in like countries all over the world: Chile, Argentina, Iraq, Russia, China, America after 9/11. And all of this is now being employed on you psychologically, and has been for a while, to create this blank slate in the Republican mindset that they can just fill with whatever they want, and then change it out, swap it, like it's a machine. Sterner would argue you help others because it makes you feel good, not because of some moral principle. Personally, I subscribe to that. It does make me feel good to help others. I think it's fine to feel good to help others. I think it should feel good to help others, in fact. I think that's a good motivating factor.
Success can become. In ancient democratic Athens, there was a practice called ostrakismos, which is the origin of the English word ostracism. Ostracism was a procedure where the Athenians would assemble, and each person would write the name of a person they wanted to ostracize on a pottery shard called an ostrakon.
We gotta bring this back.
Votes would simply be banished from the city for 10 years. No questions asked. I love the ancient world.
Let's bring it back. Let's bring that back.
Oh, direct. Often this was used to remove someone who was becoming too prominent or too arrogant or just annoying. According to Plutarch,
if we brought that back, you know how quickly Elon Musk would get deported to South Africa?
I'm just gonna read this from Wikipedia. And one anecdote about Aristides, known as Aristides the Just, who was ostracized in 482, an illiterate citizen not recognizing him came up to ask him to write the name Aristides on his ostrakon.
Captain Buggy, but that would be jealousy and envy. That's what we're learning. Exactly what I propose when people are opposed to, say, helping the homeless. That stems from backwards morals, abstract concepts like they should have worked harder. This is why they don't feel joy and are empty inside. That comes from the resentment built from the jealousy that results in the envy.
Aristides asked why, the man replied, it was because he was sick of hearing him being called the Just.
Literally, they ostracized a guy because his nickname was the Just, all right? That's the type of, like, mentality we had back in the ancient world, and we're worse now.
It's good! It's so good! See, this is why the idea of cancel culture is absurd. This has been going on since the dawn of civilization. People in most cultures, not all, but most cultures understand that being envied is a massive social liability, so it's best not to draw too much attention to yourself. According to a Tamil saying, the tree that bears fruit will be stoned. This is sometimes called tall poppy syndrome.
Oh, Australians have that tall poppy syndrome is such an issue here.
Poppies in the garden.
They go too far.
Cut. Shook argues that the fear of envy is a major inhibiting force in many societies.
In Haiti, G.E. Simpson found that a peasant will seek to disguise his true economic position by purchasing several smaller fields rather than one larger piece of land. For the same reason, he will not wear good clothes.
This is also why the, like, ultra rich dress like normal people. Like, Bill Gates doesn't wear flashy shit because they don't want to be envied.
He does this intentionally to protect himself against the envious black magic of his neighbors.
Now, this kind of thing is not unheard of in America. Like, I've known people from seriously wealthy families who moved to the city.
It's been so long since I watched this.
Punks, like they're trying to pass as poor. But in general, Americans don't openly.
Have you guys seen homeless chic? Do you know what that is? This disgusts me, but it's the same. It's the same thing. Homeless chic. It's clothing meant to look like you're homeless that is sold to wealthy people. Like Kanye West makes this shit. It's like, this jacket is like $10,000. These slippers are like $6,000. I avoid learning about anything with the word chic in it. You shouldn't. Fashion is important. Billionaires love to pretend to be working class. Yeah, absolutely. The better way is just not to be envied, is just to share the wealth. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like if you do good, then people don't envy you. They just like you. Shocking.
Fear of envy in the way many other cultures do. And I don't think that's an accident.
There is a lot of disgusting. That shit is, you go in the hole. Are you kidding me? That is disgusting.
Show-offs. And so the taboo against discussing envy is related to our whole national ethos of shoving our wealth in everyone's face. But though the fear of envy isn't widely talked about or admitted here, it's definitely still there, only repressed, confined to the realm of dreams and art. In the movie Black Swan, Nina is a perfection-obsessed ballerina who achieves her dream of getting the lead role in Swan Lake, after which her life and mind are totally unraveled by fear of envy. Black magic, Black Swan. At first we see how Nina's
Vosh hasn't been able to convince me of the importance of fashion. I don't think you'll do better. Okay, one sentence here. it feels good to look nice and take care of yourself. It feels good to look at yourself and say, hey, that's a nice outfit. Fashion is art. Yeah. Love Natalie Portman. I mean, yeah.
Success comes at the very real cost of being envied.
It's just being happy, mate.
By the other girls in the company, and by the former lead ballerina she's replaced.
Did you suck his Let all of us have to.
I love Winona Ryder so much. I love Natalie Portman
Yeah,
so
both
much.
of them.
I love Mila Kunis so much.
That too.
I just like women.
Me
where's
too.
Where's my shock wand?
Me
Stop
too.
it.
I need
Stop
a shock
standing.
wand.
But reasonable fear of envy becomes paranoia as Nina begins hallucinating Black Swan doppelgangers and is seduced by bisexual demon Mila Kunis, who's trying to steal her role. You gotta watch out for those bisexual demons.
You're gonna piss off Vosh shatters who think that fashion is bourgeois and classist? Well, they're stupid as fuck. It's just art. It is literally it's like getting a tattoo. If you have a tattoo, then you should care about fashion because it's the same concept.
They'll getcha.
Did you have some sort of Leslie wet dream about
It's the same thing.
You could argue that Nina is actually suffering a kind of self-envy, where she envies the disinhibited, sexually liberated, corrupted part
That's
of
not
herself.
true, Ilirda. That's not true. That shit pisses me off. There is literally like zero evidence that Vosh does, and I mean some of the chatters probably. There's a lot of sick fucking people on the internet, but like that is not a community-based thing. In fact, Vosh constantly talks about how much he calls out pedophiles and wants them to be arrested. Are you kidding me? Like he's not a pedo. That's misinformation. I've looked into it. I really did. I tried. Because when I first started getting into politics, and I started looking at these channels, I saw these fucking allegations, and I looked as hard as I could, and there is nothing. There's nothing tangible. Is mustache oil bourgeoisie? Well, it depends on how it's produced, and no, it's not. No. Stuff that you use is not bourgeois. Now, buying uberly expensive stuff that shouldn't cost that much for any reason other than because it's a brand name or because it's fancy or because some special like creator that's bourgeois. But just like taking care of yourself is not bourgeois. Are tattoos bourgeois? Am I bourgeois because I have a tattoo? You know what I mean? You didn't see the Lolly X Corn he actually opened on stream? That wasn't Lolly. I saw that video. It wasn't Lolly. It was horse porn. Yeah, he loves horses. But no, the closest thing that I could find was an image that was drawn that wasn't Lolly, that was drawn by someone who draws Lolly in a folder of 10,000 photos because Vosh is fucking weird and somehow wants a like he has like if he likes something on Twitter, it downloads it to his porn folder. That shit's weird. I'll give you that. That shit's weird. But no, it was drawn by someone who does Lolly. And honestly, out of 10,000 photos and I'm just liking shit on Twitter, I wouldn't notice that either. Now, I am not a sexual degenerate like Vosh is. I'm a different kind of sexual degenerate. So, like, I don't do that. But no, I looked into it. I spent hours and hours and hours looking into it. What's up, Crazy Krabby Jr.?
That's capable of adult eroticism. And also of dancing the Black Swan.
And by the way, the reason I had to look into it is because I'm entering this space. I wanted to know about my peers. And I don't like to wade into drama, so I'd like to be prepared for all of that. Show me evidence, because I haven't seen it. It was just anime. Yeah, exactly. I was also there when that happened. I saw that live.
Imagines that part of herself as an envious rival who's trying to replace her. It's like her mind is split between two impulses. There's her dominant white swan impulse, which we could call the Squidward personality. Perfectionistic and orderly.
Crazy Krabby Jr., no one is getting deported because deportation requires a court, a jury, a judge, a lawyer. They're just kidnapping folks and sending them to a gulag. And yes, they've been doing that for a while. He closed stream, so it was because he would have gotten banned for TOS. Fuck Captain Buggy. You're not allowed to show horse porn on YouTube. No shit, he closed stream really fast. What's up, Call Me Kaya? Good to see you. Hey, everybody, go and give Call Me Kaya a follow. this is one of the lovely creators that I posted the link for yesterday of the new coalition of leftist, left-leaning women, femme, and NB creators. Hold on, let me get like the full link for you guys so I can link the actual link tree with all of the names, all of the lovely, lovely, lovely people. Gotta find it, gotta find it. I really should have put this somewhere. There we go. Go and check these people out. They're awesome. It's ones, not L's. Ah, Kami Kaya. I don't know. I'm just gonna call you Kaya. He just has like a horse kink. Who cares, guys? Leave him alone. It's not illegal to have a horse kink. I know the fact that he had actual horse porn was so fucking funny to me. It's a meme, guys. Yes, but they are trying to make it so... They already are! Crazy Krabby Jr. They have been taking American citizens and throwing them in gulags. 75% of the people that were sent to El Salvador have no criminal record, and that was admitted. They've already taken American citizens. They tried to go after Native Americans, and we only hear about like 1 out of 5 of the cases that are actually happening. You have no idea how many more people have been sent to the gulag, especially just Americans. They don't care. They're just picking you up off the street. Watch in 10 days when we get martial law. April 20th is when that documents due. So, like, you know, give it a go. Oh my god, did you actually, a guard? No. They might actually make it so you can't leave the country.
There is a difference. And usually they describe the difference in one of two ways.
Look, guys, Freud was born in the 1850s. Banging your mom was normal. Look at the British royal family. I low-key hate her, but high-key love her. I just high-key love her.
The first is that jealousy is defensive. It's a kind of protectiveness.
Concho, would you be my mommy?
Yours, whereas envy is offensive. It's resentment.
Thank you for that. That is excellent. 10 out of 10. Maybe we see a mass exodus of people. I hope so. Also, I need help getting OBS set up to get back into streaming. Kaya, join the Discord and I'll help you out after I'm done with stream. I mean, I use Streamlabs, not quite OBS, but I feel like can make that work. Actually, sorry guys, I gotta pee. I'm sorry, I gotta pee, and I'm not letting this run because I like this video and I want to watch it. Enjoy Franklin Delano Roosevelt while I'm gone. Wait, y'all, this is incredibly funny. Remember how, like, a little while ago, oh my god, thank you for the subs! I really appreciate that. I didn't even notice. Yeah, W Gifter. So, remember how, like, a little while ago, I explained the slightly petty thing that I did of, texting my ex happy birthday after, she didn't text me? And we talked about, like, how this is just, like, you know, a personal joy. It doesn't actually hurt anybody. It doesn't do anything. It's a little bit petty and it makes you feel better. At best, they learn something. At worst, they don't. An hour after I got that thank you message, I got a heart react on my message. So, I think that actually did a thing. I mean, your Discord is 10 p.m. here, so I probably won't be awake after stream. That's okay. We can chat tomorrow. I think tomorrow I'm gonna go live and do the intro thing with Lainey. So we'll have a look. We'll have a look. You know, honestly, that's very funny to me. All right, yes, all of the Hassan jokes. I am significantly quicker than Hassan, by the way. Discord was dead? I mean, my Discord is kind of quiet. Anyway, continue.
But reserved, priggish, stiff.
We're learning about envy.
There's her repressed black swan impulse, which we could call the SpongeBob personality. Intuitive, chaotic, ecstatic. In SpongeBob SquarePants, the character Squidward is fundamentally a figure of envy.
Do you know how many times I've seen millennials identify themselves as Squidward? Stop doing that to yourself. You have the power to be SpongeBob.
Stemming from failed ambition.
I don't think I knew you were bi or pan. I am bi, but I definitely lean towards women.
Hello, you've reached the house of unrecognized talent.
Squidward aspires to artistic achievement, but remains a mediocrity, partly because of his overly dry, doctrinaire attitude towards art.
I was engaged for 5 years.
SpongeBob is Squidward's social equal. They're literally neighbors.
No, sorry,
and
never
they
mind.
both
I was
work
engaged for a year. Jesus Christ.
the same fast food
My brain
service
is
job
rotting.
for the same exploitative
Someone say
capitalist.
Bob Sponge?
But
Exactly.
SpongeBob is a Mozartian intuitive genius who's able to transform the most mundane activities, blowing bubbles, flipping burgers, into a kind of aesthetic rapture.
I don't want to be SpongeBob. He works for the greedy capitalist. See, now you're being Squidward. Stop being Squidward. That's jealousy and envy. He works for the greedy capitalist. You are envying the capitalist because you could spread that wealth. That is being Squidward. You want to be SpongeBob. You want to be happy, and you want to decide what you want to do. You want to be chaotic. You want to be developing joy out of every situation. Proud to be a SpongeBob. Me too, honestly.
Squidward intensely envies SpongeBob's uninhibited joy and intuitive creativity.
That's just antisocial.
But he can't admit that envy to himself. So he convinces himself that what he's really feeling is contempt, snobbish disdain for SpongeBob's childish behavior.
What the people want is culture, not dancing bubbles.
Though deep down, Squidward really wants what SpongeBob has.
It's
No, we're talking about how you need to be SpongeBob. Don't embody Squidward. All the time I see shit like, oh, I didn't realize I would be Squidward. Oh, I watched this as a show as a kid and now I feel like Squidward. Stop, you're doing that to yourself. You get to decide. You get to decide. Twitch is not being social. Sorry, I don't, like, online interaction can produce a facsimile of in-person social interaction, but never the exact same. It will never produce the same outcomes that in-person social interaction will produce. You want to be SpongeBob. He was exploited by Mr. Krabs. Doesn't matter, he's happy. His life is good. He takes joy from everything. It doesn't matter if he is happy. What about being Sandy? I don't know. I don't remember enough about Sandy to make a comment on that. But being SpongeBob or Squidward are a bad option when we can be following Sandy. Like, Sandy's smart and researcher and will fight, yeah, but like at the same time she isolates herself. She has to. Just be SpongeBob, guys. You're being contrarian now.
Beautiful.
I'll take what SpongeBob is taking.
Which
Happiness.
we see when he can't help himself from blowing bubbles, or when he trades away all of his possessions for the chewing gum wrapper that in SpongeBob's hands was a source of infinite entertainment. A lot of people my age who watched SpongeBob as a kid rewatch it now and are horrified to discover that they identify with Squidward, whereas as
I've seen this video, but it's been a couple years.
children, they identified with SpongeBob. Well, you either die a SpongeBob or you live long enough to see yourself become the Squidward.
Future!
And there's a pain in becoming Squidward, which is usually explained as the disappointing drudgery of adult life, or simply loss of childhood.
I mean, it depends on where you're going, mate. I don't know the immigration laws for every country. Women in hembies are hot, but like sex isn't the best. I just want to hold a woman and kiss her in shoulders while we cook soup. Clothes are optional in this scenario. Yeah, that's a very normal thought process. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, like, the whole point we're watching Envy is because we're also learning about how the right wing is based off of A, sexual insecurity, and B, it's not fair. And that's the entire ideology. Actually, I want to be Gary. Guys, come on. All right, now. Let's focus.
I would argue that envy of
Also,
childhood
yes,
is
Plankton
the
is Elon
distinctive
Musk.
Squidwardian emotion.
I can try.
Squidwardian? Are we saying that word? Are we really saying that word out loud? To an audience of millions?
I am not a lawyer,
Okay.
so
It's
like
basically the same dynamic as Salieri's envy of Mozart in Amadeus. Oh my god, the evil eye killed Mozart. You gotta watch out for that one, kids. If a mysterious stranger shows up on your doorstep at midnight asking you to compose a requiem mass for your own father, just say no. So in Sponge Amadeus Mozart pants, we have a diligent though stuffy wannabe envying the effortless playfulness of the spontaneous genius.
Camel, all you really need to do is go on their immigration website and like read. Genuinely, like they make it pretty simple. But yeah, I'll have a look. This video is based, Contra is based.
Grazie, signore.
So Squidward's envy of SpongeBob is, well, it's Apollo's envy of Dionysus. Look, if we were to view SpongeBob SquarePants through the philosophy of Friedrich Nietzsche, stay with me ladies, I have an angle here, we could say that Squidward represents what Nietzsche called the Apollonian impulse, while SpongeBob represents the Dionysian. Nietzsche thought there were two conflicting artistic drives in the human personality. The Apollonian, named after the Greek god Apollo, is the drive towards self-control, order, logic, morality, and the Dionysian, named after Dionysus, is the drive toward intoxication, frenzy, passion, intuition.
You need both, is the answer, by the way. Like, the key to getting away from envy and jealousy is to rid resentment, and to rid resentment, that means everybody prospers. That's really it. Everybody prospers.
Both SpongeBob and...
Oh, and anyone know what a tariff is? You've got to be joking, right? It's a tax that the company that's buying something pays at the port of entry and then raises the price of, so that you buy it as the consumer and they don't buy, and then they aren't working at a loss. It's a tax on the consumer.
Amadeus present these two drives in conflict, with the Apollonian envying the Dionysian. Of course, this is a misrepresentation of how art is actually created, because Nietzsche's whole point is that you need a balance of the two drives. In reality, you cannot have a pure Dionysian artist like SpongeBob, because creating good art requires at least some level of discipline and ordering.
See? It is all in the technique.
Otherwise, you're
It's not just because they're not white, though, Crazy Krabby Jr. The fact that they're, like, resenting people that aren't white comes from other reasons. It's not, like, the racism isn't a base instinct.
Drunk idiot with a guitar. Get off the stage! So Black Swan is, in a way, actually more realistic. In order to give the perfect performance,
Oh, I know.
Nina has to unify
Sorry,
her fragmented
I got a bit loud.
personality and dance both swans.
Also, Kaya, I'm technically a furnace. I've been told that before, and I think that's very funny. And sorry, I didn't mean to yell at you. I got a little heated on that one.
Resolving the envious rivalry between her two
This is such a
artistic
good movie.
impulses.
That was perfect.
Another movie about fear of envious ballerina doppelgangers, can you guess it? Is Jordan Peele's 2019 horror film Us, which dramatizes the repressed economic...
Yeah, no, they
guilt
are racist. It's just the racism doesn't come from nowhere. It's not innate. They're not born racist. They're racist because of other things. That resentment builds into racism. All of our issues come from this, is envy.
And fear...
Not all of them, but, like, envy is 70% of the right wing's ideology. And I explained the other 30%, which actually ties more into the racism, being sexual insecurity earlier.
The American middle class. We meet the Wilsons, a moderately affluent family with a vacation house and a boat, along with the Tylers, a slightly better off white family, whom the Wilsons envy.
You saw their new car, right? You had to do it. You just had to get that thing to fuck with me, too.
One night, the Wilsons' vacation home is invaded by a family of their own monstrous doppelgangers. Red, the only doppelganger who can speak, explains that her family is metaphysically tethered to the Wilsons, living wretched and destitute versions of their lives in a liminal backrooms underworld. It's super fucking liminal. I'm on Ambien at an AA meeting.
It's a bit sad that I'm on the other side of the planet, Kaya. I'd cuddle you.
Once upon a time, there was a girl.
I feel like it isn't envy, more being scared of becoming the minority, but that comes from the same thing. It's the jealousy and envy mixing together. Jealousy is one thing, envy is another, but both exist in the same spectrum. Jealousy comes from the envy. So they're afraid of being the minority, comes from jealousy, and that comes from envy. Because now they feel like they are losing what they had, and others are taking it, and they envy what the others have. They are jealous that they don't have it, and they envy it because they want it. That's why they're afraid of being the minority. It is this.
And the girl had a shadow. The two were connected, tethered together. When the girl ate, her food was
It's
given her
not
warm
fair.
and
That's
tasty.
the ideology.
But when the shadow was hungry, she had to eat rabbit, raw and bloody.
We later find out that all over the US, US spells us. Hey, that's the title of the movie. Oh. The tethered have risen up to kill their privileged doppelgangers and to link arms across the country in a dark parody of the real-world 1986 homelessness fundraiser Hands Across America.
America would never do this today.
The real-world 1986 homelessness.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Fundraiser.
America today would never, ever, ever, for homeless people do something like this. As I've said before, MAGA's gonna have quite a hard time turning their base into fascist because fascism requires you to give everything to the state. And I mean ideological pure fascist, not to say that they're not already. They are, but the public needs to be ideologically pure fascist. And because of that, you need to make them give up. Americans wouldn't give a homeless person $1. They would rather kick that person to death. All right? They're not giving everything for the state. Doesn't matter if it's Trump or not. Did Trump accidentally MAGA's minds, or was it intentional? I want to know if he's just like them. Donald Trump's brain is soup. He is a puppet for the capital class. Now, he makes some decisions, but his brain is still soup. People have lost their minds. I don't know how to bring it back. Community, collective cooperation, talking to your neighbors, go outside, walk around, go into a shop, chat some people up, build a community, work with people. You need to, again, like food's gonna get expensive. Go find some people in your town and hold a fundraiser to buy an empty lot to grow into a community food garden. Create a community policing program. Look at what the community in Ohio did after the Nazis showed up. They formed a well-regulated militia to protect their community, set up checkpoints. I'm giving the homeless money when I can, but I'm also poor. That's incredible of you, Kaya. Yeah. Like, again, like, you help people and they will help you. As I said earlier, I've let homeless people come into my house take a shower because they needed a shower. I let a homeless guy sleep on my couch because it was snowing and I saw him walking by. These are things that help you build a community. After I did that, I could, like, I'd be walking around and I would see these people and they'd be happy to see me. We'd chat. If I needed something, not to say that, like, they had more means than me, but they would likely try and help me if I asked them for help.
Hands Across America. So my reading of Us.
Donald Trump is
that
the
it's
type
an
of person you eat
expression
at the barbecue.
Of middle-class guilt about privilege.
Is that a Fed post? No, that's very much satire.
And fear of envy. It's not a movie about the
Sorry.
Across America. So my reading of Us is that it's an expression of middle-class guilt about privilege and fear of envy. It's not a movie about the working class. If it was a movie about the working class, then the working class would be able to speak human languages and would not be scary monsters who make animal sounds and stagger around.
She's correct,
like
by the way.
This is a movie about the anxious middle class's nightmare of the working class. Us represents in a self-aware way
Based
what
Crazy
other
Krabby
home
Jr.
invasion movies represent unconsciously. The fear
Like I said, I'm happy to help somebody, even if I know that it will negatively impact me later. Just because if I have the means, I feel like I should.
Of the envious poor, of revolution, of slave revolt.
Tell me you did not just reference Home Alone.
But Us diverges from other home invasion movies by not just being fearful about the underclass, but also guilty. The idea of the tethered underclass represents life as a zero-sum
This is about
where
capital.
every moment of your happiness is bought with someone else's suffering.
And under capitalism, it is. Every moment of your happiness through consumerism is bought through someone else's suffering. You can be SpongeBob and not need that. You can just be happy based on your own mind, your own decisions, your own perspective. You remember that book in like the 2000s that was called The Secret that all of like the moms were reading? Ironically, yeah, that book was correct. You get to decide how you perceive the world, and how you perceive the world affects how you engage with the world and how you feel. If you talk shit about it, if you are doing dishes and you fuck up and you spill water everywhere and you say, fuck, I'm such an idiot, that affects how you see the world. Oh my god, that scene just reminded me. I've seen this movie a long ass time ago. I'm sure a lot of people have. I will donate to my friends on Twitch, even if it means I'll be broke sooner between now and my next disability check. Call me Kaya. You might not get another disability check, so I might hold off on that if I was you. Just being super serious and blunt, as I usually am. The Secret is classically the law of attraction. It just be nice to people. Our brain gives us happiness chemicals so we can be happy with less. Yeah, exactly. You get to decide. This is an addiction of happiness chemicals. But you don't need it. You can just make the happiness chemicals. Make the decision.
It's an incredibly guilty fantasy, an internalization of the black magic logic of people who blame their own misfortunes on the people they envy.
Yeah, I know.
As
It's a good movie.
My neighbor's harvest can only have turned out better than mine, because he has somehow succeeded in reducing mine by black magic. So the
Thank you for
fear
the
of
Salvagard.
envy and the guilt of success are repressed in American culture, but they still find
Trump hates disabled people, so he wants to make them homeless. Well, I mean, like, it's not just Trump. Trump hates the homeless and disabled people, don't get me wrong. But, like, they don't even want to make them homeless. They want to put the homeless in camps. You should read Project 2025. And, Donald Trump has spoken about homeless camps. Openly. There's videos of it. I can pull it up for you if you like. The Secret is classically Hegelian and is subject to the same criticisms. Of course, of course, of course. But, like, okay, here. Donald Trump homeless camps. Let's listen to the man himself for a second.
Under crooked Joe Biden, the U.S. government...
I'm going to go fill up my water bottle while we listen to Hitler. Or, at this point, I feel like he's more Pol Pot, but, you know.
...has spent nearly $1 billion to house illegal aliens and foreign migrants in expensive luxury hotels, courtesy of you, the American taxpayer, and they want to spend billions and billions more. In many states, we're running out of hotel space because the rooms are all booked up with illegal aliens living in a very large way on the American taxpayer's dime. Meanwhile, we have 33,000 veterans in this country who are homeless and living very poorly, I might add, and it's a shame. They're living in filth and squalor on our streets. Nobody is doing a thing for them. We helped them a lot during my 4 years, and it's all been dropped. Everything we did for our veterans has been dropped. It's a disgrace. Joe Biden puts illegal aliens before homeless veterans and funding for shelter and transport of illegal aliens, and redirect a portion of those savings, a very large portion, I might add, to provide shelter and treatment for homeless American veterans.
He's going to make
I will make it a
Hoovervilles.
personal mission to totally eradicate veterans' homelessness in America by the end of next term.
Wait,
You'll
hold
see a
on.
big difference.
I just found the actual, like, bit in this 5-minute video where he says the thing.
Camping, ban urban camping wherever possible.
Ban urban
Violators
camping
of
means ban sleeping on the street.
These bans will be arrested, but they will be given the option to accept treatment and services if they're willing to be rehabilitated.
So if you're sleeping outside, that's camping, and you'll be arrested.
Many of them don't want that, but we'll give them the option. We will then open up large parcels of inexpensive land, bring in doctors, psychiatrists, social workers.
I'm sure.
And drug rehab specialists, and create tent cities where the home...
Tent cities. Tent cities. Hoovervilles, Trumpvilles, camps.
...can be relocated and their problems identified. But
So an elderly homeless woman or man can be arrested, but how can they work? They can't. They can't work. What are you talking about? The jobs are all getting replaced with fucking robots. Homeless camps. We got gulags in El Salvador. RFK Jr. wants to make 80 like mental illness camps. He was gonna take all of the Zoomers, take your antidepressants, your antipsychotics, your ADHD meds away, and put you into camps to learn how to engage as humans. Now, if it was anyone like good doing that, and it wasn't taking away people's medication, I could understand the idea of like a place where you go as a young person where there's like no social media. You're still on your fucking meds. But, like, hold on. Wellness camps. That's what it was. I can be in favor of a wellness camp if I ran it, but only if I run it. I don't trust these fucking people. It's all Nazi shit. Of course it is. Relocated, kept away from society to keep asset values. That's what he's saying. So I'm glad at least you learned something. I'm literally watching from the backseat of a car where I live now, so that's terrifying. Fuck Clamjammer. Maybe try and illegally cross the border into legally cross the border into Canada or Mexico and apply for asylum. Honestly, that's my best advice for you. If you can't afford to leave the country on a plane, if you don't have the ability, go cross the border and apply for asylum. Get the fuck out of there. Martial law is in 10 days. I'm like 78% sure of it. Have a lovely night, Kaya. And yes, kiss other women if you're inclined. Do the thing. But with consent. We have more homes than Americans. Literally, it would make the government money to give the homeless people the empty houses. It would literally profit the government to take the homeless people and give them the free houses. But why won't we do it? It's exactly what we're talking about. It's not fair. That's why. That is why. We could make money by giving the empty houses to the homeless people. But we choose not to because, oh, well, I worked for my house and I had to... It's not fair. That's why. Oh, Batgaz, were you here earlier? I haven't seen you all day. Good to see you. I have something for you. I don't know how you're going to feel about it, though.
Margaret Thatcher's dead.
Sorry, that was really loud.
Ding dong, the wicked bitch is dead.
This made me very happy.
It's a shame the bitch didn't die 87 years ago.
True. True. It's funny how much the "it's not fair" is like spot on to the thing that my local right-wingers... It's all of the right-wingers. It's not fair. It's not fair. That is their entire ideology. What's the point of the government profiting if the only thing that they want to do with the extra money is to give it to... Well, I mean, in a real society where we give homeless people, like, housing to profit the government, would then be spent on social programs. To be fair, I am a libertarian socialist. I don't even want a state. Now, I don't think it's ever going to happen in my lifetime. I want to build the systems to get there. But you should have the state, in the meantime, be at least social democratic. Like, you got to spend that... Right now, they are stealing your money. You know that, right? Like, every cut. They just cut Medicaid. The Senate voted with the House. And gone. That's your money. They cut your Social Security. That's your money. They are stealing it. We constantly heard that the student loan cancellations were on the table for years back. Like, Joe Biden did cancel quite a lot of student debt. And then Donald Trump re-added it. Because, no, sorry, you can't do that. It's just capital.
Expression in movies.
It's not fair. That's the issue. Every fucking time. It's always been.
Peele is kind of like the Charles Dickens of the 21st century. Us actually reminds me of A Christmas Carol, a story about the guilt of the rich if ever there was one. You know, Scrooge is visited by ghosts who show him how wretched and sad the lives of his employees are, and how he'll die alone and hated by everyone, and his funeral is only attended by businessmen on the condition that lunch is provided. Dickens was truly the master of scaring the rich straight. So maybe fear of envy can serve a softly regulatory function by motivating charity and generosity in the rich. But in general, I'm suspicious of envy as a motivation for politics.
As am I.
Because remember, The basic logic of envy is, if I can't have it, then no one can, which is a purely negative, destructive style of thinking. It's taking privileges away, not for the material benefit of the underprivileged, but merely for the psychological satisfaction.
Stop hating the rich, start hating the system. Hate the ultra rich. The average rich people just benefit from the system. They're not good. They're still, you know, exploiting and all of that, but like, you have to. Everyone has to. These people are just doing what they've been trained to do. When you go to school, they literally teach you to do this. They're doing what they were if you buy a puppy from a pet store, like 1 month old, I don't know, I've never bought a dog. Which I also think is like weird that you can buy animals, but that's a whole other thing. Let's say you get a puppy and you train that puppy to bite things constantly. You can't get mad at the puppy when it's an adult dog biting shit constantly. It's the system.
Of the envious person. And that's even worse when you consider that envy is
a global
subjective.
issue.
It doesn't necessarily target objective power and privilege. So envy in politics is not by any means relegated to the left. Conservative politics is brimming with envy.
Just don't be kind to conservatives. Like, American conservatives are Nazis, so don't be kind to them. The zombies, if they come to you, if the zombie class of MAGA comes to you, then you can be kind to them and try and work with them. But like the average MAGA zombie, no, don't be kind to them. Be as big of a cunt as you possibly can.
Like in this debate about forgiving student loan debt, you often hear people say, I had to pay my student loans, so they should too. Debt forgiveness is not fair. The logic here is, since I didn't get my student debt forgiven, no one should. It's intergenerational envy, which is a pretty common thing. Usually older generations
It really
envy
is.
the young.
Guys, it's not fair is the entire thing.
These days have it so easy. When I was young, we ate nails for breakfast and sent text messages on the Pony Express. The feeling is basically, it's not fair that kids these days don't have to suffer like I suffered. Or think about the concept of a welfare queen, which openly reeks of envy and white resentment. Or the way conservatives talk about immigration. It's all this envious suspicion about illegal immigrants sneaking in and getting government handouts without having to pay taxes. I had to work hard for my money, so why should these people get a free ride?
It's
not that
not
that's what being an illegal
fair.
immigrant is actually like, except in the imagination.
This issue is so big in my trade. This issue is the issue. Guys, this is like most of the world's problem. Is it's not fair. And to be fair, America kind of produces most of that effect. We export our politics to most countries. So even in places where envy, fear of envy existed, like in Europe, people have that fear of envy just based on like centuries of different cultural connotation. America is the odd one out that pride in envy, but we have exported that now. And so that is much more common in Europe now as well, and other places. The older generation got abused by their managers, so they become managers and abuse the next generation because it is literally the same thing. Like I've said, 30% of the entire right wing's ideology is sexual insecurity, I'm cucked and black dudes will fuck my white daughter, and the other 70% is it's not fair.
Of people who envy them. Envy is felt more intensely by prideful people, so it's especially sharp when it targets people who are supposed to be beneath you. The Jewish radical feminist Andrea Dworkin made what I think is a pretty compelling argument that both anti-Semitism and misogyny are partly rooted in envy. She quotes a bigoted argument made by the wife-killing protagonist of Tolstoy's story, The Kreutzer Sonata, who resents that women and Jews find a kind of paradoxical power in their own oppression.
Just like
Hey guys, does this sound familiar to like everything I showed earlier this stream?
Jews, as they pay us back for their oppression by financial domination, so it is with women. Ah, you want us to be traders only? Alright, as traders we will dominate you, say the Jews. Ah, you want us to be merely objects of sensuality? Alright, as objects of sensuality we will enslave
Obviously
you.
this is
Dworkin explains.
like
This
psychotic.
dominance of men by women is experienced by the men as real, emotionally real, sexually real, psychologically real. It emerges as the reason for the wrath of the misogynist. The woman appears to control sex. The man needs it. This causes his rage at her perceived power over him.
Women control access to what men want, which gives women a kind of indirect power that some men envy. They envy the sexual power of women.
Sorry. Our lawmakers purposefully want to harm society, so that won't work. The entire like leadership of the capital class is based on narcissism, sadism, psychopathy, and Machiavellianism.
It doesn't matter to the misogynists that, especially at the time Tolstoy was writing, women objectively have less power in society than men. He envies women because they have what he desires. Likewise, it didn't matter to Weimar anti-Semites that Jewish people were a marginalized minority. Anti-Semitism
It didn't matter to American Nazis that like Latin American people and black people and women and Asian people and queer people and disabled people are marginalized communities.
Often rooted in an envious obsession with the disproportionate influence and affluence of Jewish people.
Literally DEI.
It is not the absolute differences between men which feed envy, but subjective perception, the optics of envy.
Magic mirror on the wall. Who's the cuntest of them all?
Me.
Thou art cunt, my queen. But hold, a lovely maid I see.
Oh yes,
Envy.
It's me.
What?
In a way, I'm kind of just in the beginning of this whole transition, you know, like a young little girl going through all of these things, having a sleepover with the girls. What do we do on a sleepover? Do we have like pillow fights and all that stuff?
Alas, she is more cunt than thee.
I've created a new slur. You know how like back in the day, there would be a slur for like black people who liked white people a bit too much. What was it called again? It was like an uncle. Fuck.
Stunting on the gram has come to nothing.
Uncle Tom. It was called an Uncle Tom. You should call Caitlyn Jenner an Auntie Bruce.
The classic 1937 Disney movie Snow White and the Wicked MILF is the story of a, quote, vain and wicked queen who obsessively envies the beauty of her own
I'm not sorry.
stepdaughter. Are you sure this was for children?
I'm not sorry. In fact, Stacy, the comedian on Twitter, who's a trans person, gave explicit permission to the public for that one. That's a good one. It is. That is a specific type of person, a specific type of identity. It is the mirror version of an Uncle Tom, but for trans folk. Why the fuck not? Be mean to these people. Hate authentically.
The MILF Queen asks the mirror, who is the fairest one of all? And the mirror responds,
it's not going to make it any worse. They already hate you.
It says the stepdaughter Snow White is the fairest, which sends the queen into an envious fury, resulting in a series of bizarre murder attempts. So first of all, can we talk plot holes, dang? Are we really supposed to believe that this is more beautiful than this?
True.
Ding. Isn't Snow White like 12 years old? What's going on, Walt? Why don't you take a seat? Maybe she's not 12, I don't know. It's hard to tell because she's constantly surrounded by manlets. Ugh, but she's just so boring. And the queen is such a baddie. Step on my throat, mother. This is a horny video. Well, yeah, because I quit riding that brown tiger. I can feel the pulse back in my veins. So despite the injustice done to its lead MILF, Snow White does illustrate some interesting things about envy. Once again, we have black magic and witchcraft as an expression of envy. We have the age difference, intergenerational envy, the envy of youth. It kind of reminds me of those millennial women who hit 30 and suddenly feel a need to rage against Gen Z.
True!
Pretty counterproductive, since if you're worried about seeming old, complaining about the youths, it's probably not helping your case.
I mean, to be fair, I was just complaining that the Gen Z, boys are insane when it comes to women, but, I have receipts for that one.
Scourge. You might wonder if there's also jealousy involved with the evil queen. Is she worried that the king is gonna fall in love with his own daughter? Well, I don't think so, because we never even see the king. The queen doesn't mention him. It's not about the king. So there's no romantic jealousy involved. It's just one woman envying another woman over beauty for its own sake. We stand a Bechdel test passing movie about women hating each other. Gatekeep, gas girl, gate girl, gas keep, light boss. In fact, in the original Brothers Grimm version, the queen first tries killing Snow White with beauty accessories, poisoning a comb and lacing her to death with a corset. I wish I could die that way.
It is a consistent theme. Envy is what, as I was talking about hating Contra like you hate your hot best friend. Oh, like envious hate. That makes sense. Splash damage.
What's really
to be fair, like, Riz is a good word, but it's not enough. I don't forgive the Gen Z boys. Not for what they've done. Not for what I've shown on this stream.
Striking is the pure kamikaze malignity of it all. This queen, who we know is obsessed with her look, is willing to transform herself with witchcraft into an ugly old hag, just to give Snow White the poisoned apple. And the queen disguising herself
as in, I would happily ruin my own life as long as I ruin your life a little bit more. Same concept as the right in America, abroad, everywhere. I will happily vote against my own best interest as long as people I dislike, groups that I dislike, suffer slightly more than I do.
Hag parallels Satan disguising himself as a serpent. I mean, you could actually argue that the queen is simply a persona of Satan. It's Paradise Lost all over again, which also happens to be the title of my memoir. The queen is incredibly petty because even according to the, again, wrong and tasteless mirror, she's still the second most beautiful woman in the world. How could someone so close to the top of the hierarchy still be consumed by envy? Well, basically, because that's how envy works.
Yep.
It's petty, it's subjective, and it's indifferent to the magnitude of the inequality or to the absolute position on the overall hierarchy. So you can be the second best in the world and still be obsessively envious of the one person who may barely even be above you. In fact, there's studies showing that Olympic silver medalists are actually less satisfied with their prize than bronze medalists.
Really? That shows a lot. That silver medalists are less happy with their prize than bronze medalists. The bronze medalist is the Chad SpongeBob, whereas the silver medalist is the Squidward. I just wish the world wasn't so horrible. You know, sometimes mate, the world is bad because we allow it to be. You can make the world better. That's your job, in fact. No one's coming to save you. There is no, like, top-down change doesn't work. Positive, lasting change will only ever come from the bottom up. From the bottom up. When you're too good at a specific niche game, you realize it was funner when you weren't at the top level. I've had that with a couple games as well. Envy plus conspiracy theories plus inability to create equals we're getting a full picture of their psyche. Don't forget the sexual insecurity. That's the foundation. The sexual insecurity, and then the envy is built on top of that, then the conspiracy theories, then the inability to create. Lonely at the top of the mountain is a real thing. Bronze medal energy. Yeah, true. The Chad SpongeBob. I'm a random guy in the countryside of Norway. What can I do? Go outside, talk to your neighbors, work with them, make friends, walk around your community. Create a system that is not hyper-individualistic. People should have more collective, cooperative community engagement. That's how you get out of this. That's how cooperative community engagement and leaning into cringe is how you get out of it. Don't be a quitter, chat. You can change the world through small actions. Guys, we grew up watching movies where it's like, oh, if you travel back in time and you step on the butterfly, it could make dinosaurs 1,000 years in the future. Mate, you can do that now. Right now. I'm envious of you because you're in Norway and have walkable cities. True. True.
Probably because the bronze medalist is just happy to be on the
Although I'm
podium
jealous,
at all,
not envious.
While the silver medalist is so close to first, they can't help but wonder what if. Humans form our sense of identity and self-worth not by comparing our...
Find something close to what I said and try. Like that really is it. Is you have to engage with people outside of the internet. online social interaction will never create the same effects as in-person social interaction, which is what we need. We have been poisoned into thinking only for ourselves and our small circle of people that we care about, and we engage socially online where there's no consequences. You can just block somebody. You gotta. How long is that in freedom units? 30 kilometers in miles is 18 miles. 18 freedom units, rather. Sorry, I forgot. It's illegal now to call it that. Damn, close. See, so just make small progress one step at a time. Talk to a new person, make friends. Go out. When you go out and you go to a store, just like chat up the person working at the store. Say something nice to them. Compliment people. It'll make their day.
Ourselves to any absolute standard, but by comparing ourselves to each other. And we're more likely to compare ourselves to the people who are around us than we are to people who are far away. We could call this the proximity effect
This
of
is
envy.
huge,
We're
by the
more
way.
likely to envy people who are close to us or similar to us, especially people we're in competition with. That's why social media is such a nightmare. It's an incubator of envy because it puts everyone next to everyone else. So
That's
we're all
why I
being
hate it.
compared, all in competition, and it can destroy your self-esteem because you're comparing your actual life to these idealized images.
Again, hence why I think that children should not be allowed a smartphone. Like when I was a kid, I could do dumb shit in school. Whereas now, everything will forever be online, and you are constantly in fear of embarrassment and constantly filled with envy of others. Hell, I'm looking at this chick and I'm like, God damn. Like, I wish I had that curve. What should I start conversation with? Compliment. Say something nice. Hey, I like your hair. It looks cool. Hey, I like your necklace. I like your shoes. Something.
And it also turns public figures into lightning rods for envy because of the numeric visibility of popularity and success. It's a perverse consequence of the proximity effect that envy within an oppressed
Start
class
off by
is
abruptly
often
explaining Marxism. True. I'm kidding. Hey, my go-to is, hey, I like your earrings. That's a good one, yeah. Compliment something on that person in a non-weird way. And if they respond positively, keep talking to them. I don't know. How's your day?
more venomous and obsessive than envy for the oppressor.
Sorry, hold
oppressed
on.
class. Reverse consequence of
Just don't talk about the weather. That's true, mental lore. That like puts people off now.
The proximity effect that envy within an oppressed class is often more venomous and obsessive than envy for the oppressor. So for
Irony.
example, in Snow White and Black Swan, you have women envying other women because women are often in competition with each other. And I know it's kind of a misogynistic trope. In media, there's constant portrayals of vain and envious women, jealous bitches, fighting over men, over youth, over beauty. It's like drag queen femininity. Death becomes her femininity.
On guard. Valid. We covered like Cincinnati being flooded and it not being covered on like any news today. Bitch.
So yeah, it's kind of a misogynistic trope, but how do I put
know.
this delicately? Sometimes reality is misogynistic. Like when my eyelash won't stay glued on. The patriarchy's
misogyny.
machinations
That
are
is.
clearly to blame. In her
agree.
1976 essay, Trashing the Dark Side of Sisterhood,
Although I never
feminist
wear
Jo
fake
Freeman
eyelashes.
wrote about her ostracism from within the women's movement.
I've been watching for years with
Oh, by the way, this is exactly why TERFs exist. It's not fair!
increasing dismay as the movement consciously destroys anyone within it who stands out in any way.
And she quotes a speech by fellow feminist Anselma Dell'Olio.
And who do they attack? Achievement or accomplishment of any kind would seem to be the worst crime. Do anything that every other woman secretly or otherwise feels she could do just as well, and you're in for it. You are immediately
There is actually a part of this video where Vosh is mentioned.
labeled a thrill-seeking opportunist, a ruthless mercenary out to make her fame and fortune over the dead bodies of selfless sisters who have buried their abilities and sacrificed their ambitions for the greater glory of feminism.
Freeman speculates,
The primary reason there have been so few great women blank is not merely that greatness has been undeveloped or unrecognized, but that women exhibiting potential for achievement are punished by both women and men. The fear of success is quite
So
rational.
the whole right-wing party is basically like jealous kid at the birthday party? Envy. Jealousy and envy are two different things. But yes, basically. It's sexual insecurity, jealousy, then envy.
When one knows
And then conspiracy.
that the consequence of achievement is hostility and not praise.
So at no point in this
That's
essay
also
does
true
Joe
for
Freeman
women.
use the word envy, but as usual, envy is right below the surface, causing all the trouble. So Freeman is describing how people from marginalized groups whose ambition raises them above the typical limits set by marginalization are often ostracized from their own communities.
True.
But she has no causal explanation for why this happens. I have an explanation. The explanation is envy, and women are more likely to envy other women. Trans women are more likely to envy other trans women. Oh god, am I really gonna go there? If we did this topic justice, this video would be 9 centuries long.
On guard, bitch.
A lot of people assume that trans women envy cis women, and there is some truth to that. There definitely was a time in my life when I used to envy cis women for being cis women, but now I kind of just don't even allow myself to have the thought, what if I were a cis woman? So in a way, because becoming a cis woman is impossible, it's unobtainable, I actually envy cis women less. So trans women are more likely to envy other trans women because of the proximity effect and because another trans woman represents an actual possibility of what I, a trans woman, could become. She's a standard to which I could plausibly compare myself. Here's a post someone made on my own fan subreddit.
Am I the only one who finds it hard to watch trans creators? Before I realized I was a trans woman, I fucking loved people like ContraPoints, Nick Spears, and other
Proximity
trans
effect
creators.
is a huge
But
deal.
ever since I realized I was trans, I just get this angry, resentful feeling in the pit of my stomach whenever I get recommended any of these videos. I seriously loved ContraPoints, but whenever I try to watch any of her videos, I just want to scream. I had this feeling toward passing trans people in general. I feel such hatred for them, and I don't know why. Am I just a toxic person?
No, it's resentment and envy. It's resentment at society, and it's envy at the other trans person. Like, that is just how it works. Offended by the word cis, but they openly call us in the LGBT community. I got banned for saying that, so I'm not going to say it again. Literally, yeah. You can't say cisgender on Twitter. You get banned for it. But the proximity effect is a huge deal because it only applies in certain aspects. Like, for instance, you don't... Well, actually, never mind. I was going to say, you don't envy your child for getting into a good school. But if your child does better than you, a lot of parents, at least in America, do form that envy. They're mad that their child has gone above them. Whereas that's not how, like, snowflakes, they're just snowflakes.
Well, sweetie, you're not a toxic person, at least not any worse than anyone else. It's just that human nature is a toxic person. And that angry, resentful feeling in the pit of your stomach.
That's not human nature, that's material conditions and social conditions training you.
Makes you want to scream and
That's good,
feel
child
such a
support.
hatred has a name. And the name is envy. I actually admire the person who wrote this post because they're doing the best that any of us can do, really, which is noticing the feeling without endorsing the feeling. I wish that more people could feel things without rushing to a rational defense
Mate, it's my stream. I'm the one cooking. You get to eat.
Of the feeling. And isn't rationality itself often simply the attempt to make our feelings contagious? Sometimes people have no self-awareness about it at all. For example, there's a certain kind of boomer transsexual who complains that when I transitioned, I had to go through rigorous medical gatekeeping, but kids these days just waltz on in and walk out with hormones. It's intergenerational envy. Trans edition. It was
Pretty
hard
sure
for
that's
me,
never been
so
true.
it should be hard for everyone, like the student debt debate. If I can't have
Is
it,
this Fable 2 or 3 music in the background?
no one can. And look, I do have sympathy and admiration for older trans people. Like, being trans in 2021 is already the maximum level of adversity that I can handle. I cannot imagine.
Goddamn, Contra. I wonder how you're doing now.
How hard it was to do this in the 80s. However, The pain of envy is not a valid argument. Envy is not sacred rage, and the malignant demands of envious people should be ignored. God, this community, the constant competition, the envy, the cringing, it makes it really hard to get along with other trans people. Oh, speaking
Also,
of...
again, embrace cringe. Embrace it. Cringe is not a bad thing. It's a good thing. Learn to feel the cringe. Learn to be the cringe. Feel comfort in discomfort. My grandmother is 84 years old and she watches the news every day, fearful for America because she grew up in the time of the Nazi occupation in Norway. Well, I mean, your grandmother probably sees exactly what's going on. And yeah, banish the Shadow Realm for saying that the lighting is bad. How dare you? ContraPoint's videos are immaculately made.
Which? Gay tangent, everybody.
Ow!
Gay tangent. Envy presents kind of a unique problem to same-sex attracted people because of the increased risk of envying the very people you're attracted to.
I want to the ones I envy. I envy.
You know, it's the classic, do I want you or do I want to be you?
I know, I'm
problem.
sorry.
I've heard feminine queer women say they could never date another femme because they're worried they would just end up envying her. So dating masculine women...
That makes no sense to me, by the way. Like, as a woman who likes women, I would happily date a woman who's more attractive than me. I have no issue with that at all. In fact, I welcome it. Why the fuck would I have an issue with that? Like, I would date another femme who's more attractive than me easily. Contra literally invented the whole ass muse-y scene genre with their lighting, whatever the term is. That's true. Honestly, leftist, liberal, straight, cis men give me some of the most genuine gender euphoria because they don't give a fuck about me being trans. I don't know why anyone would give a fuck. Like, that's the thing. There's no real reason to. Come on, negative Phil, give the face some contrast. Too flat, sorry. Not banish the Shadow Realm. There's a point to it.
Solves that
it's supposed to look dark.
Problem because having separate
I would
roles,
date anyone who I enjoy
aesthetics,
spending time
separate
with, and they do
categories
me.
Helps to avert proximity envy between partners. Unfortunately, I am not that smart. Basically, I am attracted to femininity, but I also want to embody a kind of feminine archetype myself. I'm not masculine and I don't want to be. You know, I used to think I'd only want to date another trans woman because of the mutual understanding, but I've kind of realized that at this point it may actually be more psychologically healthy for me to open up to dating cis
hello,
women.
hello, Non-Fawn. Welcome, 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 Raiders. Everyone go and give Non-Fawn a follow. We are watching a 3-year-old ContraPoints video learning about envy, because my hypothesis is that the entire right wing is built on 2 factors. 30% of their ideology is built on sexual insecurity, black men are gonna fuck my white daughter, and the other 70% of their ideology is, it's not fair! That's it. That's the entire ideology.
I used to not want to do that because I was afraid it would make me feel like a man, but at this point, honestly, just be a man. Whatever, it's fine. As a drag queen once said, I'm more of a man than you'll ever be, and more of a woman than you'll ever have. Yes, God. Can we get the tequila out of the frame, please? I think at a distance, it's okay to indulge the attraction, emulation ambiguity, but if you want to actually have a relationship with someone, you have to make up your mind that you desire this woman and you do not want to be her. Because think about it from the other perspective. What could be less attractive?
Crazy Krabby Jr., they're gonna make saying shit like that illegal. They're gonna say it's like anti-white racism or some shit.
Someone who literally wants to be you. Teacher, make her stop copying me. Like, as much as I joke every episode about how Buffalo Bill is an iconic trans legend, you don't want to date that bitch. Imagine trying to date Eve from All About Eve.
It's an excellent
pass. Hard pass. So if you're a queer woman or a queer anything, honestly, and you find yourself envying your partner, my advice is stop overthinking a good situation.
Yeah.
An enviable woman wanted to be with you.
Yeah.
So sit back, relax, and enjoy the clout. I get it though, it's complicated. You know, we're all supposed to proudly affirm what we truly desire, but how do you know what you truly desire? Do I want mommy? Or do I want to be the mommy? Yes. Just yes.
Just yes.
Anyway, let's go back to talking about Sigmund Freud.
The mother half took over completely.
The furry wolf image is so true. I've seen these furries with my own eyes. They do indeed be queer as fuck. Well, no shit.
Do I look okay? Is my head on straight? So,
This outfit is so hot. All of ours are. I gotta pee again. Sorry. You guys can enjoy looking at this art while I go pee. I'm back. I want ContraPoints to pat me on the head and tell me I'm doing a good job. Can you settle for me? Cause pat, you're doing a good job. Welcome back. I'm Elirda. Thank you. I did forget in the couple seconds I was away.
We keep running into this avoidance of the word envy, and people especially cannot seem to notice when they themselves are feeling envious.
In fact, just in chat, envy and jealousy have been conflated like 7 times already.
Like that person who puzzled over the angry, resentful feeling in the pit of their stomach without being able to name what they were feeling. There's two reasons why people are usually in denial about their own envy. One is guilt, and the other is shame. Shame because admitting to yourself that you
We'll watch her shame video one time. That one's
envy someone
heavy.
Implies that you feel inferior to them, which is shameful. It wounds the ego. And guilt because envy is malicious. If you envy someone, you may feel angry and miserable about their success and good fortune, and you may wish to see them ruined or brought down. That's cruel and antisocial. It goes against most ideas of morality, and it's a thought that's usually not socially acceptable to admit. So envy is shameful, guilty, and socially unacceptable, and we deal with that by suppressing it from our awareness. But it is still there. And in order to maintain the denial, we have to convince ourselves that this angry, resentful feeling in the pit of our stomach is actually something else. Think about how in SpongeBob, Squidward shows contempt for SpongeBob's childishness, for blowing bubbles, for having fun at work,
SpongeBob.
When in fact,
the Nietzschean aspect of be the SpongeBob and not the Squidward. That's okay, I want to see it. If something goes down 10%, that goes up 10%, are you back where you started? No, because you decrease. Because the decrease is from a bigger number, e.g. 100 minus 10 equals 90 plus 9 equals 99. Huh? Down 10%, then up 10%, then why is your What? The fuck?
Squidward envies SpongeBob's uninhibited joy and intuitive creativity, but he can't allow himself to have the thought that he envies SpongeBob because that would mean recognizing the intolerably shameful truth that he feels inferior to SpongeBob. So what he does instead is convince himself that what he really is a refined sophisticate, scoffing at this childish fool.
Literally every conservative.
Surrounded by such loser neighbors.
We could call this envy to contempt sublimation. Sublimation is a psychoanalytic term, which means that you transform an ego-wounding feeling or socially unacceptable longing into something more ego-flattering or socially acceptable. So the classic example used by Freud is the transformation of sexual urges, of erotic energy, into creative expression. It's like the founder of the NoFap movement, Lady Gaga, once said, "I have this weird thing that if I sleep with someone, they're gonna take my creativity from me through my."
What the
So
fuck,
according
Lady
to
Gaga?
Freud, the vast majority of erotic longings can never be fulfilled. Tell me about it, Sigmund. Ugh, misery. But there's a positive side to this, supposedly, which is that you can sublimate your erotic longing.
That
into a
gives
more
me like
socially
incel. They're gonna steal my male essence energy. What the fuck, Lady Gaga?
acceptable productivity. So, instead of flicking the bean, maybe you write novels about thirsty vampires, or for that matter, philosophical treatises about the will to power. Oh, we'll get to you. Freud thought that civilization itself is built at the cost of our instincts, most of which we have to sacrifice in order to live in a society. So like erotic impulses, I think envy can be sublimated, which is what's happening when it becomes contempt.
Yep.
Another example is the blog McMansion Hell, which makes fun of the tasteless architecture of suburban ostentatious trash.
Now, we're looking at this 3 years ago when the Nazis weren't in power. Take this and flip it on its head. The sublimation of envy into contempt, looking at everyone else that isn't MAGA. They think that, like, the idea of welfare queens, of look at all of these millions of illegals being flooded into the country, like that is what that is. It's the contempt. It's the sublimation of envy.
I would argue that part of the fun of this blog is the pleasure and relief of looking down at the rich, because looking enviously up at the rich is painful. It makes you feel inferior. And a way to alleviate that pain is to sublimate envy and pretend that you're an aristocratic aesthete, scoffing at the vulgar taste of the Arabiste. These flying buttresses are an extremely poor taste. Another example is shit-talking plastic surgery. I once heard a trans woman say, "At least I don't look like a botched sex doll." The subtext is, there's a certain kind of trans woman influencer who lives in LA and has a lot of cosmetic surgery to achieve a doll-like aesthetic. But it costs a lot of money to look like this. And a lot of trans women can't afford surgeries that they want. And one way to cope with frustrated desire is to convince yourself that the thing that's out of reach is not worth having anyway. See also the discourse on Twitter about how passive.
See, but I still think that you should just be the Chad SpongeBob and be happy. Just create happiness for your own self, for your own verified, you're not verified, minded, I'll do it. For your own sake, just happiness. You get to do that. You get to decide if you are miserable or not. You get to decide, not anyone else. Yes, there are outside factors that affect this, but in the end, you get to make that decision. I look at horrible shit all day. Am I depressed? No. Why? Because I choose not to be. Literally that simple. Because if I didn't actively choose not to be, I would be. Yesterday, I took a day off because I had a crash out stream the day before, because that one fucked me up. I chose to take the day off and to center myself and to find my happiness again. And look at me today. I'm fine because I actively chose to do that.
Transphobic. There's an ancient Greek fable where a fox wants some grapes, but he can't reach the vine. So he walks away bitterly and says, well, the grapes are transphobic anyway. The cisgender version of this is maybe the not like other girls.
It takes practice,
which is
but you
classic
can.
Envy to
It takes practice. It takes a build-up. You don't just decide. You build the systems for it. You build the self-talk. You let's say instead of talking poorly about yourself, just go over the top positive. Like, compliment yourself in a incredibly, like, over-the-top fashion, regularly. It'll start to make, like, a difference in how you feel internally. Compliment yourself. Like, wildly compliment yourself. Daily. Just do it. Do it out loud, alone, in your head. Go look at a mirror and say nice things about yourself. I promise you, you'll start feeling better. Also, maybe, like, do a little exercise. I get very tired of hearing horrible shit Trump is, doing to the USA. I get pain in my stomach, massive headache. Trump is like 1/17 of the issue that I see.
Contempt sublimation. The trope is usually that other girls are popular and slutty.
Oh my
they
God.
have fake tans and fake nails. They like partying and makeup and stupid music for idiots. But I'm quirky and real.
Yeah, watch
I
me.
listen to Pink Floyd and read
We
books.
don't sit here and listen to Trump very often. We just listen to like the key things he says. Watch me, not the news.
And eat lots of pizza late at night, alone and sad. There's usually a subtext of anxiety about inferiority, the other girls being more socially accepted, feminine, and put together. A lot of times, the other girls don't even exist, right? They're a media construct of idealized womanhood. Like, where are these other girls who've never eaten pizza and enjoy wearing makeup at 9 a.m. on a Saturday morning? Are they
Okay,
between
to be fair, I wear makeup at 9 a.m. on a Saturday morning because I stream.
the sofa cushions? Did you put them in
Yeah, watch
the other
the female
laundry? Are
Hassan.
the other girls in the room with us right
I've
now?
also been called Lady Vosh.
Sofa cushions? Did you put them in with the other laundry? Are the other girls in the room with us right now? So the feeling of inferiority toward the other girls is reframed as a kind of contemptuous hipster superiority, which is really just an ego-defensive persona of resentment. Like Janice in Mean Girls.
Though to be fair, it only takes me like 10 minutes to do my makeup.
She's not even really a lesbian. She's Lebanese.
Lebanese.
Regina got
Have a
confused,
lovely night long,
and
like
then she
Homo
dances
sapien.
with a boy at the end, and is readmitted into girlhood. Thank you.
We could stop here and finish this next time if a lot of you want to go to bed. Say positive things about myself. I'm single. I'm broke. See, you're doing it wrong, fat guys. Like, I'm single. Like, just take the broke out. I am experienced in life. I'm matured. Instantly. I'm single because I choose to be, and I'm matured. I'm looking for, like, just saying, you don't even have to believe them, man. You don't have to believe the thing. Just say it. Fake it until you make it is how it works. I'm not kidding. A year and a half ago, you could not have caught me dead in front of a fucking camera talking. You couldn't have. A year and a half ago, I was a fucking housewife. Quiet, meek, solid. Like, I was not this. This came because of I made a decision to be this. To be positive, to be loud, to take up space. That I am valid and worthy. I made those decisions. I told myself wild shit to boost my confidence. And I don't have to believe it. I didn't have to then, but it did make the effect. What's up, Alec Nix? We're just talking about envy.
Thank you for that, Tina Fey. That's very helpful. Great. Another way we can reframe feelings of envious inferiority is by transforming them into moral superiority. Moral superiority often being the refuge of people with nothing better to feel superior about.
Yep.
We don't have to feel guilty or ashamed of envy if we convince ourselves that what we're actually experiencing is justified.
Nah, not 7 deadly sins, just envy. Alec Nix, my theory is that 30% of the right wing built their ideology on I'm cucked, black people want to fuck my white daughter, sexual insecurity. 70% is envy, and it's not fair. Said that like 4 times already.
Legitimate
It is
hatred.
true, though.
So for
It's
example, think of the morality around sexuality. Part 69, sluts. Yeah, what are you gonna do about it? Cancel me?
On guard.
I love Contra
Why does everyone
so
hate
much.
sluts so much?
Hell yeah.
Sluts never did nothing wrong to nobody. Open sexual promiscuity is in a way analogous to opulence. You're conspicuously enjoying something that other people want but may not be able to get. Many cultures have norms about modesty. For example,
It just takes practice. I did not have the power a year and a half ago. Again, I was a meek, submissive housewife a year and a half ago. You work on it. It takes time, but you have to put the effort in actively. You have to practice. You build that up over time.
women to cover their hair in public. This is usually explained as prophylaxis against male lust, but I wonder if it also serves to prevent a more generalized envy, which female beauty has a way of attracting. Men often slut shame because they want to control female sexuality, and by female sexuality, I do mean male sexuality, because often what they're really struggling to control is their own desire. But slut shaming is also done pretty viciously by women to each other, and that's a complicated thing. And
Right-wing
it's more
women,
than just
mostly.
envy. Sometimes it comes from a sense that a woman who's having casual sex with a lot of men is compromising the collective sex withholding power of the group, almost like she's crossing a picket line. But there's also sometimes a resentment that a woman who's showing skin is using her body to get unearned attention. And that smells like envy to me. I don't use my body to get attention, so no one should.
Me getting flashbacks to the holes debate.
Repressed feeling is, maybe I'm a little jealous
PTSD
that
from
she's
that.
getting all this attention by posting thirst traps. But you don't think that. You think,
Crazy Krabby Jr., so have I. So have I. You can do it. I believe in you.
I'm above this because I am chaste. I have class. I am a feminist.
It's not right-wing men, Lennon. It's the entire right wing's ideology is based on it's not fair. Everything, every single complaint they have, they just whine because they have envy that has created resentment. All of it. That's it. It's that simple. How do you fix that? Embrace cringe and collective community engagement. Positively.
I would also suggest
Cooperative,
accusing her
rather.
of
Cooperative
pandering
collective.
to the male gaze. That's, of course, the feminist way of calling someone a low-down hoe bag skank. So again, we have envy to contempt sublimation, and often the contempt is moral, virtuous. The psychological need to convince ourselves that envy is morality can become so strong that we actually start inventing things to be outraged about. Take, for instance, the tendency to imagine that the wealthy and powerful are enjoying wild, satanic orgies and indulging all the forbidden, salacious pleasures that we ourselves are denied. Like QAnon, these conspiracy theorists who want us to imagine Hillary Clinton reclining in a garden of earthly delights, sampling the pleasures of ephebes. Live, laugh, love that for her. Envy is very imaginative when it comes to the hedonistic extravagance of the envied. Let's talk about Marie Antoinette, the Queen of France who was guillotined by the Revolution.
I disagree. What's satanic orgies? I mean, there's Epstein pedophile parties and Diddy there's no satanic orgies. They're just pedophilic orgies from the right. That's the real difference.
If you know one thing about Marie Antoinette,
follow what it is.
It's probably that when she heard about a famine where the people had no bread, she infamously responded, "Let them eat cake." What an evil bitch. How could she say that? Well, she didn't.
Yep.
She never said it. It's a lie. The phrase "let them eat cake"
Oh no,
originally,
they believe that we have, yeah.
"let them eat brioche" first appeared in Rousseau's Confessions, written in 1765.
That's true. I definitely engage in satanic orgies, like every Saturday night.
Brioche first appeared in Rousseau's Confessions, written in 1765, when Marie Antoinette was 9 years old. Rousseau attributed the line to a great princess. Probably no one ever said this. It's kind of like how the most famous photo of Paris Hilton is the one where she's wearing a "Stop Being Poor" t-shirt. What an evil bitch. How could she wear that? Well, she didn't. It's photoshopped. The actual shirt said "Stop Being Desperate." Envy likes to fabricate the diabolical crimes of its enemies. I assume to complement the hedonistic extravagance. I mean, what is a Disney villain if not an opulent homosexual seen through the eyes of the envious?
See how I do it?
I'm gonna try lowering the ISO because it's so bright in here now. Okay, well, it's a much lower ISO.
That's better.
What if I get another light over here? And that's what this channel is really about. One biological female's quest to create a harmonious color story. In the years leading up to and during the French Revolution, Marie Antoinette was constantly defamed in these sleazy tabloids called libelles. It's the same root as the English word libel. The often pornographic libelle depicted the queen as a bisexual demon who was constantly having drunken orgies and sexually manipulating everyone around her. All of which is very interesting, but none of which is true. The historian Robert Darnton called it an avalanche of
only
defamation
Subway bread
that has no parallel in the history of vilification. This woman took the blame, the moral blame, for the structural failings of a broken economic system. And by the time she was brought before the Revolutionary Tribunal in 1793, the actual person Marie Antoinette had long ago been overshadowed by the libelous caricature of her. Now there was maybe one good reason for executing the former queen, which is that the legitimacy of your new republic is a little more secure when you don't have living monarchs hanging around.
True.
Someone better tell the English. But the problem with that reasoning is it has nothing to do with whether or not the queen deserved to die. And beheading a recently widowed mother of two in front of a jeering crowd for political expediency—
That's true, but that's not the reason that they killed her.
—might weigh a little heavy on the conscience. So the revolution had to convince themselves that the queen deserved
You do know the French Revolution resulted in, like, really, really bad shit, right? Because, as I've said, violent revolution will only ever result in bad shit. Real revolution has to be collective liberation from the bottom up.
It was pretty easy after decades of, again, false and defamatory gossip. In her biography of Marie Antoinette, Antonia Fraser describes how the prison guards separated Marie from her 8-year-old son, who they plied with alcohol and groomed into accusing his own mother of incestuous abuse. To justify killing Marie Antoinette, they had to destroy the idea of this woman as a mother. So she was convicted of what may as well have been crimes against ethics in games journalism and sent to the guillotine, where her last words were sorry to the executioner for stepping on his foot.
Oh my god.
Women Stop Apologizing challenge.
Yeah. Lennon, like, yes, but also it resulted, like, the word draconian comes from what happened after the French Revolution. Hence why I'm not a fan of violent revolution.
What a girl boss winning looks like. So Marie Antoinette literally did nothing wrong. Hey, how are you? An innocent MILF was killed that day, and I, for one, won't stand for it. So look,
I don't know.
We have a psychological incentive to believe that people whom we envy are immoral monsters, because then we get to label our hatred and violence toward them justice. Cruelty.
Exactly what the right wing does. They moralize their envy and their contempt.
Generally cannot conceptualize itself as cruelty. And part of the reason for that is that calling cruelty what it is takes the fun out of it. It reminds me of the second best day in the history of Twitter, October 1st, 2020, the day that Trump got COVID. And I'm gonna be honest, I have never felt more schadenfreude in my entire life. Well, well, well. If it isn't the leopards eating people's faces party having their faces eaten by leopards.
Did you guys know that The Simpsons predicted that Trump dies on April 12th? Just like saying. The Simpsons doesn't predict shit, by the way. It's just, they have so many episodes and so many scenes that, like, mathematically, it will occasionally coincide with reality. There's been studies done on this, but like still, the costumes should always top-notch costume design.
Last time I ate cake. Like Dan Savage said, it felt like Ronald Reagan got AIDS. The next day, I tweeted, "These last 24 hours have been the first time I've genuinely enjoyed Twitter in years, because this website is good for one thing only, reveling in the cruelest of human impulses." And someone responded to that saying,
"Oh my god,
would you rather have fans?
Be a bigger killjoy?"
But why was I being a killjoy? The tweet was about how much I was enjoying it. Well, for most people, I guess not me, but
I don't think it's a Fed post to pray to the Lord.
For normal people, for other girls, cruelty is only pleasurable as long as they can convince themselves it's something other than cruelty. Justice served. So again, reason, rationality are often the attempt to publicly communicate, to evangelize our private feelings. And morality, ethics, and justice are often put forward as the respectable public face of private envy, vindictiveness, and hatred. But is this a corruption of morality, or have we stumbled onto something darker?
Don't forget
what if morality itself is simply the expression of some kind of sadomasochistic urge? It's too early for this. I mean, it's literally 7 a.m. where I'm filming. I don't know how this keeps happening to me.
Girl,
my head gets
you did
cut
this
off
at
one
7 a.m.?
afternoon, puts me in a philosophical mood. The next morning, I've stayed up all night and I'm still talking about the philosophes.
Probably still be here.
Meow meow. Hello again, kittens. Let's talk about justice, uwu. Like a Supreme Court justice. Sonia. Soda meow yor. It would actually be fierce if I wasn't
Sotomayor.
I wasn't being meowdly.
Sotomayor. I love that so much. Oh, that was the best pun that I've heard in years.
Meow meow. Hello again, kittens. Let's talk about justice, uwu. Like a Supreme Court justice. Sonia. Soda meow yor. It would actually be fierce if I wasn't, if I wasn't being meowdly. Look. I've been seeing a lot of comments lately along the lines of Natalie used to do serious academic arguments.
You know what, Pete? I'll choose to believe that it's real because it gives me joy.
Now she only cares about makeup. All right, you little shits. You want book learning? I'm gonna learn you so hard. I'm gonna learn you so hard you're gonna have a goddamn headache in the morning. Friedrich Nietzsche.
Loud.
Friedrich Wilhelm Nietzsche. Do you mind if I call you Fred? Friedrich was a German philosopher who had a lot to say about envy and morality. But before we get into that, I want to say a little bit about his life because it's just very funny. Nietzsche is famous for his concept of the Übermensch, but Friedrich, sweet, beautiful little Friedrich.
SpongeBob is the
not
Übermensch.
what most people think of as an Übermensch. Friedrich was a chronically ill, chronically in pain, nearly blind incel who probably slept with a prostitute once and got syphilis and died. Life is funny.
Rough.
Sad, but funny. In the introduction to Beyond Good and Evil, the editor says, though he prided himself on being comfortable with women, he does not seem to have been very successful in establishing emotionally satisfying relationships with them, which is hardly surprising. I love when the introduction to a book is just a brutal roast of the author. Who wrote this? Rolf Peter Horstmann. You're killing it, Rolf. You're a savage. I adore. True. Friedrich's books sold a dismal number of copies in his lifetime. What emerges is a picture of a totally isolated, highly neurotic man who had to try hard to avoid thinking of himself as a complete failure. Oh. He was also doing huge doses
Your average incel, by the way.
of opium, relatable, and writing
Minus
himself
the opium.
prescriptions for sleeping pills using the name Dr. Nietzsche. Dr. Nietzsche. Pretty sure I got a Xanax prescription from that guy once. Behind a Dairy Queen. Nietzsche was also a failed musician and was in love with the composer Richard Wagner's wife. The Virgin Nietzsche contra the Chad Wagner. You beta cock. Why did I do that?
It was, but they misunderstood what the Übermensch is. Like, we watched a whole video on that as well. The Übermensch is not what the Nazis used it as. They used it wrong. The Übermensch is someone who frees themselves from the shackles of society and does what makes them happy because it makes them happy. SpongeBob is the Übermensch. It doesn't work under fascism. It's not like the ideas are contradictory.
We all agree that Catgirl Nietzsche is by far the most cursed thing I've ever done. I just want to mom this guy, honestly. I don't even care that he's a misogynist. His misogyny is simply too sad to be offended by. You know, I think it's interesting that a person this pathetic...
Why is Nietzsche so famous? Because the Nazis like him and the incels like him. The incels made Nietzsche famous. However, they also misunderstand Nietzsche. We watched a whole video on is Nietzsche woke? The answer is, but like, the ideas from Nietzsche applied correctly are woke. They are. The man liberates himself from woke and becomes owned by the state. Yeah, it's the other way around. You gotta liberate yourself from the state and become woke. That's the Übermensch. SpongeBob SquarePants is the Übermensch. You guys are Squidward. You need to choose to not be Squidward.
Can also be a genius whose name will never die. He's someone who had a lot of reason to be envious and self-pitying, but his philosophy couldn't be more against that.
Also good to see you, Art.
And as a person of pathetic experience myself, that is unironically kind of inspiring to me. So let's go in. In his book on the genealogy of morality, Friedrich wants to explain the origin of the concepts of good and evil. Under what conditions did man invent the value judgments good and evil? And what value do they themselves have? Have they to now obstructed or promoted human flourishing? Hang on, my food's here. That's right, you're getting a mukbang, sweetie. Did you think I was gonna sit at this giant table?
God damn it,
and not be eating
motherfucker, I'm
something?
hungry.
This video's been going on more than an hour, so I assume you guys are drunk by now and we're just kind of hanging
Been here
out.
6
at this
hours,
point.
I'm
You guys
hungry.
can't even see. Well,
Oh, okay,
here,
I'm allergic
I've got
to
a
that.
bunch of sushi, and here's my mission.
Thank God she's eating sushi, because I'm allergic to fish, so that doesn't appetize me.
To eat all of this while summarizing the entire life and work of Friedrich Nietzsche. Trisha paid us, Nikocado. Consider this a challenge. So Friedrich argues that good and bad, not good and evil, that's different, we'll get to that, but good and bad were originally the self-affirming values of people with power. So to be good meant to be powerful, strong, beautiful, healthy.
Random old memories.
And to be
Happens.
bad meant to be weak, sick, common, ugly. I'm gonna eat one like a cat. And Friedrich supports this speculation with etymology. So in a lot of languages, the word that means morally good or spiritually
We're having
noble
fun.
originally meant noble in the sense of aristocratic, the propertied class. Like in Buddhism, the Arya Satyani, that's Sanskrit for noble truths. Arya means noble. And Arya is used to mean spiritually noble, but earlier it meant the aristocracy, the rich. And originally it was just the name that a culture in northern India gave themselves, the Aryans. I'm really working not to get soy sauce on this lace.
Yeah,
this
of
was later
course.
misunderstood by Europeans who wrongly thought that Aryan was a race.
Oh, hey, can we jump back there for a second? Because that's kind of important.
I'm really working not to get soy sauce on this lace. This was later misunderstood by Europeans who wrongly thought that Aryan was a race. Oops.
I would like to remind
damn
you
it.
that there's no
God
such
damn it,
thing as a
kids.
nationality.
Can we not? Frederick traces the origin
Countries
of the
aren't
German
real.
word gut, or the English good, to the name of the Goths. No, not those Goths. The Scandinavian people who invaded Europe. Frederick calls them the blonde beasts of prey. I like to stalk my prey in the small hours of the night.
The Nazis thought they were Northern Indian? Yes. I'm not kidding.
The
Yes.
German word schlecht, which means bad, is related to schlicht, which means plain, simple, originally common, low, not aristocratic, not noble. So good and bad
Everyone
were originally
is
the
Indian.
values of warrior aristocrats
Hello? No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm so sorry.
who were like Homeric heroes celebrating themselves. And Frederick calls their value
Anytime I stream longer than 5 hours, I start to get loopy. It's weird.
system master morality.
The Indians are the most racist people on the fucking planet, Comrade Lennon. Have you ever seen an Indian talk about another Indian? A Northern Indian talk about a... Look at Pakistanis and Indians. They're the same fucking people, too. Do you know how racist Indians are? Cancelled? Nah, sorry. I don't believe in cancelled.
This glorification of
You're not... That nationality is not real. Not in the way that you think it is. I did a whole video on that. Isn't everyone Turkish? At some point, yeah.
combat, feasting, athleticism, sexual conquest, beauty. These things were called good. And their opposites, weakness, impotence, ugliness, were called bad. The ancient
They are! One's just Hindu and the other is fucking Muslim. That's the only real difference. UK-born Indian... Thank you. Thank you for confirming that I am correct, Twit2. No, like, it's just the truth. Also, like, look at Koreans. They're also incredibly racist. Most Arabs hate all other Arabs. If you are from Lebanon, you likely hate Syrians, you likely hate fucking, like, Iraqis, or you hate everybody. Isn't everybody African? Yes. It's because pretty much everyone has been so racist to Indian people, even some of the most tragic victims of racism. It comes back to this. It's envy. It's always been envy. This is the cause of racism. It's contempt formed from envy, which comes from a sublimation of... Sorry, it's contempt formed from a sublimation of envy, which comes from a base of insecurity.
nobles worshipped noble gods who acted like them and shared their values. I mean, if I created a personal goddess, I think we all know what animal that would be. Me and the ancient Egyptians on the same page.
It's about time I got canceled.
Roman warriors could worship Mars, the god of war. And it was like they were worshipping themselves. They were dumb jocks, worshipping dumb jock gods. Well, good for them. But what about the people who got shoved into lockers? Well, Frederick's example, and this is gonna create some misunderstandings later, but his example is the Jews, who are
a lot of Lebanese actually struggle identifying with Arab identity altogether, which makes sense because Lebanon was one of the most, it's on the map too. Lebanon was one of the most westernized countries in the region. Like, you go to, like, I mean, not anymore, but if you went to Lebanon, like, 2 years ago, it looks like Istanbul. It does not look like Tehran, for example. Doesn't look like, fuck, what's the capital of Saudi Arabia? I should know this.
colonized by the Romans in Judea. And it's certainly not that the Jews didn't try to revolt. Oh, they did. Multiple times. But for several centuries, the Romans were just too powerful. No one could stop them. So the question is, what happens psychologically
Riyadh, thank you.
to people who are oppressed and who lack the power
There's
to
no
overthrow
A.
the oppressor? Well, in that case, frustrated vindictiveness builds over time to become this deep bitterness, which Nietzsche gave the French name ressentiment.
True.
Resentment in English. Oui, oui. Absolument, naturellement. I don't speak French, I just enjoy making vaguely French noises. Pas, quatre, et oui. I don't like the English, but I like the French even less. Because they're always dressed so well and they speak a sexier language than me. Stop it. This is your final warning, comprendez-vous? Good wine though, I'll give them that. So there's a German
I
word.
prefer Spanish to French, but that's just me.
Word Neid, which means envy. So why is Frederick using this French term, ressentiment? What's going on, Frederick? Why are you speaking French? Are you nervous? You trying to impress me? Nietzsche must have said ressentiment because he thought it was something different than envy. I think the difference is resentment, and I'm just gonna use the English word so I don't sound like an asshole. Resentment is born not just of wanting what someone has, but of a permanent frustration of the desire for revenge.
I have,
It's
but I
born
haven't
of
looked into it,
weakness,
short sport.
inability to get revenge. Now, revenge itself implies weakness, at least a temporary weakness. We say revenge is best served cold.
Yeah,
but
I'm confused about that, but can we like focus on the topic? I'd rather not get into let's not talk about fucking Israel right now.
Actually, revenge is only served cold. If it's served hot, if someone slaps you and you slap them back immediately, that's retaliation, not revenge.
That's true.
You brought this on yourself. Revenge is only a possibility when you can't retaliate immediately. So you
That's
become
true.
vindictive. You start plotting and scheming. But if you're too weak,
Now, that is the explanation of pretty much every single like revolution that goes wrong is because of that resentment. That's the key, by the way, Lennon. It's that anger, that resentment, that hatred of the other because of this. Didn't Nietzsche talk about men getting castrated by their fathers? Yeah, like he was a weird one, but he did have some good ideas every now and again.
impotent to have any hope.
He was
of
kind of
revenge.
woke.
Then you become resentful. So Nietzsche's argument.
He wasn't woke, but his writing was kind of woke.
Minus
Minus
that
the
a person who's
anti-Semitism.
too weak to get material
And
revenge
misogyny.
can instead get psychological revenge by creating a new morality. In Frederick's words, the beginning of the slave's revolt in morality occurs when ressentiment itself turns creative and gives birth to values. This is
No, I agree, Captain Buggy. To be fair, that Tsar deserved it. I'm cool with the Soviets' rage, but like that is the hatred of that. That's what causes that. On revolution, a violent revolution is built on a system of hatred, a system of jealousy and envy that's been sublimated to the point of violence, and it is revenge, not retaliation. It's exactly what she's saying. Listen to her, not me.
a little high concept for a mukbang, isn't it? What are you doing, Frederick? So while master morality says that good is power, riches, health, and strength, and bad is the opposite, slave morality, the morality of resentment, says, blessed are the poor, the meek, the sick, the...
You can, but again, you are one of many, and the many are, unfortunately, very stupid.
powerless. This is the good of slave morality, and its opposite is not the bad, but a new concept, the evil. And what is evil? Well, everything that master morality says is good.
Oh yeah, that was the first, part of this video, was the, I want mommy's milk, and the jealousy.
Power, wealth,
we did Freud already.
Sexual satisfaction. He's talking about Christianity here. He's not talking about Judaism. But Frederick thinks of Christianity as the spiritual revenge of the Jews against the Romans, an inversion of the empire's values. But he also thinks that slave morality is fundamentally dishonest. It's like the fox and the grapes.
I love how even 3 years ago, there was a blaring warning sign anytime Israel comes up.
Not being able to take revenge is called not wanting to take revenge. It might even be called forgiveness. Slave morality says,
Which, by the way, is preferable to revenge.
That weakness is righteous. Submission to people you hate is called obedience. Having to wait is called patience. Inability to satisfy sexual desire is called chastity, purity, and so on. And while master morality is born of saying yes to yourself as a powerful, noble beast of
SpongeBob
prey,
SquarePants.
slave morality is born of saying no to the master and everything he has that you can't. I like to have my belly rubbed. Scratch my back above my tail, please. I'm gonna put the rest of the fish away because it's getting warm and I'm full. This has not been a successful mukbang. It turns out that it's actually very difficult to do a mukbang while talking. I should have thought this through a little harder.
That's fucking
So
wild.
slave morality is
Lord
born of a
Love
repressed desire for revenge, but that desire for revenge never completely disappears. It's there, for example, in the Christian.
Real quick, Reconstruction. The desire for revenge that never disappeared, which is why we still have the Klan, and a lot of Americans still hate black folk. We didn't do Reconstruction properly. We left them with that feeling of wanting revenge. I mean, I'm not going to tell you how we could have fixed that, but like, that is that.
Idea of the Last Judgment. No need to take revenge against the wicked, my sheep. God will do that for us. And in the meantime, being weak is good, actually. I find this book thrilling to read, honestly. And I'm not easily thrilled, especially not by philosophers. I think this book in particular gets me because, especially if you were raised Christian, this is so the opposite of everything you were ever taught to believe that it almost feels like dirty. Like, should I be reading this? Is this allowed?
Yes,
because even if you're not religious, most of us still agree with a lot of Christian morality. Like, yeah, Jesus was a good guy. Blessed are the meek. Sure. But then Frederick comes along and he's like, morality is just a cope for frustrated vindictiveness. And you're like, I need to lie down. Where's my smelling salts?
The real truth, the real shocking truth, is that everything is cope. True, Lennon, true.
But wait, there's more. This gets even darker. Nietzsche thinks that over the last 2 millennia of European history, slave morality has triumphed. St. Paul made Christianity marketable, the Emperor Constantine converted.
Life is copium.
And by the Middle Ages, even kings and aristocrats were kneeling down not to powerful warrior gods made in their own image, but to a god that was weak, suffering, victimized, oppressed. So by the 19th century, slave morality had become the only morality. And it's not just Christianity either.
Nietzsche.
The secular version of these values became socialism, anarchism. About free thinkers and atheists, Nietzsche has this to say: we loathe the church, not its poison. Apart from the church, we too love the poison. Okay, the poison. What is the poison? Well, Frederick thinks that resentment poisons the mind and turns humans against our own natural instincts. Not just against aggression, but against sexuality, against ambition, against power, against life itself.
Against empathy.
And there's 2 possible outcomes of this. One is that resentment becomes a political movement, the conspiracy of those who suffer, the tyranny of the herd, the revolution that eats itself. Only we are good and just, is what they say, as though health, success, strength, pride, and the feeling of power were in themselves depravities for which penance, bitter penance, will one day be exacted.
This is literally MAGA ideology, right here. Was Nietzsche pro-gay? Nietzsche was probably gay himself, but like, I don't know. I haven't read him. I don't read. The poison is the body and blood, obviously. The poison is resentment. The poison is envy. Envy. It comes down to this. It's not fair. I want what they have, and I can't have it. And I want it. I want it. I'm mad at you because you have it, and I can't have it. I'm gonna fucking blank you and take it. That's what the poison is. It's resentment. It's envy.
Then we find plenty of vengeance seekers disguised as judges with the word justice continually in their mouth like poisonous spittle. So you get the mentality of a hyper-moralistic resentment mob, which I'm sure we're all familiar with. The other outcome is that this moralism turns inward and attacks the individual conscience, producing asceticism, self-denial, guilt. Because slave morality condemns not only the external beasts of prey who are oppressing us, but also the beast of prey within, our own animal instincts, what Christianity calls sin. So Frederick thinks that modern humans have become sick. We hate ourselves, we hate our own nature, we hate life itself.
I agree with that.
I mean, is he wrong? You see a girl boss winning. I only see the will to power. Frederick thinks of modern men as once proud wildcats who've become domesticated house pets at the cost of everything great in the human spirit. That's very...
If you apply that to humanity collectively, and instead of, like, you know, it's not the man or the woman, it's capital. That would be correct. Yes, capital has domesticated us. Capitalism has turned us into animals, into a product. We are a product. Sorry.
Valid, Frederick. That's super hecking valid. So look, I've been pretty positive about Nietzsche so far, but I do have a couple critiques I want to say. One is that Frederick associating slave morality with the Jews is very irresponsible. Even though he didn't intend to be anti-Semitic, and even though he was outspoken against anti-Semitism in his own time.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Right. The anti-Semitism in Nietzsche is actually from his sister.
Christian values you're critiquing as Jewish hatred and Jewish revenge. Some people might get the wrong idea, and some people did, Frederick.
Yep.
Like your dumbass sister, Elizabeth Nietzsche, who became a literal alternative ethno-identitarian. God damn it, Liz. Kind of goth goals, though. Yes, that kind of goth. You're right this time. My other critique is that it doesn't seem to have occurred to Frederick that genuinely caring about other people is an option. Like, not because caring about other people is repressing your true selfish nature, but just because caring about other people is part of your nature.
If you focus on caring about others, then you will not have that resentment, that envy. You are happily going out and bringing happiness and growth and positivity to your community. That will then be reflected towards you. There is no need for that resentment. It doesn't exist. Envy it doesn't exist in a system of cooperative collaboration.
Isn't it? Isn't caring about other people also in our nature? I do think most of what Nietzsche says about resentment accurately describes a very real thing, but it's not the only thing. There is genuine care and love in this world, I've been told. I've heard rumors. And I'm even gonna go so far as to say hashtag not all Christians. Christ, I'm defending the Christians. What is this channel coming to? There are Christians, maybe not most, but still some, for whom love and forgiveness are genuine experiences and not just some kind of twisted, impotent, passive-aggressive vengeance. Where I agree with Nietzsche and with Freud is I do think a lot of the emotional foundation of justice and morality is retribution, envy, or some combination of the two. But maybe it doesn't have to be that way. There's a famous Martin Luther King quote responding to Nietzsche.
What is needed is a realization that power without love is reckless and abusive, and that love without power is sentimental and anemic. Power at its best is love, implementing the demands of justice, and justice at its best is love correcting everything that stands against love.
True. That is literally, this is the key. This is the way out. That's the answer to the problem, guys. We found it. We found the clitoris. This is the answer to the problem. In fact, clearly we found it decades ago and then shot the guy who found it. God, I'm gonna get drone striked.
So Reverend King concedes to Nietzsche that to simply call power evil is a sickness, anemic. But there still needs to be some kind of emotional or spiritual force that keeps humanity from tearing itself apart. And maybe something like this Christian idea of love for humanity is the missing piece.
It's called
because without
humanism.
Something like that, I just see retribution.
It's called humanism. Martin Luther clitoris.
And envy snowballing into human self-destruction. And I hate that for us. It's not very sliving of us. Do you guys know about sliving? Do you even subscribe to Paris Hilton's YouTube channel? She doesn't have as many subscribers as I do, but you know, I try to support smaller creators.
Living is basically slaying and living your best life into one word. It's the new that's hot.
Maybe I'll do a video about love when I'm in a better mood. So for now, well, let's put it this way.
I'm a humanist clitoris enthusiast. Same.
And we have killed him, Mia.
True.
Put it this way. God is dead, and we have killed him, Mia. Sliving.
Oh my god, I forgot she does this. Contra has every right to flex her subs. She's got 2 million subs.
Okay.
Alright, new segment. I gotta pee again. I was waiting for this. 10 out of 10 cat behavior. She's a good cat girl. Contra, good girl. And hello, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And that's my good boy. No, you want a hug? Sorry. Can't do it. Contra and FDR should have a play date. That's so funny. Speaking of cats, look at what we're doing with the music now. I don't think I can. Music tends to be copyright. My bad, guys. I'm so hungry, but I don't have time to cook, so fucking up and go it is.
I'm moisturized, I'm primed, I've proven my academic credentials. Now it's time to do my makeup. That's right, children, I'm going full Bailey Sarian. I'm going full suspicious. So I guess I should say something about the political implications of all this, since I guess this channel is about politics. Sometimes I have to read my own Wikipedia article to remember what I'm doing with my life. So this morality of resentment.
Oh my god, I'm gonna have a fucking Wikipedia article. Actually, no, Elon's gonna buy Wikipedia before then, thank god.
Impotence and permanently frustrated revenge judges that power is evil. I don't use foundation, I just use concealer. I know that's like not how you're supposed to do makeup, but I don't need to be good at makeup, okay? I have 1 million subscribers on YouTube. I don't need to be good. There's a New York Times article about young women's attitudes toward political ambition, and one of the women who was interviewed said, "As a white woman, I know I have unearned privilege. So am I really the best person to be in leadership?" Yes. Yes, you are, because we need leaders like you who are capable of questioning the legitimacy of their own authority. Otherwise, we're just gonna be stuck with another blonde beast of prey. And of course, it's good to be aware of your privilege, especially as a leader, but let's not be so self-effacing that we efface ourselves off the face of the earth. This is the self-sabotage of resentment values. If you think power is evil, then you've given up on the ambition to acquire any power, which virtually guarantees your political irrelevance, since, like MLK said, you have to at least have some power to implement the demands of justice.
This is where the famous quote comes from.
Remember what incels call taking the black pill, this conviction that the reason you don't have a girlfriend is just that you're genetically undesirable. There's nothing you can do to change it.
Literal death cult mentality.
I guess women are just too shallow to be attracted to all the amazing hatred and spite that festers in your heart. For a lot of black-pilled incels, it seems like there's only one thing left in life that they enjoy, which is simply the pleasure of complaining, of moaning in pain. It reminds me of a comment from Dostoevsky's second most horrible protagonist.
Even in toothache, there is enjoyment. In that case, of course, people are not spiteful in silence, but moan. But they are not candid moans, they are malignant moans, and the malignancy is the whole point.
The moan is a protest against the meaninglessness of pain. And
As in, they're snowflakes. And they whine because skill issue. That's literally what she's saying. Simplified.
Satisfaction of moaning is inflicting your pain on other people.
Almost done, Cosmopolitics. We got another 25 minutes in this video left, so probably like another hour for me.
Malignant moaning, it's kind of the opposite of music, because a lot of music, like blues, is benevolent moaning that transforms pain into pleasure. I mean, that's what blues is all about. My woman don't love me no more, but I know her sister will, you know? Optimism. I think a lot of incel discourse is really just malignant moaning, right? It's not an attempt to diagnose or solve any problem. It's just a contagious expression of misery. A moan of pain that masquerades as a political agenda. Sexual Marxism, they call it. The redistribution of sex. State-mandated GFs. That's very valid. Of course, they don't actually expect any of this to happen.
You reached 5K? Holy shit, congratulations! Hell yeah! I would love to get 5K. I'm nowhere near that. But congratulations, that's really awesome. Oh, and awesome new emotes as well. Yeah, seriously, that's huge. Remember to like and follow. Also, go and jump and like the YouTube stream because it definitely helps me grow as well. Sexual Marxism, dialectical kinks. Yeah, let's just jump back for a second. Visora is exploiting her own labor today. Is that not what I do every day?
Pain that masquerades as a political agenda. Sexual Marxism, they call it. The redistribution of sex. State-mandated GFs. That's very valid. Of course, they don't actually expect any of this
These
to
are
happen.
the same people that get mad about cultural Marxism, which is literally just like DEI. But they want state mandate, they want sexual Marxism. That one they're fine with.
That's not the point. So incels are kind of a universal punching bag online. It's very easy to point and laugh at them. But what's harder is to look in the mirror and notice how these exact same tendencies are rampant in our own community.
I'm a fan of that one.
So the incel
Spooky
black pill
babe.
is just one instance of what I call an ideology of resentment. A discourse that outwardly appears like moral or political critique, but which on examination is mainly just a resentful moan. The goal of resentment politics is not to improve conditions. In fact, the resentful person is full of contempt for any morally compromised sellouts who are attempting to enact plausible reform.
I gotta get that white background off that fucking Mew emote.
They don't want victory. They don't want power. They want to endlessly critique power. Because for them...
From each according to his ability to each according to his needs. See, I dislike that. I think it's from each according to their ability to each according to their desire. I don't think your needs should be the barrier there. I think we have enough for everyone to do whatever the fuck they want. Genuinely, we do. We can manage a society where everyone does whatever the fuck they want. I'm not kidding. Obviously, within reason of, like, not harming society and other people. But in general, like, for normal people, yeah. What we think doesn't matter, only the truth matters? What is the truth, I am Flip? The truth can be subjective, it can be objective. It depends on the subject, the context. The truth is your reality, but sure, your reality might not match with someone else's reality, so your truth and someone else's truth might not match up together. Now, there are objective truths, but you haven't been specific. There are also many subjective truths.
Critique is an important psychological defense against feeling impotent.
If you consent to it,
Shaler
that's
described
fine.
it this way.
It is peculiar to resentment criticism that it does not seriously desire that its demands be fulfilled. It does not want to cure the evil. The evil is merely a pretext for the criticism.
What am I going to do
They
with
just
my
want to whine.
eyes? I think a pink kind of look. We've been doing a lot
That's
of pink
what
looks.
I mean. The black pill is a death cult, but all they do is whine. They don't want any change, they just want to whine because they have reached the end point of their resentment. Alright, never call me hun. Get the fuck out of here.
I love that hay fever look. As a general rule, the more radical a political community claims to be, the more likely it is to be a community of resentment. Self-styled radicals will tell you, superficial surface reforms do not interest us. The problem must be critiqued at its root.
Whoa.
And then the root turns out to be this universal...
I double-clicked on Lennon's name to try and get like a thing on my chat bar to go away, and then it opened your fucking stream.
Encompassing evil, right? Society itself, the system, the machine. A resentment ideologue always imagines himself to be engaged in a kind of satanic revolt against an omnipotent,
We talked about that earlier.
omnipresent enemy. Okay, I just need to do makeup for a second. It's harder than it looks to be a makeup vlogger. Like,
Have
it's
a
hard to
lovely
talk while
night.
doing
Art,
this.
good to see
And
you
nothing
as well.
short of total revolution counts as any sort of victory whatsoever. We have to dismantle the entire system. burn it all down. I guess it's pedestrian to point out
People
that
that
this is the
didn't vote for
revolutionary
Kamala.
utopian equivalent of Christians awaiting the last judgment. Our kingdom is coming, comrades. Often the appeal of utopian ideology is similar to religion. It's not about healthcare, higher wages, relief from police.
Literally, like half of MAGA voted not because they wanted change, but because they wanted to burn the system down.
Violence. Those are actual goals that could be demanded, worked for, and achieved. Utopian ideology instead promises relief from some general malaise, alienation. And so ironically, it can have the same opiate effect that Marx ascribes to religion. But release from the general anguish of human existence is not a political goal. There's been many revolutions in the last few centuries, and so far, 0 utopias.
True.
Resentment, envy, and hunger, for that matter, are not satiated by the downfall of
You're
the old
not wrong.
regime. When the people
But it is realistically just the envy and the resentment. She's right. There have been many a revolution, but not a single utopia.
Are 0 utopias. Resentment, envy, and hunger, for that matter, are not satiated by the downfall of the old regime. When the
Revenge
people
never
have no
makes you feel better. That's what the concept is. We've seen movies, right, where like a protagonist gets their revenge and then they don't feel complete afterward. It's the same thing. They're not wrong, just misguided. No, fuck that. Like societies in general, when their anger and outrage isn't channeled into productive ways, Hassan talked about this before, else without proper channeling, you end up with what we have now, a bunch of fascist edgelords. I understand that, but there's a point from which I don't sympathize anymore. I don't care. They are not just, like, they're zombies now. And you can't unzombify a zombie. Maybe if they're, like, somewhat turned and they come to you, okay. But if they're zombies, fuck them. Fuck them. In the hole.
bread, they eat the rich. And when the rich are gone,
they eat each other.
They eat each other.
Yeah.
And because of the proximity effect, envy may actually increase after the revolution.
Only if they come to you.
You may actually be more envious of a favored comrade, a successful citoyen, oui, a kulak, than you ever were of the aristocrats. So envy turns paranoid and imaginative in revolutionary moments.
Conspiracy theories.
It gets sublimated into morality, and the accusations start flying. That citizen is conspiring against the revolution. That peasant is hoarding grain. So the guillotine starts slicing thousands of heads off, the gulags fill up, or an authoritarian strongman takes over.
Exactly why I don't like violent revolution. One-to-one. Thank you, Contra.
Just to announce another revolution 2 decades later. The things people will do to stay relevant. Honestly. And for what? What long-term egalitarian utopia results? Socialism with Chinese characteristics? So look, I do understand that sometimes you just have to do a revolution. And if I'd been there in 1789, I'm sure I'd be storming the Bastille myself. But I just wish we could stop being so doe-eyed about it. Revolution is a bloody nightmare that happens because society is collapsing and people are desperate.
True.
At worst, revolution is nothing more than a violent day of retribution. And at best, it lays the groundwork for future incremental progress. But it will never usher in utopia, nor is it the antidote to a vague sense of unease, which, I'm sorry to report, is simply the resting state of an unsedated human mind. Now, I'm not saying...
I swear to God, in like 4 centuries, someone's gonna be like, that bitch on Twitch had it right the whole time. The only way to do it right is from the bottom up, collective liberation, cooperative community engagement, and collaboration. That's it. That's it. You have to get rid of envy and resentment. That's the only way forward. Lean into the cringe. Be the SpongeBob.
As some conservatives do, that all leftist or all egalitarian...
I agree. Sometimes you need a revolution. You just need to not think about it the way that you do. Stop glorifying it.
Politics
you can change without revolution. You can make positive change. If we had voted in Kamala Harris, we might have had somewhat better healthcare. We might have been able to pressure her to stop a genocide. Now, would it have been successful? Probably not. But, on the other hand, the right got their revolution, and all of their wishes did not get fulfilled. Their lives fell apart. Why? Because they don't care. They don't actually want to fix things. Revolutionaries just want to get rid of the people in power. They have no interest in fixing the system. They want to burn the system down. I would rather fix the system than start over. Now, if we have to start over, Not like this. I'd rather just hit a button and push us back to the agrarian age.
As some conservatives do, that all leftist or all egalitarian politics is born of envy. No.
It's the opposite.
This is a specific subtype. There are plenty of reasons, other than envy or fear of envy, to oppose an economic distribution where
you, as the leader of the revolution, might have that. The general public will never, Lenin. Because from the system that you are revolutioning, the system that you are in, that you are trying to overthrow, is so broken that the people will never be able to agree. And as we already covered, the proximity effect will then lead to the revolutionaries' paranoid conspiracy of questioning each other, and then now people that were on your side start dying. Like, I don't know, Lenin killing all of the anarchists.
some people have billions of
It's
dollars.
not fixable. I'm not saying liberal democracy is fixable. Liberal democracy is the base foundation in which you can build upon to change the system through adding things, not through fixing it. You don't fix liberal democracy. You add to it until it's an entirely different system. Burning it down to the ground doesn't fix anything.
While other people are dying because they can't afford insulin. Objectively, that is not an efficient use of resources to promote human well-being. And personally, I just don't want to live in a country where people are dying because they can't afford medicine. And I'm willing to pay however many taxes it takes for that not to happen. So while I'm putting down straw man versions of my argument, I'm also not saying, oh, let's just stop being envious.
You replace the foundation when you build on top of it. You remove the lower foundation once you've built enough on top of it and create that solid foundation to begin with. That's why you build the solid foundation on the rotten foundation so that you can then remove the rotten foundation. But you must first build the solid foundation.
No, that's
no,
impossible.
not thus a revolution. Revolution tears the entire system down. The rotten foundation is removed, but you haven't built anything above it to replace it yet. You must first build the new foundation on the old foundation before you replace the old foundation. This is how actual construction works too. If you're fixing a fucked house, you build a new house on top of the fucked house's foundation, then you remove the fucked foundation and install piece by piece by piece stronger foundation, then you build on top of it. You don't do it all at once, it's piece by piece. If you're doing it all at once, you're building a new house. And sure, you can do that, but so far, it's never been a utopia. No one's built a nice house yet, sorry.
Saying, oh, let's just stop being envious. No, that's impossible. I think envy is like libido. It's a basic force of human nature that's more or less unstoppable. But with the right leadership, I think that envy can potentially be sublimated or redirected into something more constructive. Because raw envy is a very bad basis for egalitarian politics. It often targets the wrong people, like millionaires instead of billionaires, and eventually it turns the revolution against itself, and you get the circular firing squad, the self-cannibalism. The problem I see on the left today is that without any genuine political outlet, resentment mostly manifests as morality. Morality itself being a way to vent envious aggression and vindictiveness.
She's right.
On the left, we claim to be so impersonal, right? We're all about structural analysis, the material conditions, systems of power, intersectional identity hierarchies.
She's right.
But if you look at what people actually spend their time doing here, it's all this obsessive moral policing. I wonder if because leftists—
Literally what I complain about all the fucking time. We coddle ourselves. This is not how reality works.
Can't seem to win on any major political stage, we feel disempowered. And so this moral fanaticism is a psychological substitute. Like with Marie Antoinette, it's easier to blame people than systems. Also, structural analysis—
Like everyone gets mad at Trump, even though Trump does fucking nothing. Trump does nothing. Trump didn't trash the country's foundations. The Heritage Foundation did. It's the systems, not the people. The people are symptoms of the system.
This is very boring, and destroying people with gossip is extremely entertaining.
It's not everyone around them either. It's the whole system.
Moral policing also gets turned inward and becomes leftist guilt. You know, this useless, internalized scolding. I think I'm done with my makeup.
Like me using the R slur.
What do we think? Leave a comment. I'm always hesitant to do anything about skincare. Since last time I did skincare, I was critiqued by Hiram. So I am going to spray my face a couple times with this Tatcha skin mist, if that's okay with Hiram. It feels good to finally address this feud. Clear the air.
Yes, capitalism in decay is why we have fascism. Now, that doesn't mean you should throw everything away. You can build the systems that would get you out of that on top of it. And then remove the base when you have something new. You have to have the next step ready before you remove the base. Thank you, Shrubgo, for the follow.
I look a lot better with makeup. I don't want to say that I don't have natural beauty. It's just that it's very much enhanced by painting like a different face on top of my face. But hey, at least this way I've kind of earned it, you know, because it's my skill. So there's a podcast called Guilty Feminist that's been running for years. And I haven't listened in a while, but in the early episodes, they'd bring on these women who would confess their feminist sins. You know, hi, my name is Amber. I'm a feminist, but I enjoy being choked in bed. It's hard being a woman. Not only are you being choked, you also feel guilty about it. The same moral hand-wringing happens with body positivity. When you make loving your body into a moral imperative, not only are you still going to hate your body, but now you're also going to feel guilty about hating your body because it makes you a bad feminist.
I have not talked about the political ship of Theseus, but I don't think that that's relevant, Shuva Poover. I think it doesn't matter. I don't think, I think it really, genuinely, I don't think that matters. You swap the pieces out until it's a different thing. But you do it one at a time because it's much easier to do that than to start from scratch after destroying everything that holds everything up. Because then now you have less to work with and more to do.
So there was one problem. And now there's two problems. Thanks, morality. That's very helpful. Now I want to take a moment to acknowledge that a lot of conservatives have made some version of the argument I'm making in this video. For example, Jordan Peterson and Camille Paglia have argued that academic postmodernists are motivated by resentment. The argument is that deconstructionist literary theory is a kind of envious vengeance against the beauty and virtuosity of canonical great art. And yeah, there's probably some truth to that. A lot of academics are failed artists, but I was even more manqué than that. I've noticed that working class, non-academic...
It depends, you know, your views on what we're working towards and mine slightly differ, but the reality is we're both working towards a system in which collective cooperation and people getting what they need, like taking care of each other, being good to other human beings, raising happiness instead of raising funds, a lack of capital. We can agree on that. And to work towards that system, you first need to change the, you have to pull out one by one the rotted bits and replace them with a solid foundation. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Guys, you should join the Discord.
Do tend to be more productive and more self-advancing, involved in unionizing or organizing. Whereas, it's usually people who went to college.
I went to college!
Presumably because they had middle-class ambitions at some point, but whose middle-class ambitions have failed, who become the great critiquers of capital. I mean, I can tell you from experience that when I was eating Chef Boyardee over my master's degree, that's when I was most likely to say things like, according to Antonio Gramsci, in the logic of late-stage capitalism, the culturally hegemonic neoliberal ideology manufactures the consent of the subaltern. So point taken, but some conservatives...
At this point, nerd defenestrated. Get with the times, guys. You gotta be mean. You gotta talk to these people like they're fucking stupid. That last, I'm still thinking about that guy from the last debate. What was the soy pill said? That I'm right, but I'm too smart for the general public to understand. And he was correct on that. He was absolutely correct on that.
Take this argument way too far and try to argue that the entire left is nothing but a coalition of resentment. Like there's a video on YouTube of the philosophy professor Stephen Hicks doing a coalition of resentment. Postmodernism is resentment argument. And in the comments section, there's a bunch of people saying, this describes Black Lives Matter, Antifa, and the Democrats. Does it though? I mean, any political movement is gonna have people in it who suffer from resentment poisoning. But Black Lives Matter, at its core, is about the right not to be murdered by police.
Yeah, that was never about that at all.
Black Lives Matter is an affirmation of the value of Black life. So that seems like something even Nietzsche
No,
would
he did get me on that. I did still win the debate, but he was right on that. Billionaires will take as much money as the system allows. I mean, to be fair, they're still stealing from you right the fuck now.
Huey Newton, the co-founder of the Black Panther Party, was inspired by Nietzsche to create the slogan, all power to the people.
When we coined the expression all power to the people, we had in mind emphasizing the word power, for we recognize that the will to power is the basic drive of man. But it is incorrect to seek power over people. We have been subjugated to the dehumanizing power of exploitation and racism for hundreds of years, and the Black community has its will to power also. What we seek, however, is not power over people, but the power of control of our own destiny.
That, to me, is a role model for how to do identity politics without centering resentment. True. It's instead an affirmation of self-determination and self-respect. Like Nietzsche would say, it's saying yes to yourself. Whereas if your whole political project is defined in the negative, then you're allowing yourself to be defined by your enemies.
As in,
feminism is
people
prone to
who
this
talk
where...
about the revolution and complain about the negatives of our system instead of focusing on the positives that you want to build. That's what I'm saying.
Even, and in fact, especially the most radical feminists, cannot seem to escape this resentful consciousness of being the second sex and defining themselves against men. Earlier, I mentioned Andrea Dworkin in a positive way. She's the most radical of radical feminists, and my first impulse is actually to defend her because she's very widely hated, and most of the people who hate her hate a caricature. Like in that Stephen Hicks video, Hicks summarizes Dworkin as
calling all heterosexual males rapists.
Literally in the preface to her most famous book, Dworkin says,
if once all politics is slow, all mass social change is slow. Anything that is fast will just fall apart. You need incremental slow change. That is how it works. The idea of incremental change isn't worth doing is the biggest issue on the left. How the fuck do they think that anyone is offended by the one commenter rather, who typed Dumbocrats on Democrats and think that they just did 4D fucking chess move? Because that's all they have. That's all they have, man. They have nothing. They're losers, filled with resentment and envy.
Sexual experience has always, and without exception, been based on dominance. How could one understand that this book does not say that all men are rapists or that all intercourse is rape?
Listen, Hicks, I get that you're a full professor and I'm just a makeup vlogger, but my gut feeling on this one is, before criticizing a book, maybe read the book. Just a thought. Get it together, prof. You're being owned online by a makeup vlogger. I mean, there's no shame in that. It happens to me all the time. That being said, I do think that Hicks is coincidentally correct that Dworkin is a theorist of resentment. What Dworkin does say in this book,
I might disagree with you, but I like you and respect you,
is arguably even more bleak than what is falsely attributed to her. The book is called Intercourse. She wrote a book called Intercourse. Imagine writing a book called Intercourse. I can actually easily imagine that. Never mind. So this is an argument about the meaning of sex. Penetration, to be specific. Dworkin argues that penetration expresses domination, invasion, occupation, possession,
this is brain rot, by the way,
degradation. So it's against the Freudian male castration anxiety interpretation, where it's, you know, fear of being devoured by the woman. Imagine being afraid of that. Imagine being afraid of that. I'm gonna get a facelift someday, and I'm gonna look like this. I'm perfect. I certainly don't agree with everything she says, but isn't Dworkin closer to the truth here? Closer than Freud, anyway. You know, think about what men typically say to women during the act.
I suppose, like, yes.
Do they say...
I agree that we should be more okay with making small progress rather than everything all at once. I think that that's the only real way forward, is small progress. Again, go outside, talk to your neighbors, collective community collaboration.
Help, I'm being devoured. Never heard that one. Have you? No, usually it's more along the lines of,
you like that, don't you? You little...
etc. And of course, you can eroticize being subjugated and degraded and enjoy
People
it.
do.
And I think Dworkin would argue that most women do eroticize subjugation because they're taught to.
A lot of men do, too.
But enjoying it, she'd have to say, doesn't change the meaning.
A lot of
what's
envies do,
happening.
too.
So I think
Everyone
Dworkin says
does.
some things that are
Sometimes.
very true and some things that are off the fucking rails. Where she loses me is where she starts getting black-pilled. And this book...
God.
This is the feminist black pill. It is 250 pages of hopeless misery and rage. She says,
male-dominant gender hierarchy seems immune to reform. This may be because intercourse itself is immune to reform.
okay, so women will never be free until men stop putting the
This
P in
is
the V.
unironically misogyny. Or rather, ironically misogyny.
We can dream, Andrea. We can dream. Like most ideology of resentment, this book is totally dismissive of any plausible reforms that might actually improve the situation of women, instead preferring to wallow in the endless violence, filth, and abjection of it all. I also think it's symptomatic that Dworkin identifies as a lesbian, but in that second wave political way.
God.
Quoting from the foreword,
As I said,
to
turfs
Dworkin,
come from envy and resentment as well.
it was a badge of rebellion against the patriarchy. In 30 plus years of
The
knowing
entire
her,
right.
I've never heard of a single romance with a woman, not one. This is not surprising to me from the author of a 250-page book about sex that not once pauses to even imagine the possibility of intimacy between women. Because it's not a lesbianism that's about saying yes to women. It's a lesbianism that's about saying no to men. You know, people think that lesbians are the biggest man-haters, but I don't think that's true. I think lesbians just don't think about men that much. The only men I think about are Fred Nietzsche and Oedipus the King. It's straight women who are usually the real man-haters.
Quick, name one man.
Because they're stuck with this.
Hitler.
And love is closer to hatred than neutrality. So what does Andrea Dworkin actually want? What would she say yes to if she said yes to anything? Sometimes women have trouble saying what they want because no one ever told them they could. Romance. That's what Joan Didion said is the real desire of the women's movement. Joan Didion, of course, being not like other girls. Dworkin offers occasional glimpses of a positive desire.
Despite all efforts to socialize women to want intercourse, women still want a more diffuse and tender sensuality that involves the whole body in a polymorphous tenderness.
That does sound nice. I'm so lonely.
Now, second wave feminism is, but second wave feminism was also built on envy and resentment. As every, like, it's the same thing.
I think it's a bit bold to speak for all women, though. Like, there are definitely women out there who, they don't make love.
I didn't say all men are Hitler. I said, name a man. Name any man. And the first one that I thought of was Hitler. It's not my fault that I fucking a political commentator with Nazi America to deal with.
Anastasia, they hard. I'm really sleepy, and this bed
Yeah,
right
same
behind
thing.
me just looks so nice.
All Hitler are men. Exactly, Shuvo Pooper.
Get in here right now. What if I just go to sleep and then wake up and then just record the rest of the video when I wake up? I don't want to do it now. I'll get Pikachu. That'll make this easier. Isn't it better for me to have a friend? Pikachu is the most adorable Pokemon. Why? Because he's the yellowest. Name one thing more yellow than Pikachu. You can't name anything. You can't think of anything. So if diffuse and tender...
When I think of a man, I immediately think of John Cena for some reason. Are you... You're too online. That's a very online thing to say, Captain Buggy.
Duality is what you want. Then just say that. Is that what you want, Pikachu? I bet it is. And Dworkin
No,
did get
Anastasia, I
married
fuck hard.
to a gay man. So I guess she found what she wanted. Lucky. Envying Andrea Dworkin. Is that really what we've sunk to around here? You know, I've been noticing the poison creeping into my mind lately. I know this isn't very original, but I had a bad year. You know, I fell in love with my best friend like a gay idiot, got my heart comprehensively broken, and then COVID hit and gave me a year of solitude to spiral deeper into a hell of my own making. You know, I stopped saying yes to life, and I started saying yes to chasing the dragon, by which I mean playing Spyro the Dragon, one of the greatest...
She became Squidward instead of SpongeBob. You want to be the SpongeBob. Embody the Bob of the Sponge. I love the bit when John Cena is explaining what he does to an old lady over tea. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Appropriate for all ages video games of all time. Look at him go. I'm taking the hair clips out. I catch myself having bitter spinster thoughts. It's because I'm trans. It's because I'm gay. That's why I'll die alone. Yeah, that's the reason I'm alone. Definitely not because I don't leave the house. See, I am not immune to incel tier brain poisoning. And you really can use political theorizing as an excuse not to fix your life. Society did this to me. A transphobic society made me hate myself. Well, yeah, that's true. But at a certain point, you have to take responsibility for your own mind and decide to stop being an accomplice in your own annihilation. Since we keep
I've been saying this for about 7 hours now.
Referencing Paradise Lost, the mind is its own place, and in itself can make a heaven of hell a hell of heaven. Yeah, squad. So I asked myself, What kind of mind do I want to be? Do I want to obsess over what I lack, concede society's judgment of my inferiority, become a self-hating, self-pitying, envious, resentful little nothing? Or do I want to get off the goddamn floor, stop chasing the dragon, and say yes to life? The answer, of course, is that I long to return to the sweet womb of my dark mother. But we're
Take the easiest path, since you might regret the choices in your future anyway. Don't take responsibility, blame the environment or your own genes. Classic Axis order principles. This is literally what they believe, though, because their beliefs are, in their mind, morally justified. They turn, as we covered, they turn that jealousy into envy, into resentment, into a moral rage, and then use that rage, which is what we've seen happen.
not gonna do that
Again.
because there's plenty of time to numb the pain after you die. The sweet embrace of death is the darkest mother of all. Also, nothing is less attractive than an envious, resentful, self-pitying person. It's beyond a personality flaw. It's
Guys, if you're hanging out with a group of people and one person is constantly making self-deprecating jokes, and I don't mean like, you know, like something happens and it's just like off color, like, oh fuck, I'm an idiot. Like, not that, but I mean like constantly self-deprecating. You don't want to be around that person. It's depressing. But that person could just, instead of deprecating, do a 180 and do an extreme form of self-positivity that just comes off as funny. It doesn't come off as entitled or like cocky because you've gone to the extreme. Now it sounds like you're just fucking around, making bullshit up. Depressing self-deprecating jokes versus high-confidence self-depreciating jokes. Like, high-confidence self-aggrandizing jokes, Captain Buggy. That's how you up your self-esteem.
Personality deformity that can ruin whatever chance at happiness you have. So in the short time that you're alive, you have to discover that which is noble in yourself and say yes to it. You know, don't say no to getting older. Say yes to being a MILF. Yes. True. Yes. What I'm really trying to say here is SpongeBob SquarePants is the Ubermensch. SpongeBob says yes to life, and so should we. Yes to ourselves. Yes to art. Yes to sensuality. Yes to the world. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
We. Is this really how we're ending the video? I guess. Okay, bye.
So, I think that covers it. Again, like, this is the foundation. Well, actually, the foundation would be the sexual insecurity, but this is the foundation above the foundation. The 70% of all of right-wing ideology is exactly that. It's not fair. Alright, now, I am going to do a raid. And thank you all for tuning in. Hold on, let me set this up. Thank you all for tuning in. I had an actual lovely time today. I will see you guys on Monday, or rather Sunday for you, and I hope you have a lovely weekend, and I hope that we don't declare war. Actually, no, wait, sorry, I'll be here tomorrow. I will be live tomorrow. I'm going to be doing a short little introduction with Lainey to the new coalition of female, and NB streamers that are on the left. Excellent people, wonderful people. Honestly, I'm happy to see growing media in the left, because we need to flood the zone. That's what we need, to take their strategies and use them against them, and I love seeing it. So I will see you all tomorrow, and so I hope you all have a lovely night. Now let's start that raid. There we go. All right, see y'all next time.
Oh! Oh! Raid! Here, right now! Derby, does the song do anything? Does the raid do anything? Or does the song do anything, like, much